Hey, chat, how you guys doing? Man, my hair is all garbage from the shower, but that's okay. That's okay. That happens. I mean, look how floofy it gets when it gets wet. Anyways, guys, welcome. We are going to start the murder trial for Connor Grubb. Connor Grubb is a police officer in the suburban Columbus area, and he's accused of murdering Takaya Young. Now, we watched this thing from years ago when it happened, and it's a police shooting, and it's something we covered when it happened, and things that kind of drug on for a bit and hadn't got to trial. Then all of a sudden went to trial. Well, I was in the middle of trial, so didn't really have time to get to it, but we do have it, and this is the police shooting that we're looking at here. If you guys don't remember, this is we're gonna go down memory lane here real quick on this. We're gonna go down memory lane on this, but here we go. So as this starts, the cops are already at a Kroger doing something, getting someone's car open. And then they get told, stop this woman, because she's... So this is not the same car, you'll see very quickly.
Attention 29, 3705 Managua, 3705. A female is hallucinating. Too much to go out for attend.
Out of the car.
Sorry, I went there.
Out of the car.
So you can see we're now going to another car.
Out of the car.
7 back in service, 1828.
Get out of the car. Then get out. No, then get out.
Get out of the fucking car.
Get out of the car.
Get out of the fucking car.
Get out of the car.
Shots fired.
Shots fired. Stop the goddamn car. Stop the goddamn car.
We're going to have a 34 on the customer mouth. He's going to be at.
So what happened? Well, she was accused of stealing liquor from Kroger. No, I did not roll right out of bed. It's when my hair gets wet. Sometimes it gets all goofy. I couldn't, for some reason, it didn't comb down. Are the inflatable bags less destructive than a Slim Jim? Yes. 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 Yes, they are. So, Takaya Young was accused of stealing alcohol from Kroger. And, she, when they stopped the car, they found a bunch of alcohol she stole from Kroger. And Connor Grubb was charged with not only her death, but she was pregnant at the time. He was charged with that death as well, the death of the unborn baby. As this goes to trial, he only faces charges against Takaya Young. But that is where we start off at. That's where we start off at. Yes. Tuck Keck says... I said, no, I couldn't steal booze. Nick Ricada said I could. Yeah. Yeah, stealing booze is illegal. So, anyways, this is the other officer involved.
Attendant 29, 3705 Managua, 3705.
What's that?
A female is hallucinating. Too much to go out for attend.
Hey, stop. Hey, out of the car. 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 They said your soul stuff, do not leave. Get out of the car. Then get out. No, then get out. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. Shots fired. Stop the goddamn car. Stop the goddamn car.
We're going to have 34 on route. He's going to be at.
And now, chat, we're never going to cure cancer. Yeah, and I agree. The argument was she was buying it for a party that was going on. And you know what? Great. But this becomes an issue when the officer says get out of the car. Guess what? You got to get out of the car. It's kind of how that works. I don't make the rules. You don't have to like them, but these are the rules we have. So, who shot? Connor Grubb, he's the cop who got in front of the car. This is the guy who shot. This is him right here.
No, get out.
Get out of the fucking car.
Get out of the car.
Get out of the fucking car.
Get out of the car.
So as you can see, he's the one who shoots. That was a great advertisement for Streamlight with the TLR 1-HL. So, he didn't keep shooting while she drives into the building. They're trying to smack the window to break it open. So,
Judge, shots fired.
Shots fired. Stop the goddamn car. Stop the goddamn car.
yeah. There aren't any other shots. It's just the one shot he took. And the one shot was very effective. So, Matt says, technically speaking, how smart is he getting in front of the car? Well, that's one of the issues I have is, he kind of created his own exigency, but also, how are they supposed to stop you otherwise? That becomes a 50-50 thing there. So, anyway, we are going to, no, I say your name is Tequila? No, Takia. Or Takai, I think is how you probably pronounce it. TA''KIYA. So, anyways, Connor Grubb was charged, and we are getting into all of this here. Now, remember, this is out of suburban Columbus, is being done in downtown Columbus, and this is the same courtroom they did the Husel trial, and this is like their big camera courtroom, from what I understand. So, we are going to switch over to this. I think this should work okay, guys. If you have problems, let me know. But we should have closed captioning for everything. So here we go. Why will this not? I hate this when it fights me. There we go. So here we go, guys. Day one. Was she armed otherwise? Nope. Otto was saying, how was his life in danger, though? She was going to run him over because he was in front of the car. So that's why. That's the argument he's going to do. Summer Kid Angela's saying she tried to run him over. She was trying to escape. I mean, you'd like to think so. She tried to turn and get out of the way, but he's still there. I believe he's got because he could have been seriously injured because he was in front. Yeah. Remember, in Ohio, the standard is, are you facing serious bodily harm or possible death? Either or are acceptable reasons to use deadly force. He was charged with murder. He faces 15 years to life in prison with possibility of parole after 25. Generally in Ohio, if you get convicted of murder, it's a mandatory 15. And I don't think anybody ever gets out on their 15th. Usually they're there for 20 to 30 years. So, yeah. So anyways, here we go. Here's where we start. Remember, guys, we always had the beauty of the afterwards. We can always speed stuff up just a hair. Although I don't know why is it not letting me speed things up? Do you guys know why? Is there something I'm missing here on how to do this? Because it's not letting me. It's not letting me speed up things anymore, which is a little frustrating. I don't know how you do that. So we'll just, I guess, go ahead here and. So here we go. Yeah, if they change the interface, I don't know where to find it. No, this is from multiple days ago. This happened a long time ago now in YouTube terms. Angela, you're saying, wait, where was she shot at? I think in the chest, from what I can tell, because if you watch the video, it comes like right in. So. Let's see here. Let's keep going.
Are you good? All the questionnaires. Carmen, y'all loosened up now?
Ready.
Here we go. All right, guys, I'm sorry. There we go. Here comes the jury.
I hear.
Dolly, are you saying like why this trial instead of other ones? Because I remember when I saw this one way back, I was very interested to see how this was going to get done. Like I could kind of see a little bit of it the prosecution's way. I mainly think he didn't do anything wrong, but I do understand from their side of it why they charged it like this. So I guess that's why. But there's some other ones I want to catch up on here coming up. Like there's a couple of the 1 day ones that you found that I really want to do, like that DV one. I think will be very interesting to do here coming up. I have YouTube Premium, so I don't know why it's not like. I have YouTube Premium. I don't know why that's a special playback feature. Like I've already have YouTube Premium. So. Okay. Oh my God! Can we get to like them actually doing the damn trial? There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time, the court's going to give certain warnings and admonitions.
All right, now we got to fuck with the volume. I forgot about this.
Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. Do not form or express any opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you. More difficult for you to understand is that you may not discuss this case among yourselves until it is finally submitted to you. You will receive the opening statements, the evidence, the arguments, and the law in that order. It would be unfair to discuss the case among yourselves before you receive everything necessary for your decision. You must explain this rule to your family and friends. When the trial is over, you'll be released from this instruction. At that time, you may discuss the case and your experiences as a juror, but you are not required to do so. Until that moment, you must control your natural desire to discuss the case both here and at home. Do not talk with the attorneys, parties, or witnesses during the trial. Likewise, the participants in the trial must not talk with you. If anyone should attempt to discuss the case with you, report the incident to the court or to the bailiff immediately. You may not investigate or attempt to obtain additional information on this case outside of the courtroom. This would include any research on the internet, in the libraries, in the newspapers, or in any other way. Make any investigation on this case on your own. Do not visit or view any place discussed in this case. And do not use internet maps or Google Earth or any other.
Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was going to be this bad. Damn, this is ridiculous. Guys, I'm not going to turn it up anymore. It's like, Jesus, man. Come on, buddy. All right. Somebody said I need to clear the cache out. Let me see if that fixes the problem.
Any additional information on this case outside of the courtroom. This would include any research on the internet, in the libraries, in the newspapers, or in any other way. Make any investigation on this case on your own. Do not visit or view any place discussed in this case. And do not use internet maps or Google Earth or any other program or device to search for or to view any place discussed in the testimony. Also, do not research any information about the case, the law,
guys, we're
the
gonna
people
skip
involved,
ahead to,
including
like,
the
the
parties, the
actual-
witnesses, the lawyers, or the judge by using a
We're going to skip
computer,
ahead here to the
smartphone,
actual
iPad.
part.
Such as so you should cut. I will give you
To you. The attorney and witnesses and make objections, and finally we'll argue the case as the last step before you hear my final instructions and commence your deliberations. Remember that attorneys are not witnesses.
Wait,
and
why
since
is
it
it-
your duty to decide the case
Turn this up. I
solely
turned
on the
closed
evidence which
captioning
you
on.
see or hear in the case,
There we go.
you must not consider as evidence any statement of any attorney made during the trial. There is an exception, and that is if the attorneys agree to any fact. Such agreement, stipulation, or admission of fact will be brought to your attention, and you may then regard such fact as being conclusively proved without the necessity of further evidence on such fact. If a question is asked and an objection to the question is
I don't know why that
sustained,
was
you
so
will
hard
let
to do
the
here,
reason
but-
completely the
Let's get through.
the testimony are the these and a witness.
These are
You are
these
certain-
guys. These are the exact same jury instructions I dealt with when I was in trial at the beginning of the week and actually last week. So I hear in these are the Ohio OJI standard jury instructions approved by the Supreme Court.
certainly all aware.
But they're
of the
also the
fact
same things you've
during the
probably heard in
evidence
many
on
other
the wall for the
courtrooms.
trial party.
We've heard a lot of times.
24th.
So here we go.
Sorry.
On August 24th,
Why? What the fuck? Why is this? God, YouTube is being so difficult now. Let's turn this up. Now we can hear.
2023, the defendant, Connor Grubb, chose to fire his gun at Takaya Young, striking her in the chest and killing her and her unborn child. Defendant was a police officer with Blendon Township Police Department at the time of the incident. He was on duty, assisting someone who was locked out of their vehicle in the parking lot of Kroger, located at 5991 South Sunbury Road in Blendon Township, Franklin County, Ohio. Another Blendon Township police officer, Sergeant Eric Moynihan, was also present at the scene. As the officer
Oh, shit, chat. Sorry. This is actually a very good question. I was trying to pause it. Just let me pause. That is 100% a good question. Yes. Even though it's exactly done, because it may not get read properly. The court reporter has to type all that in. Court reporter has to type all of that in. So yes, that is a very good question, and it's 100% correct. You have to do all of that as the court reporter. It's burdensome, but they have to. They have to type it all out.
parking lot of Kroger, located at 5991 South Sunbury Road in Blendon Township, Franklin County, Ohio. Another Blendon Township police officer, Sergeant Eric Moynihan, was also present at the scene. As the officers were in the parking lot, Takaya Young exited the Kroger store and entered her vehicle, which was parked nearby the officers. A Kroger employee also exited the store and told Sergeant Moynihan that Takaya Young had just stolen items from inside of the store. Takaya was still in her vehicle in her parking spot. So Sergeant Moynihan proceeded to knock on the window of her car, telling her to get out of her vehicle and that the employee had just stated that she had stolen something. Takaya Young refused to exit her vehicle. Defendant then walked to the front of Takaya's vehicle and drew his firearm, pointing it at her and commanding her to get out of the fucking car. At that point, Takaya attempted to leave the parking lot. Defendant was standing in front of her vehicle near the driver's side. Takaya actually used her right turn signal and began to slowly move her vehicle forward, turning her steering wheel to the right. As she inched forward, defendant still remained standing in front of the vehicle. Defendant actually first placed his hand on the hood of the vehicle. Defendant then took several steps backwards, moving with the vehicle. Ultimately, defendant was easily able to step back into the side of the vehicle to avoid harm, as the vehicle was going so slowly and turning to the right, away from him. However, as defendant was moving back into the side of the vehicle, his firearm still drawn, he shot his gun through the windshield of Takaya's car. The bullet struck Takaya in the chest and immediately incapacitated her, leaving her vehicle uncontrolled. The vehicle continued moving and came to rest after running into an exterior wall of the Kroger store. Takaya Young died that day, as did the unborn baby girl she was carrying inside of her. Numerous officers responded to the scene as a result of the shooting. Efforts were made to render aid to Takaya, but due to the nature of the gunshot wound, she did not survive, and neither did her baby. There's no question that Takaya stole liquor bottles from inside of the store that day. The evidence is going to show that. The state is not going to dispute that.
So, yeah, so she was stealing. 100% she was fucking stealing. And so, yeah. Once again, I still don't understand why you're out there committing crimes while you're pregnant. It seems really fucking retarded, but hey, what do I know? So. It's a dumb fucking thing. But notice they have to admit that.
But the state is here before you because absolutely no one should have been killed for taking the actions that Takaya took that day. And as a result of defendant's unreasonable and unjustified decision to stop Takaya with deadly force, he stands accused of the charges that the judge previously read to you. At the conclusion of all the evidence, there will be no question that the defendant knowingly fired at Takaya Young. There will be no question that as a result, she was struck in the chest and died. There will be no question that her unborn child died as well. So this case ultimately comes down to the question of whether or not defendant's decision to use deadly force was justified. At the end of the trial, you'll receive detailed instructions from the court on the applicable law. But the ultimate question for you to answer is this. At the time defendant chose to use deadly force, did he reasonably believe that Takaya presented an imminent threat of serious physical harm or death to himself or to others?
Yes.
And that question is to be answered from the perspective of an objectively reasonable police officer. And after all the presentation of all the evidence,
I mean, I would say yes.
You find that the shooting was not justified because
And
no
I'm
reasonable
far
officer
from the most
could have
appropriate
reasonably
person you'll ever find.
believed Takaya Young presented an imminent threat of serious physical harm that day. Defendant drew his firearm and placed himself in front of Takaya's vehicle due to an allegation of shoplifting.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, he was still able to step out of harm's way with ease, as she was clearly turning away from him and moving her car so slowly. The evidence shows that she was not running over the officer with her vehicle, and that the shot fired by defendant was utterly unnecessary to defend himself. He was easily able to step aside to avoid harm, and avoiding harm had nothing to do with his decision to discharge his firearm. He wasn't defending his life or anyone else's. He was simply stopping her. During the trial, the evidence will show that a typed statement by defendant was provided to BCI investigators. BCI is the Bureau of Criminal Investigations. It's the investigative agency for the state attorney general's office.
Mm-hmm.
The evidence will also show that much of what is described in the statement by the defendant as to the justification for why he fired his weapon and killed Takaya is different.
Well, Chad, I mean, like, I fully agree that he was justified. I mean, when you read this, like, overall, he was pretty much justified. I mean, the idea that he wasn't is going to be really tough to sell here.
From what is depicted in the video of the incident. The evidence will also show that after the incident, BCI processed the scene.
Okay, so he made a report that was different than the video. I'm curious to know how different it was, but we'll see.
No firearm was found on Takaya's person or inside of her vehicle. You will also hear from Professor Seth Stoughton, an expert in police tactics and use of force. And you will hear about how defendants' actions were contrary to generally accepted police practices and policies. You'll hear from Dr. Jeremy Bauer, an expert in biomechanics. Dr. Bauer will tell you that based on his analysis of the video evidence, the positioning and movement of defendant at the front corner of Takaya's vehicle is not consistent with the defendant being in imminent danger of death or serious bodily harm. The state is not here to put law enforcement on trial or to condemn police officers in general. The state has profound respect for law enforcement. It is one of the most essential roles in any functioning society, and the state works closely with law enforcement every single day. But no one is above the law either. And on August 24th, 2023, 2 lives were unjustifiably taken by defendant. And that's why the state will ask you to put aside all biases, preconceived notions, and follow the evidence.
Yes, he's the cop in the body cam we just watched. Guys, this part here, hold on here. This is the guy we're talking about right here. Like, this is the cop's body cam. Like, he is a police officer. We watched, like, when we just watched his body cam, this is him getting ready to shoot her. He's 100% a cop. Yes, that's him. So that is where we are. Like I said, they're bringing this up because he's a cop. He was acting on duty. So, yes, we're not trying to do it, but yet here we are. So.
The only logical conclusion. The shooting of Takaya Young and her unborn child was unjustified. Takaya Young posed a threat of serious harm to no one, and no reasonable officer could have reasonably believed that she did. The state will ask you to find defendant guilty of each and every count of which he has been charged related to the deaths of Takaya Young and her unborn child.
Any opening statements on behalf of the defense?
Thank you. May I have a moment to set up?
You may.
Thank you.
I assume that's part of the argument that Connor's going to bring up is, well, wait, so as long as you're just running away, but you're not promising not to hurt anybody, you can do all this? I think it's a problem the state's going to have here.
Rachel.
May I have the evidence card, Ms. Cook? I did test this out before while we were on break, so hopefully it goes according to plan here. May I proceed?
Okay.
May it please the court, Mr. Collins, Mr. Grubb, Mr. Glennon, Mr. Brandt, Ms. Claypool. Good morning. Don't let the prosecutor confuse you. This case is not complex. It's really rather quite simple. The essence of this case comes down to one line that won't be given to you by either one of these prosecutors, and one line that won't be given to you by we as the defense. But rather, the essence of this case comes down to something that you will hear from Judge Young himself in the jury instructions, and that is an immediate threat to the officer or others of serious physical harm or death will permit him to respond with deadly force. An immediate threat to the officer or to others of serious physical harm, a broken back, a broken hip, a skull fracture, serious physical harm or death will permit him.
Serious physical harm also includes, though, a broken hand, a broken arm. Serious physical harm is a lot of injuries, actually. So it's not just one. It's not just one. Why is she wearing that? Hey, man, we all pick our clothing choices. But serious physical harm, serious bodily harm. It's a lot more than that. So yes, those are basic ones, and she's getting into them the most dangerous things possible. But if I'm trying to break your arm, you're allowed to use deadly force to stop me. You don't have to let it happen. So, but she is correct.
To respond with deadly force. Now, the jury instructions are what you will be required to follow while you're back there and deliberating. And this concept will be in those jury instructions. Now, neither one of these prosecutors will be able to refute the fact that a 3,500-pound car is capable of causing both serious physical harm, a broken back, a broken hip, a skull fracture. They won't be able to dispute that certainly a 3,500-pound car can cause serious physical harm or death. They won't be able to dispute the fact that a 3,500-pound car can be weaponized into a deadly weapon in a matter of split seconds. So why then was Miss Young an immediate threat to the officer or others when she possessed a 3,500-pound deadly weapon with her foot on the trigger, the accelerator? Why was she an immediate threat? Let's talk about it. On August 24th, 2023, you're a police officer. You're working a normal summer afternoon shift. On this day, you were called out to the local Kroger to assist an elderly woman who locked her keys in her car. Parked right next to where you've responded is a car that's backed into a handicapped parking spot. That car has no license plate. It's backed into a handicapped parking spot.
Which already, guys, in Ohio, you don't have to have a front license plate, but you have to have a rear license plate.
And it's got no handicap placard. It's parked in the manner in which somebody may need to get a quick getaway, punch the accelerator, and get out of Dodge. You're no rookie. You know that's suspicious.
Hey, 19.
I'll be around,
Copy. 273.
And Chad, I will mention this. Backing into a parking space to a police officer is considered suspicious. Like if you're at a they come up to like a convenience store in the middle of the night and they see a car backed in, like their spider senses go off. So that's not an uncommon thing for them to see shit's about to go down.
I take a 29, 3705 Inagua, 3705.
A Kroger employee then comes running out of the Kroger. Someone has robbed the store of liquor items. That suspect is ducking into that car with no license plate, no handicap placard, and the one that's parked in a handicap parking spot, but backed in. Your sergeant, he's been on the job longer than you, immediately goes over to the suspect in that car. He's standing at the driver's side window of the vehicle. The suspect is refusing to comply with his orders. The officer, your sergeant, Sergeant Moynihan, is trying to de-escalate the situation. The suspect, the one accused of the theft, she's in control here. She can stop the problem.
I would not have used the word trying to de-escalate because now you're like, that's something if I'm the prosecutor, I'll be like, you heard the prosecutor say trying to de-escalate. Remember, they can't pick you for not using arguments, but when you say, they can say, what did the defense attorney tell you? Notice they even use the term de-escalate. It's like, ooh, buddy, that's not I would not want to be saying that in front of a jury like that. That's an easy one they could turn around. So she should probably be a little more choosy with that. But, overall, still really good so far. I really like it.
Too much of a loss for 10.
Out of the car.
Now, you realize your sergeant is telling someone to get out of the car. You realize your sergeant may need help, that this person may be charged additionally with resisting arrest, with obstruction of justice, with obstruction of official business. Not only do you realize that your sergeant might be in danger, but there are at least 4 other people in that Kroger parking lot that you can see as you're approaching the suspect and your sergeant. One is a child with a grocery cart, pushing the cart back to the return. Now, as a police officer, you were trained in contact and cover. That when one officer makes contact with a suspect who's already refusing commands, a suspect who very well may be willing to hurt you or kill someone else, that when that officer makes contact with that suspect, your job as a police officer is to cover that sergeant. Where is the only place you can safely cover your sergeant and make sure no other innocent civilians are in the way?
The front of the car.
It's the front of a stationary, parked car. Now you'll notice there are no taillights in that car. That car was not moving. That is the only place to safely cover your sergeant and not put any of the other civilians in harm's way. You stand in the front of the car because a reasonable person would see that an officer, a uniformed officer, is not only to the left of your driver's side, but is also standing in front of the car. You stand in front of that parked stationary vehicle because a reasonable person doesn't then start the car, doesn't drop the car into gear, and doesn't proceed to drive that 3,500-pound deadly weapon into a uniformed police officer. Any other position in that parking lot could have put innocent civilians in harm's way.
Mid-Ohio accent.
In a position for crossfire, should that suspect have had a gun. But the suspect, Mr. Glennon was right, did not have a gun, but she possessed a 3,500-pound deadly weapon and put her foot on the accelerator. That child returning that shopping cart all the way to the left of the screen, she will be the first one run down if this suspect peels out and tries to make a break. That child needs protecting too, so you stand in front of a stationary parked vehicle. Contact and cover.
Car. Out of the car. Out of the car. Out of the car.
Clinic 7 back in service 1828.
Your sergeant is to the right. Certainly you can't stand right next to the sergeant and still safely cover him. A Kroger employee is by number 2. And number 3, you can see the top of the elderly woman's head just below that handicap parking sign. The elderly woman who you were just assisting. The other way, here's your view. Again, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are people, innocent civilians, all over this parking lot. Now the suspect is still refusing to de-escalate. She continues to resist lawful orders. She's not free to leave at this point in time. Police are required by law to investigate crimes like these. She needs to be placed under arrest for not only officer safety, but for everyone else's safety in that parking lot. And because you know that because that car has no license plate, if she flees, if she commits another crime in the process, like hitting down that child with a grocery cart, because there's no license plate, you as a police officer have no way to track that car down. Your sergeant is about to break the glass on the window to get the suspect out of the car. She's continuing to resist. She's increasing the danger and becoming more volatile.
Get out of the car. Then get out. No, then get out.
At some point, she starts the car. She drops it into gear. You are trained to know that sometimes suspects in vehicles who are already resisting arrest, sometimes those suspects want to hurt you. You're trained that sometimes police officers get run down by vehicles. Even a slower moving vehicle can still cause a broken hip, a broken back, a skull fracture, a traumatic brain injury if that car bumps into you at a slow moving pace and you fall and crack your head on the pavement. You know this. Then she pulls the trigger of that 3,500-pound deadly weapon. A quarter of an inch push on that accelerator, and that kid returning the shopping cart may be run down. You may be run down. She's coming at you. Her tires squeal, the sound of a peeling out, the sound of a car that's about to go very fast. You try to move out of the way, but it's too late. Her bumper, her moving bumper comes into contact with your legs. You try to brace yourself for impact and go up on the hood, but both feet leave the ground. And in 1.665 seconds, faster than someone can snap their fingers 4 times, you have to make the decision to defend yourself. You fire just one shot, because one shot is all it took to stop that vehicle from sucking your feet under and pancaking you onto the pavement. One shot was all it took to stop that car from running down anybody else in that parking lot.
Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car. Get out of the fucking car.
In 1.665 seconds, you decide to defend yourself, to stop that 3,500-pound deadly weapon from seriously hurting you, to stop that 3,500-pound deadly weapon from sucking you under the car and pancaking you into the pavement, to stop that 3,500-pound deadly weapon from hitting any of the innocent shoppers in that Kroger parking lot on August 24th, 2023. Now, while this is happening, while this is what you're seeing, this is what your sergeant's seeing. Your sergeant is being drugged by that same car. Your sergeant is seeing you, at least 1 foot being pushed backwards. And at this moment, Connor Grubb has not fired. Your sergeant then sees the second foot leave the ground just before he fires. Connor does not fire until both feet are off the ground, until he has hit by the 3,500-pound deadly weapon, and both feet are off the ground. Now the car keeps moving. You run to catch up to the car. Comes to a stop by way of the building. You have to get her out of the car. You break the window to get her out. Her foot is still on the gas when you pull her and retrieve her from the vehicle. You realize at that point that she needs life-saving measures. You remember, you've got chest seals in your car. You sprint to your cruiser to obtain these chest seals because the job of a police officer, even though you felt like she just tried to seriously hurt you, like she just tried to seriously hurt other people in the Kroger parking lot, the job of a police officer does not stop. And neither does the job of a Marine. So you go and get that chest seal. You sprint to get it. You sprint back to the suspect. And only then do you realize that not only did she put you at risk, not only did she put all of the other innocent shoppers at risk at Kroger on that day, but that she also put her unborn.
Guys, I believe that the police union or the FOP, the Fraternal Order of Police, retained her, but she is not she is they are defense attorneys that were retained by the police unions. But yes, part of what you do is you join the FOP, and if you're not in a department that has union work, you join the FOP and they will defend you in situations like this. So yes, his defense has been provided for by his police association. From the way I understood it. But this is very good. And notice there's already longer than the prosecutions.
Fetus at risk. The rest of the day, you cooperate with law enforcement. You cooperate with your work. The rest of the day, you're praying that she lives. But she doesn't. You know she shouldn't have done this. But it's still heartbreaking. You know that following the lawful legal commands of both yourself and your sergeant would have prevented this. But it's still a tragedy. And you know, had she not hit you, had she not run you down with that 3,500-pound deadly weapon, you never would have had to fire just one shot. But it's still sad.
You get one shot, one opportunity.
Now,
to
the
stop
video
everything
I
you
showed,
wanted.
I stopped it at a certain point. And there's a reason for that. And that's because, as the judge will tell you, while you're evaluating the reasonableness of this, you are only to consider what Connor Grubb knew at the time. So everything else that happens after the fact does not come into your analysis for reasonableness. Now, I'm sure you will see the video of the life-saving measures that Blendon Township took on the driver over and over and over again. These prosecutors, they've subpoenaed every single officer with any type of body-worn camera who was on the deceased. So I'm sure you will see it over and over and over again. And that's why Mr. Collins talked to you in voir dire with what he talked to you about. But the judge will tell you, you are only to consider what Connor knew at the time that he was hit by a 3,500-pound deadly weapon. Connor Grubb is a decorated Marine. He has never had to fire his weapon at a civilian in the line of duty before. And on this day, he faced every law enforcement officer's nightmare. Now, the prosecution, Mr. Glennon, just came up here and told you Miss Young was not an immediate threat. Their own witnesses are going to tell you differently. So pay attention when those witnesses take that witness stand and tell you that a moving vehicle at you as a police officer can absolutely be an immediate threat. Their own witnesses will tell you differently. Mr. Glennon just tried to tell you that she wasn't a threat. But she started the car. She dropped it in gear. She hit the gas. And she hit a uniformed police officer with a 3,500-pound deadly weapon. And she drug another. She put innocent people at risk on that day. Now, we are here because Connor had the right to defend himself against a 3,500-pound deadly weapon when he was run down and hit, when he was in danger of having a broken back, a broken hip, a fractured skull, when he was in danger of being sucked under the vehicle and pancaked onto the pavement. Connor Grubb had a right to defend himself. And that's why we are here today. Now remember the law and the burdens and the fact that the prosecutors have the burden of proof. In every criminal case, it starts with the prosecution. And it is they that must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt every single element of every crime charge, including those mental elements. If they prove their case, then and only then do you get to our burden. And it's a lesser burden than the prosecution's. It is a feather more than 50%. A slight tipping of the scales, more likely than not. That is what the standard is that we have to prove to you that Connor Grubb was allowed to defend himself. So what two things do we have to prove? Number one, that Connor believed he was in fear, that his life or others' lives were in danger of death or serious physical harm. A broken back, a broken hip, a skull fracture. And we have to prove that by a featherweight more. The second problem that we have to prove is that his decision to use deadly force was reasonable through the eyes of a reasonable police officer, not sitting behind that driver's side wheel, but rather standing in Connor's shoes, perceiving what he then perceived. And we have to do that without the benefit of hindsight. So how will we meet our burden of a feather more than 50%? How will we meet that burden? By a preponderance of the evidence. The first prong, that Connor believed his life or others' lives were in danger of serious physical harm or death. Well, Mr. Glennon told you he did comply with BCI. He wrote a statement and he told them everything that he's going to tell you. He's going to take the stand and tell you that he was terrified of being sucked up under that car and pancaked onto the pavement. He's going to tell you about his concerns for every other person in that parking lot. And that is how we will prove by a feather more than 50% that he believed his life was in danger of serious physical harm or death, and he believed that others' lives were in the same boat. The second prong, that his decision to use deadly force was reasonable through the eyes of a reasonable police officer. Again, not sitting behind the wheel of that car, but rather standing in Connor's shoes, perceiving what he then perceived when he was hit and run down by a 3,500-pound deadly weapon. How are we going to do that? Well, you're going to hear from an expert witness. His name is Kevin Davis. Kevin Davis has been in the field of law enforcement for longer than I've been alive. He is a former Ohio Peace Officer Training Academy instructor. He taught cadets here in the state of Ohio. He's a certified force analyst. He wrote the book on use of force investigations. He's a trained police officer from this state, an expert witness in the use of force. Now, the prosecutors are going to call some opinion witnesses also. The first opinion witness that Mr. Glennon mentioned was a man by the name of Seth Stoughton. He was a police officer 20 years ago for maybe 5.5 years in Tallahassee, Florida. He's never been certified to enforce the laws here in the state of Ohio. He's never taught at the Ohio Peace Officer Training Academy. He's never been to the Ohio Peace Officer Training Academy to sit for classes or audit those classes.
Well, guys, real quick, I got a couple things here we're going to catch up on real quick. What do you mean Ohio's reasonable? Like, what the hell is Ohio self-defense law? So the way it works in Ohio, if you're showing self-defense, the burden is on the prosecution to disprove it. Okay? They have to disprove it beyond a reasonable doubt. All you have to do is show by a preponderance of the evidence you had a reasonable belief that you were facing serious bodily harm, serious bodily injury, and or death. So that's what you have to do. I'm not sure where you're confused about all that. That's kind of like all of it there. Why am I not wearing sunglasses for this? I don't know. I don't know what to say, chat. But I hope that answers your question. That's James. Good to see you, by the way. But yeah, Ohio is, I, as a defense attorney, I only have to prove to a preponderance of the evidence that we were justified. The state has to disprove that beyond a reasonable doubt still. So I hope that kind of brings it up. So I hope that answers the question. And real quick, Vodka Blitz's base was going to ask when the next trial was, also not late. Yes. Otto says, are you this good telling your client's story? Usually you don't have this kind of a story when you're doing defense. Usually you're kind of downplaying a lot of things, but this is different. You're admitting to everything. You're admitting, yeah, we did it, and we had the right to do it. Vodka Blood giving 5 subs tonight, chat. Getting us started on this. And also, I'm not going to lie, showing that video, I didn't remember watching or freezing it with all the other people in the parking lot. Not guilty. She was going to run some fucking people over. Fuck her. 100% now. Bookillful is saying, or Bookillful is saying, in 5 cents worth of body cam smart. I mean, that's what you have to do. Because remember, the one thing about the body cam is you're seeing what he sees. You're perceiving what he's perceiving. So, yeah, you're using it basically as the alternative, like put yourself in his shoes. You can do that with the body cam. You could see what he saw. Cool Channel Name says, when did the bar allow women to be attorneys? Women have been attorneys for like over 100 years. Like, it's not uncommon. Garrett said, was she pregnant? Yes, well, do you mean this? Oh, do you mean the defense attorney? No. Otto says, was he charged with killing the mom and the baby? Initially, yes. But by the time we got to trial, they dropped the charges for the baby. So it was just for him killing Takaya Young herself. They dropped the charges involving the baby. And then real quick, Robin Hood says, chat, Marine. Marine, chat, Marine. Well, you know what? You hammer on all the good things for your client. If your client cured cancer, I'd be harping on that every 5 minutes. I'd be harping on that every 5 minutes if I could. And Brad said, did she open the door to his Marine career? Well, that was going to come up anyway, because he's going to take the stand and he's going to be like, yeah, I was in the Marines. And certainly, if he's a police officer, he was honorably discharged. He probably had a spotless record in the Marine Corps. So, yeah, why not bring that all up? Well, a heckin' patriot. Yes. It's all, guys, remember, it's all sales. It's all sales. So, those are some very good questions. Seems like, the prosecution didn't take a chance to show the video first and own it. I'm sure they're going to get to it other ways, but yeah. Eric, so we get a poll. Give me a second. I'll work on a poll here. But you got to listen to everything first before we have a poll. I'm letting you guys hear everything first, but we'll do a poll.
So keep that in the back of your mind, because he's going to give you some opinions about a case that happens here with a police officer who used lethal force here in the state of Ohio. Keep that in the back of your mind as you judge his credibility. The second opinion witness that the prosecutors are going to call
Hold on.
is going to ask that you doubt your senses. You doubt what you see. You doubt what you hear. You doubt your common sense. He too will give you an opinion. And that opinion will be in contradiction to the agents who investigated this case. So again, keep that in the back of your mind as you hold the state of Ohio to its burden of proof. Now, the court is going to give you some rules and guidelines in the jury instructions of how you are to analyze this. You will come to know of 3 factors called the Graham factors. They come from a case, Supreme Court of the United States case called Graham versus Connor. These 3 factors must be analyzed in every courtroom by every jury here in the United States of America. That is what the Supreme Court of the United States has said. Now, the other rule that you've already heard several times by this point, and the judge will instruct you, is that you are not to judge this with 20/20 hindsight. But I'd like to discuss those Graham factors with you, as you will come to learn them. Number 1 is the severity of the crime at issue. you will hear that driving into a police officer, no matter how slow, if it causes serious physical harm, you can still be charged with felonious assault on a police officer. You will hear that a theft plus fleeing plus some use of force could potentially be an aggravated robbery. You will hear that these two crimes are very severe. So we will prove to you.
Yep, chat. Felonious assault is a second-degree felony. You face 2 to 8 years in prison. Aggravated robbery, you face 3 to 11 years in prison. Those are both inherently violent crimes.
By a feather more likely than not, that the severity of the crime, this factor, is present here. The second factor is whether or not the suspect posed an immediate threat to officers or to others of serious physical harm or death. That 3,500-pound deadly weapon hit Connor Grubb. There will be no question that that parking lot was full of people that day. We will have proven to you at the end of the trial, by a feather more, that she was an immediate threat of serious physical harm or death to both Connor, Sergeant Moynihan, and everybody else in that parking lot. The third factor is whether the suspect is resisting or actively evading arrest. You will hear no less than 10 times she was told, "Get out of the car." There will be no question that this factor is also present, and we will have proven that by a feather more than 50%. All of the rules that the court is going to set out for you in these jury instructions that you must follow while you're deliberating. All of these rules will show you, the evidence will show you that on August 24th, 2023, Connor had the right to defend himself because he believed he was going to be seriously hurt, and because that belief is reasonable. Kevin Davis will tell you why Connor Grubb took the action that every reasonable police officer would do. He will tell you why he did what he did. Connor did not set out to hurt somebody, to intentionally hurt somebody on August 24th, 2023. He went to that Kroger because he was doing his job. He was doing his job when he was assisting with a lockout. He was doing his job when he was assisting the Kroger employee in attempting to investigate a theft. He was doing his job when he was covering his partner. He was doing his job when he made sure everybody else in that Kroger parking lot was safe. He was doing his job when he was run down and hit by a 3,500-pound deadly weapon. And an immediate threat, like that 3,500-pound deadly weapon, an immediate threat to the officer or to others of serious physical harm, a broken back, a broken hip, a skull fracture, or death will permit him to respond with deadly force. At the end of the trial, my law partner, Mr. Collins, will come before you and ask that you find what the evidence demands in this case. And that will be that Connor Grubb had the right to defend himself against a 3,500-pound deadly weapon on August 24th, 2023. He will ask that you find Connor not guilty of all of the crimes charged. I thank you for your time.
So there you go, Chad. I mean, it's a very powerful opening from the defense. I think they did a very, very good job. I honestly think high marks for them in this regard. High marks. And now we move on to, and this is the one thing I wish these local channels, they would get some experience on how to run this stuff. But they all suck because it's all broken up and they're not very clear in how they organize and label things. So it's a bit frustrating. But we have to go through and dig through all this crap. And it's just, you're like, I really wish that somebody could explain to them how to organize this stuff, because it's just it's so redonkulastic. So this is the I think there's no more here really.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break now. You'll need.
So we move on to here. This is going to be the part 2. This is part 2 right here. We are sorry, guys. I need to make it so it's in a way I can see it. We are going to do part 2 here. This is the afternoon segment of that. And guys, this started on November 10th. So it's a little bit back in time. But we are going forward on this. I know somebody just asked here, isn't this already over? It is, but this is a trial I did want to see. We didn't get a chance to watch it. We didn't get a chance to watch it, and I really wanted to see. Albert says, oh, come on, you thought it was going to be a real nail-biter? No, but I think it's funny to see how hard the state's going to go, even for a bullshit case. Even for a clearly bullshit case, they are doing this, and it's a bit garbage, I think. But I was curious. I didn't know at the beginning all those people are around. I didn't even realize that. I didn't really know that. So it's interesting. I do like how we're doing this. So we are going to fast forward our way through it, though, chat. We are going to fast forward our way through this. And I don't know why. Okay. Why did it go all the way to the end? No, you start there. Give me the playback speed now, YouTube. Thank you. It just wants to fight everything for some reason. It wants to fight all the time. There we go. Why are we not starting? Come on. All right. Here we go. So here we are. We're going to start. You see 20 minutes already saved, chat.
'24 CR 4561, State of Ohio versus Connor Grubb. Counsel, on your appearances.
Good morning, Your Honor. Richard Glennon on behalf of the state, special prosecutor in this matter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Aaron Claypool on behalf of the state of Ohio, special prosecutor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Dan Williams on behalf of the state of Ohio, special prosecutor.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, I'm Mark Collins, 0061207 on behalf of Connor.
And I'm Caitlin Stevens, 0095589, also on behalf of Connor Grubb, Your Honor.
Yeah, and it's my understanding.
Ooh, she's been an attorney. I've been an attorney longer than she has. Interesting.
Either a witness
For a
today
part
or
number.
sometime during the trial, that there's a body-worn camera that has some, quote, hearsay issues on it. What's your position?
Thank you, Your Honor. We ask the court to take this as a motion to eliminate. We appreciate the conversations with the government, Your Honor. This is a situation, Your Honor, in which there's many body-worn camera videos in this case. Specifically, there's one for our client who's also weighing in. We understand the government's going to play those. Based on those, Your Honor, there's a ton of hearsay statements that the body-worn camera picks up that the individuals don't pick up, or their testimony based on interviews they haven't. They're textbook hearsay, Your Honor, and some of the declarants are unavailable, and we believe that in that situation that the prejudicial nature of those statements outweigh any probative value with regards to any of the elements that the government has to prove. And I guess, Your Honor, if you'd like, I'll continue with the second part of the aspect. There are multiple other officers with multiple body-worn camera, and most of it, Your Honor, is what I would call after-the-fact evidence, meaning after the use of force was done, after, and it all pertains to life-saving measures. And in that, Your Honor, we believe that none of that body-worn camera, even from our clients or Sergeant Moynihan, is relevant. None of that goes to making any fact more or less likely in the government's favor, meaning none of what's shown in life-saving measures and EMTs and what the body-worn cameras pick up of multiple officers goes to any element that the government has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. It does not make any fact more or less likely, and therefore it's not relevant, Your Honor, and we believe that the prejudicial nature of that, and again, that situation outweighs the probative value. We have a burden in this case, and we have to show that an officer stepping into the shoes of our client, a reasonable officer, based on the totality of the circumstances and that belief to use force at that point in time. So the analysis is contained, Your Honor, or the guardrails that are put up with everything that my client knew at that time or could have observed at that time right before he used the issue doesn't force him. So at that point in time, anything after the fact, Your Honor, we don't believe is relevant. And I believe the government actually filed some issues with regards to that in their own motions after what we call after the fact. So we would ask that the court that none of that information come in showing the life-saving measures of a tragic situation in that time frame, right? Because it doesn't apply in this type of case. Right? No one's contesting that the cause of death here was a gunshot to the chest of the deceased. No one's contesting that then an unborn fetus at certain weeks died because of the result of the mother died. And so I just don't see where that element, any life-saving measures, it's not like there could be an argument, well, geez, had they done this life-saving measure, then she would have lived, or had they done that. And so it's just not germane to this type of case. So those are just the basic arguments for the motion. Do you have anything else to see?
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state and defense counsel had been corresponding largely via email during the course of the proceedings. And one of the questions posed by the state was there any objections or concerns about statements contained within the body-worn cameras of the various officers that the defense had an issue with? And the only response that we received back was for one particular statement that was discussed a little bit earlier in chambers, and that is a statement uttered by Ms. Young. And it's the state's position, Your Honor, that statement is a present sense impression and/or excited utterance on behalf of Ms. Young, that it should be admissible as it pertains.
JLR, I'm not sure. What do you mean? Why isn't the sergeant charged? He didn't shoot her. So, I mean, like, I'm not sure what you mean. But notice the defense is trying to keep out the body cam footage after the shooting. The defense is bringing up, or the prosecutors bring up, hey, there's statements Connor Grubb said. We're allowed to use them. There are statements made by the defendant. We're always allowed to use them. So, see what the judge says on this.
Hearsay within. Some of the other statements that Mr. Collins, I think, may be referring to are statements uttered by the defendant himself during body-worn cameras, and statements perhaps of other officers that give context to the defendant's own statements as it pertains to the hearsay argument. With regards to the life-saving measures, Your Honor, the state is going to show body-worn cameras. We're cutting back on the life-saving measures, if you will, for lack of a better term. However, there are going to be body-worn cameras shown from the defendant and other officers who was there on the scene when the incident occurred and their interaction with the victim. We believe that it's important and relevant because it depicts, amongst other things, the defendant's demeanor, statements that he makes during the course of the aftermath, if you will, of the shooting incident.
You have no issue with the defendant's statements, they can put that out, they can do that, and things of that nature. Of course, that should continue. Those are those evidence. But with regards to everything else that's going on, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, my concern is any hearsay post-shooting but I believe Ms. Young's statement on the body-worn camera, we were pre-shooting, so that obviously I believe would come in this matter. Whether Mr. Grubb or the sergeant says I didn't hear it, we'll see what context that comes in as to that. And as to other officers and life-saving measures, I believe in Andrew Mitchell case and also Jason Meade case, I allowed some of the life-saving message for both Officer Mitchell and the victim in the Jason Meade matter. So you can make your objection as to whatever hearsay, but statements made by other officers after that are not kind of Grubb and those kind of things, I'm less likely to allow in at the present time. Anything further we need to put on the record prior to beginning the jury?
State would make a separation of witnesses and motion, rather, as it relates to borrowing and defense witnesses.
I will grant that, but with this case being live streamed, I can't do very little to ensure that. Let's go get jury.
Bella, I have no idea I don't have no idea what happened to Brandon Buckingham. I have no idea. I have no idea there. Young, that's shame. How you doing? Saying it'd be easier to argue life-saving measures aren't relevant if you hadn't brought them up in the openings, buddy. Yeah, but that's yeah, I agree. But remember, your opening statements are not evidence, so you can't open the door with an opening statement. Derek is saying, if this lady just took the L, what would she have been facing? In Ohio, theft is a first-degree misdemeanor, possible by facing up to 180 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. The fine is not mandatory. The jail time is not mandatory. She probably would have got some sort of probation and, been off on her way. Like this was a pretty simple thing. She didn't have to, nothing was probably going to happen. And given the fact she's pregnant, she probably wouldn't have gone to jail that night, if I had to guess. So, there's a bunch here. There's a bunch of things here. completely unnecessary action by her. Like, she did not do the math on this. She did not do the math on this at all. So, and that's a sad thing. She didn't do the math. She did not do the math. The math. Pretty straightforward math. Let's see. Did they ever get the old lady's car open? I don't know, but that sounds like it's, yeah, she had to wait a long time. How nervous were you with your first trial by yourself? Well, it was only as a defense attorney. That was my first trial ever. I was really fucking nervous when I did it all on my own. The first when I ever took the trial, I had somebody sitting there with me. Another attorney was like, "Hey man, I'll sit with you through this one." It was only a 1-day trial, but I was still like, when I finally did one on my own, it was terrifying. When she'd gotten DUI charges, there's no indication she was under the influence of alcohol. So there's no proof she's intoxicated. It's just she stole alcohol. Garrett says, what's prenatal care like in Ohio prisons? They would give her prenatal care, and then eventually when it comes time to give birth, they would take her to, they have a prison medical facility in Columbus. It's where, like, if you're in prison, you have cancer, they take you there. She would have the baby there, and then that would be it. So, but yeah, there's nothing to indicate, they would have no reason to suspect DUI. It's just they would have stopped her for theft. So here we go.
A big break and the wake up of snow today. A little too early for me as to that. What we're going to do today is, you having done the jury view and also having heard opening statements, we're going to begin taking testimony. And
so, chat, they did a jury view here, and I forgot about this part of it. So a jury view, they went to the Kroger. They went to the parking lot, and the jury got to get out and go look at it. So the jury got to go to the scene of the crime. And now they're back. They went on the jury view. Remember, at a jury view, nobody talks to you. You get to walk around and take a look, and the defense team is there. The prosecutors are there. You get off the bus, you go look, and then you hop on the bus and come back.
In this matter, and again, as I indicated, the state would present their case in chief first, and then the defense, if they want to present anything, would proceed after that. Are there any witnesses on behalf of the state of Ohio?
Thank you, Ron. The state would call Heather Jablonski.
Oh, doing a jury view, is it common? No, but either side can request it. I'm assuming that the defense team requested it. I'm sure the prosecutor wanted to request it too. Can a jury ask questions on a jury view? No. I'm not aware of places where you can. You're not supposed to be asking. Nobody's supposed to be talking during the jury view. The jury's supposed to go there, take a look at the scene, and come back. So, Garrett says, do they sell booze or just wine and beer in Ohio Kroger's? As long as there's the state liquor agency, like the state liquor store in it, they could sell liquor too, not just alcohol or not beer and wine. Didn't Bronca say this is legitimate self-defense? Yeah, I think so too. I think it was legitimate. Do I get mad when the cops put themselves in the way? Yeah, but this one was pretty legit. Like, I don't think this guy should have been charged, but they charge him anyway. So.
And did we get the microphone fixed? Oh, we're picking up on the live stream.
Yes.
Yeah, we're probably going to talk about that.
Okay. There's a little maze over here. I should put yellow tape down. All the way around. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury your testimony in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do. Have a seat and pull yourself up close to the microphone. You may inquire.
Ma'am, can you please tell us your full name for the record? Can
Heather Jablonski,
you spell your last name for us?
Jablonski.
Mr. Walensky, I want to direct your attention, if I may, back to the dates of Thursday, August 24th of 2023. And let me ask you, were you out and about on that day running errands?
I was.
Did there come an occasion, did you have occasion to visit the Sunbury Plaza Shopping Center on that particular day?
I did.
And can you share with us where that shopping center is located, generally speaking?
It's on 161.
Is that Sunbury Road?
Yes, the exit is called Sunbury Road.
Forgive me, I'm not from Columbus, but is that Westerville or is it Blendon Township, if you know?
I think it's both.
Both.
I always considered it both.
I apologize, Your Honor. So we would stipulate that.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen, ma'am, what was your purpose in going to the shopping plaza on that day?
I went to Kroger to get fuel.
Fuel points.
Yes, it's the store I used to shop at when I lived in Columbus.
Do you remember approximately what time of day it would have been that you arrived there?
Between 4 and 5.
That's your best estimate, is that fair?
Best estimate.
So you went to get fuel. I assume you would have gotten gas in your car then.
Yes.
Can you tell us what type of vehicle were you driving on that day?
Black 2019 Subaru Forester.
Once you had finished getting gas, where did you go from there?
I had nothing else to do in that lot. I had other errands to run, so I was trying to leave the strip mall.
Was there anyone else with you in your vehicle at that time?
No.
When you say you're trying to leave the strip mall, where did you go?
So I left the fuel center, which is in the back of the lot, headed towards the actual strip itself to make a left to go out to the light next to the McDonald's.
And did anything happen while you were in the process of doing that?
Yes. While I was waiting to turn into the road in the front of the strip, there was someone in front of me. They proceeded to back into my car and take off.
When you say that, they actually put their car in reverse, backed up
into my car and then took off.
When that occurred, what did you do then?
Called my husband, who advised me to call 911, even though there was no visible damage, just to file a report in case there was something else wrong with my car.
And did you indeed then call the police?
I did. I called 911 and they sent out Blendon Township.
What did you do in terms of physically with your vehicle at that time? Did you park it? Did you?
I got out of my car, looked at the front quick to make sure there was no fluid leaking or anything that severe, and then I pulled into the first available parking space.
Did an officer eventually come out to the scene?
Mm-hmm.
And did you speak with that officer?
I did. He took all of my information, all the data that I had, tried to pull what he could, and gave me his card and filed the report.
When you say that, you gave him your driver's license, insurance, that type of information.
Mm-hmm.
Did you provide him kind of a description of the vehicle, a license plate?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. Mr. Blonsky, I'm going to show you some photographs and just hand them to you. Ask them if you recognize them first off. Okay?
Mhm.
These are for the record. They marked as states exhibits 2A, 2B, and 2C for identification purposes.
Yes. Yes. This is from the day in question.
So do those photographs depict the area where you would have parked your vehicle?
Yeah, exactly. That's my car there.
If we may, Your Honor, publish these on the screen.
You may.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes, define non-emergency.
Mr. Blonsky, looking first at states 2A for identification purposes, can you share with us where is your vehicle parked?
My vehicle is actually the second one there on the right-hand side, the black one, the only one that is pulled into the spot as opposed to backed in.
Okay. So if we look at this, I'm going to see this later. We got a silver car here, looks like it's backed in. And there's a couple of other cars up toward the top of the screen that are backed in. Yours is this one here?
Correct.
The only one that's pulled in front wise?
Correct.
Okay. And do we see the gas station, the Kroger Fuel Center in this photo as well?
Yes, actually, you can see the pump that I was at prior to pulling into there. I was actually in that very last pump.
Okay. And back here that I'm circling, is that the Kroger Fuel Station?
Yes.
I think she has a pointer up here.
Yes. I'm going to hand it I'm going to hand this to you, and just so you're aware, that red button there, if you press that button.
Okay.
And can you share with us the pump that you're at?
I visit that one.
Fair and accurate photo of where you were parked on that day?
Correct.
Can we go to 2B? 2B, Mr. Blonsky, what are we looking at here?
This is my vehicle, and that is me.
Fair and accurate?
Yes.
And 2C? Is that you again?
Yes, that is me. That's the front end of my car. and that's Kroger right in here.
So it appears your car is actually parked facing away from Kroger.
Correct.
If you will. And we can see the Dollar Tree kind of to the left of the photo. Is that fair?
Yes.
Can you circle on the, or point at with the laser where the Kroger store is?
Kroger is all the way through here, and click list, which is the end of Kroger, is right here.
Okay. The parking rows that we see behind your car, we can't see them obviously totally because your car is one, but were there cars parked in those rows between your car and the Kroger store?
Yes.
Fair and accurate photo, ma'am?
Yes.
Once the officer, thank you. Once the officer had gathered your information, Mr. Lunsky, did he leave?
He did.
Did you see where the officer went?
The officer that I spoke with left where I was and went along the front of the strip towards the right, towards Kroger.
Towards the Kroger area?
Yes.
He was, I'm assuming, in a police vehicle?
Yes.
You mentioned that you had called your husband prior to calling the police.
Yes.
Did your husband actually come out to that location?
He did. He wanted to check on me.
When your husband got there, where were you?
In my car.
When you say in your car, seated in your car?
Yes, in the driver's seat.
And can you share with us, at that point in time, while you're seated in the driver's seat, what do you remember happening next?
I was talking to my husband. We were talking about the car. He was checking to make sure I was okay. And all of a sudden I started hearing yelling. It sounded like police officers. Stop the car, get out of the car, open the door. That was what I had heard. Then I heard a gunshot.
Could you tell where it was coming from?
It was coming from behind me.
You're seated, if I understand what you're describing, you're seated in your car facing away from Kroger.
Correct.
And you're hearing this yelling coming from what you believe is behind you.
Correct.
When you hear that yelling, what, if anything, do you do?
I turned around to the right in my seat.
And you've motioned as if you're looking over your shoulder.
Yes.
Your right shoulder, but still seated in your car.
Correct.
When you turn to look over your shoulder, ma'am, what, if anything, do you see at that time?
So at that time, at first, it took a second, and then I saw a dark-colored vehicle approaching the side entrance to the Kroger, the walk-up pharmacy, and the click list area, approaching the sidewalk.
When you say approaching, driving in that
Yes,
direction?
correct.
You mentioned that you heard, I think you mentioned that you heard a gunshot or something.
A single shot, yes.
Can you share with us at what point in time, as you're observing this car, do you hear this gunshot?
It was pretty much the same time as I turned around.
As the car is approaching that sidewalk area?
Correct.
Did you ever get out of your car?
No.
What, if anything else, do you see from turning over your shoulder?
At that point, when I saw the car go up on towards the sidewalk, I saw them pull someone out of the car.
You say to them,
The police officers.
police officers pull someone out of the dark colored car?
Yes.
You get out of your car at that time?
No.
Could you see the person that was pulled out of the car?
Not distinctly.
I'm assuming, is that because of the distance?
Correct.
We talked about there's some cars parked between you and Kroger.
Exactly.
Did you ever observe the car in question, this dark car that drove up onto the sidewalk, prior to looking over your shoulder?
No.
You would have never seen it as it was in its parking spot or initially?
No, it would have been probably directly behind me to get into that line of sight. There was too many cars in the rows.
Did you ever approach the Kroger area, the sidewalk area?
No. No.
At one moment, Your Honor.
All right, real quick, chat. Little Judge at the Could says, where is this exactly? Okay, so we're going to go to the map. This is a map of, well, you got the state of Ohio. I'm way up north. Down in Columbus. This is, these are in the north side of the Columbus suburbs. So these are all pretty, the suburbs are pretty nice overall. And this now takes us to Blendon Township. So we're outside of the main highways. We're not in like downtown Columbus or anywhere like that. We're not in the hood. But we are at the Blendon Township Kroger. And it's interesting enough, we can, on here, go onto the street view and we could see a little bit of where the cars were. So they're dealing with all of it. So she's right here. Takaya Young comes like this. And she starts, she gets shot right here. And the car basically cruises along and drives right up into, and goes right into the wall. So that's where she's talking about. No, this is actually a pretty nice area. I know people have lived here before. They're like, it's nice. It's quiet. It's all right.
And that's all I have right now. Thank you very much.
Any cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's not true. They operate they're not like in the hood, like safe, like Save a Lot or anything, but like, oh no, there are some Krogers in some really shitty neighborhoods though.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Blonsky. My name is Caitlin Stevens, and I, along with my partner, Mr. Collins, represent Connor Grubb in this action. If at any time you don't understand the question, or if I go too fast, because I tend to do that sometimes, please just let me know, and I'll be certain to rephrase and certainly certain to slow down. You were the victim of a hit skip on August 24th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
And Sergeant Moynihan responded to you in the Kroger parking lot on that day, right?
Correct.
He helped you?
Yes.
You said that car had a license plate, right?
Yes.
And you provided that license plate to Sergeant Moynihan?
I did.
Was he able to track that person who hit you down?
He was not able to match it to a vehicle that I described.
Not by the license plate?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you didn't see any type of shot that day, did you?
No.
You were sitting in your car several, probably 100 feet away from Kroger,
Approximately.
give or take? Now, you did mention on direct examination to Mr. Brandt that you heard some commotion and noise, right?
Correct.
Specifically, you heard what you described to be police officers screaming, "Stop the car," right? Open the door. Get out of the car.
Yes.
Now, at that point, you testified that you turned your head and you heard a shot, and then you saw a black car drive up on the sidewalk. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you heard the shot first, and then you saw the car, right?
It was all rather quick. I couldn't say for certain one before the other.
A split second.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you were facing away from the Kroger, correct?
Yes.
You never saw Sergeant Moynihan leave your car and go to that same Kroger that ended up on the sidewalk, correct?
Sergeant Moynihan was gone from my car before I heard anything.
But so you never saw him approach that vehicle in any type of way, right? Okay. And you weren't interviewed by BCI until October 16th of 2023, right?
That sounds right.
And you've certainly spoken with your husband about this situation, correct?
Actually, we didn't really talk about it,
But you've talked about it since then.
only in the terms of me having to come here.
Sure. And you saw news media reports of it, right?
No, we don't watch the news.
Okay. Now, may I have states to be? Permission to publish, Your Honor, by way of the Elmo. Ma'am, you're seeing what Mr. Brandt had previously shown you as State's Exhibit 2B. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, on those spots, there's nothing preventing cars from pulling through those parking spots, right?
Correct.
So you can pull all the way through from one side to another side, right?
Correct.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yeah.
We have the Kroger and then the bag
You
Kroger.
mentioned
That's
that police
rough.
officers you saw pull somebody out of the car, right?
Correct.
Do you know if one of those were Sergeant Moynihan or not?
I couldn't say from that distance.
You said you could just see from a far away two police officers pulling somebody from the vehicle.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Jablonski. I have no further questions at this time. Thank you for being here.
Any redirect? All right, you can step down. Thank you. Any further witnesses on behalf of the state?
Yes, Your Honor. The next witness for the state is James.
Okay. The Elmo, Jefferson Post, you're saying Elmo is publishing. Publishing is the process of introducing it to the jury. So I can admit, like, if there's a document and I want to admit this let's say there's a bunch of shit written on this, and I want to admit that as an exhibit and present it to a witness, and hey, they're going to look at it and talk about it. I can then ask the court to publish this to the jury. So what if I didn't have like a projector for it? I would hand it to the jury and they would all look at it and they go, "Oh yes." Or I can put it on the projector screen and they can all see it at once. When you're showing it to the jury, you're publishing it to the jury. Otherwise, the jury won't get it till the end. So I hope that makes sense. Very good question, though. Very good question. Elmo's just the name of the thing, and it's a basically in time projector screen setup. Krogetto and Krogucci. Oh, funny. Yes, there are Krogers and then Hood Krogers. Yes. In Denton, Texas, the legend, USA. Thank you for being here, by the way. Appreciate it. Looks like a new face. Says in Denton, Texas, there's a location locals call the Murder Kroger. Well, oof. That doesn't sound like a fun Kroger to go to. I'm sure that doesn't sound like a fun Kroger. Jefferson Post says, what, if anything, did that witness do for the state's case? Remember, you don't always need every witness has to tell, like, oh my God, he killed him and he had no right to do it. You're establishing the basic story of what's going on and why people were around. That's ultimately what the state's trying to lay the foundation for here. So that's part of the issue. And when you're telling a story, it may not be clear yet, but they have to bring in somebody. You know, I started talking. I was sitting there in my car, and all of a sudden I heard police officers yelling at somebody, then bang. That's kind of the story they're trying to get across. More or less. Let's see here. Kroger's in the Midwest in Ohio and Michigan. Kroger's actually everywhere. Like Kroger map. Kroger's are like in a lot of states, actually. Just so you know. Like there are a million fucking Krogers. Yes, they are traditionally up this way, but like hold on here if it loads. Store map. There we go. Well, no, I want the map. Hold on one second, chat. Okay, guys, hold on here. Let me you know, there are Kroger's also owns the Albert, or well, I'm holding here. Number of stores. Yeah, actually, here you go. Here's a pretty good map. Like, you could find the Kroger's like all over the place. They're not like everywhere, but they're quite a few places you'll find Kroger's. Kroger's are the yellow dots. But yes, it's mainly a Midwestern brand. In Dallas, we call them K. Rogers. Oh, that's funny. Yes, chat. The incel Kroger versus the Chad food line. Oh my God, you guys are ridiculous. All right, let's keep going here. Oh,
Should put yellow tape. Should put yellow tape.
Said put yellow tape down. Dark side Phil, we need help.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury your testimony in this case will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but truth? Have a seat. Hold yourself up close to the microphone. And you may inquire.
Thank you. The loud, clear voice, please tell us your first and last names and spell your last name for us.
James Giebler, Giebler.
For whom do you work?
At the Kroger Company.
What is your current position at the Kroger Company?
A Division Asset Protection Manager.
What does that mean?
I'm responsible for everything revolving around safety, security, and product loss shrink.
How long have you been in that position?
8 years.
How long have you worked for Kroger?
46 years.
Can you take us through when you first started working at Kroger? What was your job?
I was a courtesy clerk. Basically taking groceries from the check stand to the customer's vehicle.
After that position, can you tell us how you progressed through your employment with the Kroger?
Yes, I started in Hays, Kansas in 1979 as a courtesy clerk, and I held various clerk positions until moving to Salina, Kansas as a grocery department leader. And then from there, I became an assistant store leader in Hutchinson, Kansas, and then became a store leader in Wichita, Kansas. Then in 2006, I was relocated to our Kroger Support Center in Cincinnati, Ohio, and I held management positions there with operations. And then
I mean, that's pretty cool. This guy's basically worked for the company since he was a kid. And, you know, starting out as a high school kid bagging groceries. That's pretty fucking cool. And he made his way all the way to the corporate top. Yeah, 46 years he's dedicated, yes. Pretty cool. Yes, he lived the Kroger dream. And Lil Saney is saying, hey, Sean, how are you doing? Good to see you. So, yeah, he made a career of a grocery store. Some people can, man. Some people can. It works out that way.
2015, I moved to Columbus as the retail operations manager, and then became the asset protection manager in 2017.
with respect to your current role, are you familiar with the Kroger store that's located at 5991 South Sunbury Road?
Yes.
Is that here in Franklin County?
Yes.
Now, how many stores currently do you oversee in your position?
114.
Have you actually been to the Sunbury Road Kroger prior to August 24, 2023?
Yes.
And are you familiar with whether or not that Kroger has any kind of surveillance system in place?
Yes.
Are you personally familiar with that specific system?
Yes.
Give me a moment so I can switch over. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
And may I approach the witness throughout the testimony?
You may.
Mr. Keeper, I think there are two objects in front of you. I'm going to take this laser pointer back. There's a laser pointer over there as well. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 35. Are you familiar with what is shown in the picture of State's Exhibit 35?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is a picture of the storefront parking lot.
And if we can display 35. All right, Mr. Giebler, if you can just kind of take us through. I know there's a light there kind of in the middle of State's Exhibit 35, but where does the Kroger store start in this picture?
It would start to the far back right of the photo.
You can use your laser pointer and show the jurors. Is this Kroger part of a shopping center?
Yes, it is. Yeah, this is not illuminating.
It's purple. All right,
It is on my palm, but it's not showing there.
I can see it in the bottom of 35.
Okay.
Can you take it to the top just to see if we actually can ever see the purple?
There it is. Okay, right
Okay.
back in here.
And
This
then how
area.
many entrances are there to that Kroger?
Technically 2 customer entrances, 1 for pickup.
Can you show us on State's Exhibit 35 the entrances to the Kroger?
So the secondary entrance, as we would call it, would be right. I'll come down right here below the RX symbol. And then the primary entrance is below our Kroger logo on the front of the building.
And is the Kroger logo, right, I'm going to use mine as well.
Yes.
Right there.
Correct.
All right, so there's this sign here that says RX walk up on the outside of that store. Is there an RX walk up at this particular Kroger store?
Yes.
And what does that mean to be an RX walk up?
That means customers can exit their vehicle, walk up to that window to pick up their prescription.
Does the Sunbury Road shopping or Kroger have a state liquor store inside of it?
Yes.
And did it have that state liquor store inside of it August 24th, 2023?
Yes.
Now, is that a separate section within the Kroger, the state liquor store?
It's just like a separate store within a store, we would call it.
Okay, can you explain store within a store?
Yeah, so there's a dedicated point of sale where the customers for that product would make a purchase in that particular, I'll call it room.
And that particular purchase of liquor from that room, does that actually run through the state of Ohio?
Correct.
And then Kroger would deal with any non-liquor items to be purchased?
Yes.
Yeah, guys, if I didn't make that clear, the state liquor store is inside the store. So it's got its own little, oh yeah, we have state liquor stores. It's gay. If you run a liquor store, you buy alcohol from the state. And then like the state buys and then you get it. Like it's not, it's not. So anyways, you're in Kroger. You walk into a Kroger and then inside the Kroger, there's like another walled off area with its own cash register. That's where all the liquor is. It's really gay and it's bullshit, but it is what it is. So, yeah. But it's like that in every grocery store that has a state liquor store in it. It's a store within your store. So, it's gay. It's gay.
In that state liquor store, are many of the liquor bottles equipped with any security devices?
Yes, several of them would be either collared or capped.
What does that mean to be collared or capped?
So a collar would go around the neck of the bottle, and it has a sensor in it that would be alerted if it went through these gates. I'll call them their EAS, electronic article surveillance gates, that would trigger if they had not been deactivated.
And what is the process of deactivation?
They're removed by the cashier.
So at payments, the devices would be removed from the liquor bottle.
Correct.
If that did not happen and the liquor bottles make it through the detectors for the state liquor store, does an alarm go off?
Yes, either audible or visual or both.
Now, are there separate, I'll call them alarms, you tell me what the correct security name is, when you leave the store? What do you call them? I call them alarms.
We call them EAS pedestals.
What does that stand
Electronic Article Surveillance.
Okay, may I say EAS?
Yes.
Maybe I should go back to alarms. But if somebody makes it out of the liquor store, a separate alarm would go off. Would an additional alarm go off upon leaving the actual store?
Yes.
Now, if I can jump ahead, on August 24th, 2023, do you ultimately head to the Sunbury Road Kroger location?
I don't actually recall. I know I got the phone call. I believe I went there later that evening.
And in your role, did you learn that earlier on August 24th, 2023, liquor bottles had been removed from the state liquor store without payment?
Eventually, yes, that evening, yes.
And I want to show you State's Exhibit 14 for identification purposes. Do you recognize what's across the top in State's Exhibit 14?
Yes, it is liquor, yes.
Okay, and recognizing it's liquor, though, what I really want to ask you about is what's on top of the liquor bottles. Do you know what that is?
Yes, those are security caps. There's a bottle locks is the clear one on the left, and just a bottle cap is on the right in black.
Okay.
Two different brands.
Display State's Exhibit 14. There are liquor bottles across the top of that exhibit. And can you just show the jurors where these security caps are?
Okay, so you have this one here that is spun to the back.
Chad, I'm going to say something you may not be surprised at when I say this, but my Kroger, we don't have those caps on our liquor bottles. I'm just saying. Well, it's not in the hood. People from the hood will come there. Is this what she stole? Yes. All this shit was shoved in her jacket. Yeah. Yeah, no way. I know. I live in a high trust location. Yes, I will flaunt my privilege, sir. I will flaunt my privilege. So I'm the most uppity, potentially uppity. So let's keep going, guys. Guys, I forgot to put the description in the case here. So Hillcraft, give me like 2 minutes, and I'll put it down below. But basically, this lady was shoplifting for Kroger. The police tried to stop her in the parking lot, and she tried to run one of them over, and he shot her and killed her, and they charged him with the murder. So that's what we're doing, and he's going to trial on this.
You can see this one here on the right it's like a claw it clamps on. The black ones, those are basically plunged onto the neck.
And are those all devices that, in your experience, are used in that state liquor store within the Kroger?
Yes.
Okay. Fairly accurately depict those caps, security devices?
Yes, absolutely.
And keep in mind, chat, this is tequila she was
I asked you this
stealing.
earlier, but now I want to talk about it in more detail, this security system in place at the Kroger. As of August 24th, 2023, were you familiar with the system in place at the time?
Yes.
And what's the name of the company that the system is operating under? Is it Bosch?
Are you talking cameras or are you talking the pedestals?
Well, let's break it down. I want to talk about cameras.
Cameras, okay.
So how many cameras were in or outside of the Kroger store?
I don't have the exact count. I would say handful.
Let's talk about cameras that would have been capturing the parking lot. Are you aware of whether or not there were cameras mounted outside the Kroger building that would catch areas of the parking lot?
Yes.
And this system, is it video and audio or video only?
Video only.
And are these cameras capturing what's happening as it's happening?
Yes.
If it's recorded, where does that recording go?
It basically goes to a DVR, so it's a physical drive in this store, much like in your home.
And DVR stands for?
Digital video recorder.
So once the recording goes to the DVR, who has the ability to retrieve it? For example, in this case, law enforcement eventually asked for it. So who can retrieve the video that's been stored on a DVR?
I would say authorized personnel.
And is it password protected?
Yes.
Okay, and can anybody go in and change what's on the video? alter it?
No, it cannot be altered at the store.
And are you aware that in this particular case, video was turned over to law enforcement?
Yes.
Now, have you also seen the video that was turned over on the DVR itself?
I haven't seen it on the physical DVR itself. I've seen the exported copy.
And how are you able to see the exported copy from the DVR?
I can see it from a disk drive or a thumb drive, and it could be sent to me via a link.
Is it the regular course of business for Kroger to make these recordings from the surveillance cameras?
Yes.
And as in your role, is it one of your duties to kind of oversee, be the keeper of those records from the video camera?
I would say generally, yes.
Sorry, I'm walking back and forth. My cord isn't long enough. So, Mr. Gieber, I'm going to go back and forth. There's a flash drive. We've marked the State's Exhibit 1. It contains 2 sub-files, 1A labeled as parking lot, 1B labeled as RX walk-up, with the defense position loaded onto my computer, so I'll be able to play it right from there. Make it quicker. This is a screenshot of the very first image of State's Exhibit 1B, which will be a video. And I want to ask you some information about the video before we start playing anything. First of all, here it says Bosch. So I think you corrected me. Is this the camera system or the DVR system that is Bosch?
Both.
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 And is Bosch just a company that supplies, well, you explain what Bosch is.
Yeah, Bosch is a brand, just like Sony or anything else. It's a brand of camera we use.
Okay. So up here in the top right corner, what do we see?
You see the date and then a military timestamp.
So it's kind of hard to read. 18, you see that, 18 being 6 p.m. Okay. And then with respect to the time and the accuracy of the time, generally speaking, what is your experience in knowing how close this is to the actual time of the events?
Very accurate.
And then we go down here to the bottom left corner, and there's this 53 PTZS lot. Does that mean anything to you?
Yeah, it's camera 53 within the store. It's a pan, tilt, zoom camera.
And is it mounted on the outside of the store?
Yes.
Is it mounted near that RX walk-up or to the front entrance of the program?
Yes, in that area, yes.
All right, let me approach and show you these, and then we'll look at them on the screen. State's Exhibits 42, 43, and 44. Are you familiar with the store that's depicted in 43, 42, 43, and 44?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now these are showing what in general?
In general, they're showing a parking lot view from a cross section, like looking across the store.
So I put up State's Exhibit 43. Do you see any cameras that are associated with this image that we just looked at, 53 PTZS lot?
Yes, it would be in the middle pillar. It's going to be hard to show on here, but the very middle pillar.
Okay, I'm going to work with
right up there. Yep, right there. Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then where do we see the cameras?
To your right is a dome right there, the black dome. Yes.
Or right here.
Yes, right there.
Okay, and then just for perspective, is this that RX walk-up we talked about earlier?
Correct.
All right, State's Exhibit 1A. Again, we have a date and time up here in military time in the right-hand corner. Is it the same that you testified as to the other video that it's approximately the right time?
Yes.
Okay. And then now we have this label that's 111 lot 4. Does that mean anything to you?
Yes, it's camera 111, and it's looking at the fourth lot shot.
And then I'm going to move to State's Exhibit 42. Do we see the camera that would be what captures what we saw on the previous slide?
I would say yes on the right side. Yes, right there. Yes. Mhm.
Over here?
Yes. Mhm.
And since the video was able to be provided, does that mean you were working on August 24, 2023?
Yes.
All right, let's start we have to switch over. Right now, it's still showing pictures. Sometimes it gets confused and you go back and forth between PowerPoint and,
You want to go to your computer.
yeah, it's my computer. Here we go. Thank you. Okay, so I'm attempting to pull up the video that is marked as Exhibit 1A, and for identification purposes in this case, that has been labeled as parking lot. So I want to ask you about the files that are on here. It's kind of hard to see, potentially. Right here where I'm highlighting, is that the actual file name, which ends in 4000_F?
It's the file name given by the system, yes.
And that file name is type DHAV video file. Does that mean anything to you?
It means that it's generated from the Bosch system as the natural export.
And then there is a player, is that a Bosch player that has to be attached with the file so that we can actually play them?
Correct.
I'm going to need to go to my computer. I'll leave my notes.
Generally, no, you can't. This is actually a good question. Can I just publish shit willy-nilly? No, it all depends. I would say some courts may ask you to do it, generally speaking, unless you're told to go ahead and do whatever you want. Under the rules of evidence, you should always ask because the other side may object. So, yeah, you can't just do it kind of like whenever you want to. I would never recommend just doing that if that's what you're asking. So, it's insane how much liability costs a business like this. Yeah. And Scott says, it seems like a giant waste of time. Remember, to introduce the security camera footage, you have to introduce a person who's in charge of it. And they have to explain how the security camera system works, how the videos retained. You have to establish a chain of custody. So you're laying all the foundation to show video. That's why you have to go through all of this. So this guy, yes, it's very boring, but they have to do it this way. They have to do it this way. Seeing the folder seems work product seems sketchy. That maybe should be avoided. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is here. Real quick. And really quick, just getting some of your guys' super chats real quick. Jackson Post says, per the state, being in danger is a skill issue. Kind of. It's kind of what they said there. And then Derek for $1.99. Thank you. A cool channel name brought this up during opening arguments. I like that she called the victim the suspect. Well, she is. She's suspect. You have to you don't want to humanize that woman. You want to dehumanize her, make her seem the evil criminal that she is. Let's see here. Everett Scott says that's a lot of handicap parking. Yeah. I mean, that's the north side of Columbus. It's nicer. It's where all the old people live. But it's also where people people from inside the Columbus area come out and rob those those Krogers. So, but yeah, there's a lot of old people up that way. It's also part of a shopping mall. So, and then Palmyra Media with 5 subs. Let's fucking go, chat. That's right. You're getting a woo. So let's see here. Scott Wade says, this is a video Kroger produced. Yes. See you later, sir. If it was, oh my God, you have no, I wish it were that easy. I wish it were that easy. It's not that easy. I wish it was. You have no idea, but that's not how that works. So let's get back to this. Here we go.
All right, Mr. Giebler, this is the video you've identified, the 111 lot 4. So what are we seeing from this camera?
Yeah, so you're seeing the main entry, customer walkthrough below us, and then it's looking out to what I would call the south.
And so the video starts at 181402, which is the timestamp. I'm gonna hit play. And at 181443, are we seeing a dark colored vehicle backing into a handicap spot?
Yes.
Vodka blood. I don't know what you mean about the DoorDash whore, but yes, that sounds interesting. Tell me more. I am interested.
Is the fuel center where my cursor is at the top of the screen?
Correct.
And at this point, Mr. Gibbard, do you see somebody exiting that dark colored vehicle that I pointed out earlier?
Yes.
And which direction is she heading toward?
Toward the north, towards the main entry.
I'm going to stop at 181645 and try to advance. This one's a little bit finicky. All right, let's just go with that. I will start playing it again at timestamp 1822:16. And at 1822:54, Mr. Gibbard, do you see what appears to be a police cruiser arriving in the view of the video?
Yes.
And then it looks like interaction with this car right here. This
Correct.
silver car. Is that correct?
Correct.
Stopping at 1822.
I did forget about that. Hold on.
At 1826:50, do you now see what appears to be a second cruiser, police cruiser in the video?
Yes.
Any play? And at this point, Mr. Giebler, at approximately 1827:42, can you see an individual approaching that same black car that we had pointed out earlier?
Yes.
Hitting play.
All right, real quick, Chad. I forgot to do the poll. Reading the poll. The poll right now, is, as it stands, is the 170 votes. 50% guilty, 51% not guilty, 35% are not sure. So there we go. Most people are saying not guilty. So Brad says, who called the police? So the police, here's the thing. The police were, and we're gonna open this up again. This lady's car right here, this old lady's car right here, she had locked herself out of it. And these guys had already responded, and they were trying to help this old lady get her car open. And this woman right here is the one who's shoplifting. So while the police are working on her car, she comes running out and gets into her car, and the cops just come over here and go, hey, stop. So the cops were already there doing their job. She just, had really shitty luck the first time. So this old lady was trying to get her car fixed. What about us three on Kick? You don't get a poll? No, sorry. Because God bless the poll. The goal in the poll must be blessed. T from Laos, so you're saying, so trespassing, if she opened the door without consent, is that breaking and entering? I'm not sure what you mean. What do you mean? I'm not sure what you're getting at there. So, yeah, she has really bad luck. So, yeah, she had bad roll-on encounter, yes. And Erica Thorpe with 5 subs. Let's go. Okay, that's for the DoorDash case. Okay. So she backed in to get the getaway. Yeah, that's normally how you do it. You back in so you can take off. Matt says, don't you normally call AAA when you lock yourself out of a car? Yeah, a lot of people do, but hold on, we gotta do the awoo first. Gotta do the awoo first, chat. Most times, yes, but depending on where you're at, the police will help you depending on the jurisdiction. And if their policy allows for it, yeah. And if you can get it for free or quicker than AAA, then yeah. It's not uncommon, especially in suburban police departments, for them to offer this as an option or a service. They're pretty chill about it. Yeah, she also might not have AAA. I mean, if it's an old lady, yeah, but it's Golden Mongoose is a waste of police resources. It's not really, because the police are already out and about doing work. So they're already going to be there. That keeps them in an area. There's certain departments still do it because they see it that way. It's also community policing, looks good in the community. But it all depends on your department because, yes, as Karen says, some places they tell you to call a locksmith or AAA. So it all depends where you're at. But like I said, this is suburban Columbus, Ohio. So these are cops in a predominantly white suburb. I mean, hold on here. Let me Blendon Township. Blendon Township. Blendon Township is 10,000 people in it. It's got 10,000 people. What's its demographics? Actually, I don't know. It's not listed here. Demographics. Hold on here, chat. The racial demographics of Blendon Township it's 70% white. It's a very white neighborhood, so it's it's not uncommon. Hold on one second, chat. Sorry. So it's a predominantly white neighborhood. So, I mean, it's all about how they do stuff. It's all about how they do stuff. If you're in Columbus, I doubt they would do this. But it's a suburban white neighborhood. Yep, it's white. So that's what you get. 70%, those are rookie numbers. Well, you have a lot of Somalis in the area. So the cops are bored too, yeah. Yes. No, it's Blendon, Blendon, not Blended Township, Blendon, Blendon. So Anyways, let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Eighteen 2920, you see an individual running back towards this cruiser you had identified earlier,
Yes.
and then running back towards where we last saw the car the video captured.
Yes.
Eighteen 3127, do you see another cruiser arriving?
Yes.
Eighteen 3237, is there an individual running away from that area where we last lost sight of the car
Yes.
and back to the cruiser that you had identified previously?
Yes.
And 18 3257, we have another cruiser coming in there, and another, and another. Would you agree?
Yes.
I'm advancing it to 18 3628 and hitting play. And I'm stopping at 1837-27, asking you to focus around this cruiser. Do you see individuals approaching that particular cruiser?
Okay.
Yep. Individuals here approaching that cruiser?
Yes.
Any plan?
Yes. Don't steal. Don't steal in honky town. Dun 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 dun.
Okay, and for the record, I'm going to stop playing at 1837-54 with the timestamp.
Hey, those are really good, Lisa.
Your Honor, there's a
Really
second
good.
video to go through for scheduling purposes. I don't know if you want me to start that.
How long is it?
It's about the same as what we just saw.
Good. Yep, but
Okay, thank you. All right, so I believe I talked to Mr. Collins when I showed him the pictures, and there's not any objection to the authenticity of 1A and 1B. Is that correct?
Yes.
Moving on to State's Exhibit 1B, which for our identification throughout the case has been labeled as RX walk-up. Just the same question. Is the actual DHAB video file name up here? It's ending in 90,000_10_F. So that's the actual file name of the video for this particular camera, Mr. Keeler.
Yes, assigned by the system.
And then putting in the flare. Okay, so this camera, is that the one that you showed us? It's around that RX walk-up, looking back out.
Correct.
So starting it at approximately 14:02, a couple seconds went by, and I tried to pause it. Didn't play. For perspective purposes, Mr. Keebler, we just talked about in 1A, the black car that goes into the handicap spot. Is that going to be where I'm circling right now? Is this the same spot that we would be looking at?
Correct.
I'm going to hit pause at 18:15:25 in advance. To 18:17:44. And focusing again in this area, is this another angle of that dark sedan going into the handicap spot?
Yes.
Forward to 18:19.
No. Remember, he's not being charged with the baby's death because that was something they dropped early on. He only faced charges for killing the mom.
Directing your attention to 18, 20, 40 of the area scan, you see somebody moving from the car towards the entrance of the store.
Yes.
Pausing at 18, 21, 01. I'll start playing it again at 18.
I honestly don't at this point see why they're airing all this. The body cams are what, if they want to show the tail, that's where it's going to come from. This doesn't really help them the way I think they think it does. I don't know. But this is kind of one of the deals when the prosecutor has a shitty case, they load it up with filler.
At 18:27:08, do we see that cruiser pull in behind the car that we saw in 1A?
Yes.
Pausing at 18:27:22, and I'm going to advance. To 18:30:13. We see a second cruiser coming towards that same area with the black bar at 18:30:27.
Yes.
And then if you keep your attention into this area that I'm circling at the top of the video, it'll be. At 18:31:45, do you see an individual walking towards that black sedan?
Yes.
And at 18:31:59, a woman in yellow running towards that sedan.
Yes. Yes.
At 18:33:31, we see an individual running towards what we saw in 1A was the cruiser.
Yes.
And now at 18:33:50, that same individual running back towards that RX walk-up area.
Yes.
Pausing at 18:34:01. like an 1835 claim. At 1835-48, are we seeing a cruiser arriving into the scene?
Yes.
It is very funny watching that happen.
And at 1836-48, individual running back towards that area where we established in 1A that was a cruiser.
Yes.
And to note at 1837-48, we're seeing a police cruiser pull forward. Now it's the kind of middle of the screen.
Yes.
Going back to 1841-01, for the record, and directing your attention, do you see interaction here in between two cruisers?
Yes.
Now they're just driving this into the fucking ground, you guys. This is getting annoying. Oh, does Ohio have depraved heart murder? I mean, here's the list of all the murders you could commit in Ohio. Let's see here. So there's aggravated murder, voluntary manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter, reckless homicide, and negligent homicide. So these are really the ones we're focusing on. I think you might be thinking of like reckless murder, like if you're, recklessly causing the death of another. But involuntary manslaughter is causing the death while you're causing a felony. There's murder, you're causing, like, there's no malice aforethought or anything like that here. You're causing the death of another. There's no malice aforethought needed to be proven. So when you get to aggravated murder, that's where you have like prior calculation and design. But I don't think that's what you're asking for here. But we don't have it like specifically that way. So I hope that answers your question. Yeah, we don't really have like necessarily exactly depraved heart murder. Kat says just stop in and say hi. Well, hi, Kat. An 8-year-old and a 5-year-old, was she was only 21? I mean, it happens. Happens, guys. Would the defense have moved that the prosecution show the full video for completeness? I think so, because they're going to show that he went over and tried to like resuscitate her and save her life. It did everything she could, or he could, to protect her and help her. So yeah, I don't like. I think they would have. I probably would have if I was in their shoes. So yeah, but yeah, and that's the thing, Spug. And everybody does their stuff differently. So, but anyways, let's keep going here.
Directing attention 1841-55 over to this cruiser. Does it appear that individuals just got inside the passenger side?
What was the question?
Did you see an individual get inside this cruiser that was circling?
I believe so.
And then that same cruiser's pulling off. Do you agree?
Yes.
And I will stop this portion of the play to record 1842-21. Now you've seen the beginning.
Time. We need a break.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Do not discuss this case among yourself. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you.
All right.
Even the judge is like, okay, this is we got to stop. Even the judge is like, I can't do this right now. Like we gotta stop it here. We gotta stop it here for a second. So let's speed time travel a little bit, chat, and we're gonna do that here. Come over here and we'll do a little time traveling. Here we go.
You put anything on the record prior to bringing in the jury? That's the jury.
Judge, and the judge, you guys heard the judge say, is there anything we need to put on the record before we bring in the jury? That's always just, anything we need to address now before we bring him in, and have to kick him back out. Common question. It's not necessarily, he's like, I know something you don't know. He's just asking, is there anything we need to bring up? So let me start this, and I have to go take a leak.
All rise.
Everyone can have a seat. And Mr. Gibbler, you're still under oath. Will you continue?
Mr. Giebler, I had asked you to note on State's Exhibits 1A and 1B when a female had gotten out of that black car, headed towards the store, and then come back towards the black car. In your role, do you know the value of liquor bottles taken by that woman?
Approximately, yes.
And what is that?
Around 500 and I'll call it $90, approximately.
Now, I want to direct your attention and go back to my PowerPoint, please. Case exhibit
$590 is still a misdemeanor in Ohio. The felony threshold in Ohio for the item's value is $1,000. So if you steal $999, it's still a misdemeanor.
which you had looked at in that group, and I handed you the Kroger photographs. Let me ask you, Drew went out to the Kroger last Wednesday. Were you in the area the same day that we were out there?
Yes, I was on site.
Now, the bailiff might have pointed out a pole camera that was kind of in the parking lot area of the Kroger. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Was that pole camera in place as of August 24th, 2023?
No.
Was it added at a later time?
Yes.
So if they were looking at this, I call it pole camera, what is it?
It's a lot tower.
Whatever that lot tower is now, there was no image captured because it didn't exist on August 23rd, 2023. Would you agree with that?
Correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any cross-examination?
May I proceed, Your Honor? Thank you very much. No, I can just use this. May I proceed, Your Honor? Thank you very much. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Mr. Deeper, my name is Mark Collins, along with agency and you represent Congress. I just have a series of questions to ask you based on what the prosecutor asked you. And if I go too fast, you don't understand something, let me know, okay?
Thank you.
You've been with Kroger forever. You've had every position, and now you're kind of the head honcho of loss prevention, correct?
Correct.
And part of your duties in loss prevention, both big and just each specific store, is loss prevention. So you're trying to prevent people from stealing, correct?
Correct.
And that's what the caps are for, and that's what all the videos for, correct?
Correct.
But then once someone steals something, you also work with law enforcement and prosecutors in order to prosecute the people, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And with that, that dollar amount of stolen liquor, if it's under $500, that's a misdemeanor, correct?
I'm uncertain, but yes, it
Your
goes.
Honor, move to test.
Don't know that.
Overruled. If I told you that in Ohio that under $500 is a misdemeanor, the dollar amount depends on whether it's a misdemeanor or felony.
Correct.
Okay. And also, even if it's one bottle of liquor, depending if the person flees or uses force or something of that nature, that could be a different type of felony, correct?
Correct.
Could be aggravated robbery, things of that nature.
Correct.
So even a petty theft, depending on the circumstances that follow that petty theft, could be a serious felony, correct?
Correct.
Now, as part of your responsibility in the position you're at, you watch a lot of videos, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You're very good at watching videos, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the videos that the prosecutor showed you, there's a lot of people going in front of those areas, correct?
Yes.
Busiest part of the store, would you say, correct?
Yes.
Okay. A lot of cars, a lot of people, and there's markings for each of those things, correct?
Yes.
Okay. May I have the other one? Now, this, the state went over this exhibit with you, that's 35, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this video, or this picture, I'm sorry, they talked about, now, these spots over here, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, those are called pickup spots, correct?
Yes.
That's where people park there, they're waiting to have their groceries, loaders, and pick up, right?
Yes.
Those aren't handicap spots, correct, Ryan?
They are not.
I think this one is that. All right. Now, up to the further right, up there, you still have your pointer up there with you?
Yes.
Up there where the handicap spot is, right? Those are different, correct?
Yes.
Now those, there's a block behind it, right? In the center of the spot.
Yes, a concrete block.
Concrete block with a
Yes.
sign on, right?
Yes.
And in that situation, you can't go backwards on it. You can't go through that spot, correct?
Correct.
In other words, depending on your size of your car down here, in normal parking spots, you can go right through those, correct?
Yes.
And to illustrate that a little bit more, showing you what's been marked previously as State's Exhibit 42. Okay. So that sign there, or the handicap sign, that indicates the fine in the criminal code, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now that is mounted to one of the cinder blocks that's right in the middle of that spot.
Correct.
So you can't go through there, correct?
Correct.
Now, Mr. Keeper, those lines in front of the store, those are, you don't want people parking there, right?
Correct.
You don't want people parking there because it's such a busy area, people coming, people going. That's the busiest section of the supermarket.
Also, fire lane.
Yes, and potential fire lane.
Well, absolutely, fire lane as well as, that's the main entrance in and out, and it's the most traffic at any time of day, correct?
Yes.
And as you saw in the videos, there's a lot of people walking in and out there in cars when we do that.
Yes.
Okay. And the prosecutor showed you some videos. I'm going to show you one as well. Ms. Stevens' computer. I'll move on to something else. Let me know when it's ready, Mr. Mayor. Proceed. You may. I apologize about that, Mr. Speaker. So with regards to part of your duties, you're charged, you got there that evening, right?
Later that evening.
You watched the videos, correct?
Yes.
You gathered information, and then you helped with law enforcement, right?
Actually, an associate of mine did, yes.
Okay. And also, you're charged with writing a report on that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember preparing a report or typing in a report in this situation?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that's all standard process, standard procedure that you use, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would it help you to see the report if I ask you questions about that?
Yeah, it would help me.
I'm not going to fit it. I just asked if I could see the report. If you'd like, I can go through that. Okay. Do you remember the details of what you put in the report?
To a degree.
Okay. Let me ask you some questions. So with regards to processes for writing this report, part of this is because you also watch videos inside the store, correct?
Yes.
You actually observed the theft occur inside the store.
Yes.
You put that in part of your report, correct?
Yes.
Now, as part of that, if you know, sometimes the theft occurs with multiple people, correct?
Yes.
And in this situation, it occurred with multiple people, correct?
Yes.
And in this situation, you didn't observe just one car back in without a license plate, correct?
Yes.
The car that the prosecutor showed you didn't have a license plate, didn't have a handicap placard, correct?
Correct.
You also observed another car with the same situation with no license plate and no handicap placard, correct?
Correct.
And so there's a total of 3 young females involved in this, correct?
Yes.
2 cars.
Yes.
All 3 people were inside, correct?
Yes.
And then when they came out, one person went to that car that the prosecution showed, correct?
Yes.
The other people bolted a different way, correct?
Yes.
So unfortunately, you have to deal with theft rings like that, correct?
Yes.
And that's a conspiracy or a group doing something as a group for illegal purposes, right?
Potentially, yes.
And so there in your report, you identified that there were 3 people they stole and that neither car had license plates on and neither of them had a handicap placard, correct?
Correct.
And both were dark cars.
Correct.
Okay. And as part of that, you testified maybe at the envelope and this has been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit A. Again, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, could you detail each of those items on the bottom? Defense A. Defense A.
Did I?
No, could you detail or tell the ladies and gentlemen what each of those things based on your experience?
I'm not sure I understand.
The tops.
Oh,
The security.
yes, absolutely, yes. Yeah, so we'll start in the top left. That's, again, a liquor cap. The one next to it is called the bottle locks. It's a clamp. And then it looks like those are the only 2 varieties in this picture.
Same thing at the end?
Yes, bottle locks, yes.
Same thing down here?
Yes.
So all of those are high-end type liquors, correct?
Yes.
That's why they have those security aspects on it.
Correct.
Okay, and from your understanding, that's the total number of bottles that was attributed in this situation to the car in the back?
That I'm not certain of.
Thank you so much, Bill. I'm sorry. Okay. And also part of your report, you watched all the videos the prosecution showed, you've already seen, correct?
Correct.
And I think you marked in your report, in fact, that the driver of the black Lexus did not comply, and you indicated attempted to strike the officer, correct? Remember writing that in your report?
I don't recall that, but
If you had your report, would it help you?
yes.
Okay. I'm going to hand you Mr. Morphe's Defendant's Exhibit B.
B as in boy?
B as in boy, Your Honor. So if you'll take a look at that, sir. First and foremost, is that the type of report that you normally do or the process for it?
Yes.
Yeah. And it has your name on it, correct?
Yeah, created by Zelle.
Created by, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could read that middle paragraph or towards the end to yourself.
Okay.
Now, so the ladies and gentlemen, jury are clear, you wrote that report after reviewing the videos and stuff.
Yes, and also in conjunction with my associate.
Absolutely. And so those are your words, the vehicle attempted to strike the officer, correct?
Yeah.
Based on what you've seen in all your years and thousands of videos that you've watched, correct?
Yes.
I have a moment, Your Honor.
Good.
Mr. Giebler, thank you so much for being here. That's all the questions I have here right now.
Any regrets?
Mr. Giebler, on August 24, 2023, you didn't walk in front of that black sedan, did you?
No,
Okay, and you weren't there when this incident that was on states 1A and 1B happened.
correct.
And you were asked about the amount of the liquor bottles. Would you agree that the amount for a misdemeanor is actually up to $1,000 and then it's a misdemeanor? Or do you not know? You were asked about 500.
Yeah, I believe it's 1,000, but I don't want to, I know that with conviction. So,
One moment. You were asked, Mr. Giebler, about the second car. And you've watched the videos 1A and 1B. Do you even see that car and what's captured in 1A and 1B?
yes,
Okay, is it right around the vicinity of that black sedan?
it's in an adjacent aisle.
Okay, so when you say adjacent aisle, which direction?
It would be to the south or to the right as you're looking.
Towards the fuel center?
Correct.
The prosecutor never asked you about that vehicle in her direct examination, did she?
No.
Didn't even go into it or anything of that nature, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
All right, you sit down. Thank you. Councilman approach.
All right, chat. Okay, guys. So looking at that, I mean, which one feels more compelling at this point? Notice the defense had to they didn't bring up any of this other nonsense with you. I didn't know there were multiple people stealing, which is actually a very common thing. That's interesting. I didn't know that. So that's kind of cool to learn that. So here we go. I hope the judges please don't do this again. Well, guys, no, I'm working on no, I'm not napping. I'm working on this motherfucker. Okay. So ice your titties.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may inquire.
Your Honor. Good morning. Could you begin, please, just by stating your first and last name and spelling it for the record?
Josh Rutherford, last name is Retherford.
Where are you currently employed and in what capacity?
Blendon Township Police Department as a lieutenant.
And how long have you been a lieutenant with Blendon Township Police Department?
3 years next month.
And how long have you been with Blendon Township Police Department overall?
15
I haven't seen your witty
Were you
banner.
anywhere prior to that, or is your career in law enforcement around 15 years?
15 years.
15 years. Now, prior to being a lieutenant for the last 3 years, what other positions have you held within Blendon Township Police Department?
I was a patrol officer for 4 years, and then I was detective for 7 before I became lieutenant.
And Lieutenant Rutherford, what are your roles and responsibilities as a lieutenant for the police department?
Day-to-day operations for patrols, so scheduling. I also do manage fleet, leads, CGIS. I manage complaints that come in.
And in that regard, would you function as a custodian of records for body-worn camera, cruiser camera, things of that nature for your
Yes.
department? And Lieutenant Rutherford, do all uniformed patrol officers with Blendon Township Police Department, are they equipped with body-worn camera when they're on shift?
Yes, they are.
And where is the body-worn camera located on a uniformed patrol officer's person?
For the most part, for everyone, it's about here, or it can be in the center, chest height.
And how is it continuously playing or recording while an officer is on shift, or how does that work?
So the body camera has to be activated, and there's several ways it can be activated. The officer can push a button twice, and it'll activate. The cruiser lights will activate it as well. We have sensors on our holsters where if you draw your firearm, it will also activate it. And we can also activate it if you pull your taser out and turn it on. So there's multiple ways.
So are there certain things that if an officer does, it automatically will activate?
Correct.
And what were those that you named?
So if you turn your overhead lights on your cruiser, your body camera will come on. If the officer pushes the button, it will activate. If you draw your firearm, your body camera will come on. Or if you pull your taser out and turn your taser on, your body camera will activate.
And then will it automatically turn off at all, or does it have to be manually turned off?
It has to be manually turned off.
And once the body-worn camera is activated or turned on, does it start recording the moment it's turned on, or does it go back?
It goes back 30 seconds. But the 30 seconds prior is only video, not audio.
So do the body-worn cameras contain both video and audio?
Correct.
But once the body-worn camera is activated, what will start playing when?
As soon as it's activated, you will get the audio. From that point, it was activated.
But then did you state that it will actually go back 30 seconds of time with video alone?
Correct.
And Lieutenant Rutherford, are there times when officers are supposed to, if it doesn't turn on, to manually turn their body-worn camera on?
Yes.
What are the circumstances when the camera should be turned on?
Basically any contact with the public. So calls of service, if you have anything that would be related to court, if you're going to have arrests or charges.
And are there times when the body-worn camera...
I think I know what they're going to try to argue. I think they're going to argue he lied about when he turned his body camera on. Notice they're really focusing on this. I kind of get the feeling he said something in his report and it's not accurate. And I think that's one of the ways they're going to try to hang him here.
They're supposed to be turned off.
There are.
And when are those times?
Those will become if you have an offense that could be sensitive or you're doing an investigation that may involve a juvenile. There are certain parameters you can turn that off.
And Lieutenant Rutherford, when an officer's body-worn camera is recording, where is that going, or where is that being stored?
It'll be stored in a cloud built by Axon. So it's solely to your department. So it's a cloud-based system.
And when an officer's body-worn camera is actively recording, is that being stored simultaneously somewhere else?
No. So that stays within the body camera itself until you take your body camera off at the station and dock it.
So what is the process? Is a patrol officer supposed to do that at the end of every shift?
Yes.
What is the process by which they have their video downloaded?
So the process, once they're at the end of their shift, we have what's called docking stations. They'll take their body cameras off and dock it, and they'll start the download that night.
And then is it contained? Does it remain still on the body-worn camera itself?
Once it's extracted from the body camera, it's in the cloud. It is no longer on the body camera itself.
And then once it is extracted, where is the officer's video actually maintained?
Within the Axon system that's built specifically for our agency. So each agency has their own account, and it stays within that account.
And where are you able to, for instance, are you able to then go in and pull up an officer's body-worn camera?
Yes.
And how are you able to do that?
Through our web-based system through Axon. So I am an administrator, so I am able to access every officer's body camera footage.
And do you have to, is it confidential? Do you have to use password?
Yes, a dual authentication is needed for that.
And who all does have access to an officer's body-worn camera within your department?
So as administrators, it's myself, the chief, our sergeant, and our admin staff who does redactions and body-worn camera requests.
And once a body-worn camera is downloaded, how long is it stored for?
So there are different parameters for that. If it is just a contact where it's not going to have any charges or it's not going to go to court, it is retained for court section, retained forever, and there is a 30-day window if it's absolutely nothing's going to come out of it.
And what happens if something is flagged for future court purposes?
It's put in the category for retained for court, so it stays there.
And then will it ever be your function to retrieve an officer's body-worn camera to provide to investigators?
Yes.
And are your officers' body-worn cameras, are those made and kept and maintained in the regular course of business?
Yes.
And Lieutenant Rutherford, was Sergeant Eric Moynihan of the Blendon Township Police Department, was he equipped with a body-worn camera on August 24th of 2023?
Yes, he was.
And was his body-worn camera properly functioning on that day?
Yes, it was.
And did that get downloaded to the main server at your police department at the end of his shift?
Yes, it was.
And did you retrieve the recording of Sergeant Moynihan's body-worn camera on that day?
Axon has access to fuckloads of body cameras. Guys, like most of the PDs in this area use Axon. So it's pretty standard. And like I even get as an attorney, I get this thing for a bunch of these police departments when like the prosecutor has a any discovery, you type it, they have a website you go to, and it's you type it in and they all right there. Yeah. Yeah, but they have access to gajillion things. They have access to everything.
On that day, I did not retrieve it. It was downloaded.
Did you later retrieve it?
Yes.
And how are you able to, then are you able to download it to a flash drive to provide, or what is the process by which you retrieve an officer's body-worn camera to provide to an investigator?
So there's a couple ways you can do it. You can put it on a CD, you can put it on a flash drive, but sometimes the file is too large. So you send it in an email link where they can click it and have it up to 9 days, and then they can download it on their server.
And Lieutenant Rutherford, was the recording of Sergeant Moynihan that you retrieved off your server on August 24th, 2023, was that a fair and accurate copy of the original recording that was on Blendon Township Police Department server?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I publish?
What?
Your Honor, may I publish State's Exhibit 2, body-worn camera of Sergeant Eric Moynihan?
Should be done with one hand, or is it, are you okay with one hand? One approach, just you two. I don't need to all the time.
Sorry, chat. Ow, 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 ow. Here we go. We're going to back this up. Here we go. That was annoying. Robert Lawrence with 5 subs. Thank you, Robert. Thank you for the support. And then is what they have proprietary? It's not proprietary in that sense, but like they it's kind of like they control, like they're the major player in town. But no, you could download the videos and you don't need a special, like there used to be with all these body cam and dash cam companies, they all had their special like codec players and you had to have to download the software. No, nowadays everything is like an MP4 and .move thing to watch. So no, it's actually not that proprietary anymore. So
Hello, are you okay?
Yeah, other than I'm about to cry.
So what happened?
So, that guy's in the car, right there. Nothing.
Lieutenant Rutherford, is that portion we just saw, is that fair and accurate reporting of Sergeant Moynihan's body on camera?
Yes, it is.
And for the record, that was 31 seconds into the video to 46 seconds into the video.
And your partner.
I'll be around, that's really good.
273.
73.
Attend to 29, 3705 Managua, 3705.
What's that?
Female is hallucinating. Much of offer attend.
Hey, stop. Hey, out of the car. 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 They said you're so tough, do not leave. Get out of the car. Then get out. No, then get out. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. Shots fired. Stop the goddamn car. Stop the goddamn car. Where it is?
5991799.
Get her out. Put foot's on the gas still. Foot's on the gas. Good Lord. Come here. Come here. Come here. Hey, go. We got medics. Need a chest seal if you can get one.
he wasn't punched in the window. He had something in his hand, some sort of Kubaton or strike face. That window shattered because of an impact point. So no, it wasn't him punching the window. He had like a window breaker on him. Also, imagine getting shot because you fucking stole a bunch of fucking tequila. What a dumb fuck. We're really never going to cure cancer now, chat. That's a sad part.
Darling. Oh, God. Bless it. Shots fired, medic. Where is it?
I got a medic now.
Where is it? Right there. 73, 70. Still breathing.
That's agonal breathing, chat. She probably ain't making it at that point. Even in a hospital, that sounds like agonal breathing. She's gone. She gone. She ain't staying woke for the amber lamps.
Oh, God. 73. Shots fired.
We had a meeting, it was on the record, it was the government was going to talk to their people and ask them to leave the courtroom if they weren't going to be able to do it. And we were going to take a 2-minute break to avoid just this type of situation here. I don't understand what happened from 9:15 until now, but that wasn't done. For the record, the gasps and the hands to the face of people leaving, that's exactly what we were trying to avoid. And I apologize for drawing attention to it, but that's exactly why we set up a process whereby they would talk to the individuals and ask them to leave so that they don't have to approach.
And that's a big problem. So, like, Takia Young's family was like, oh, God, oh, Lord, my baby. My baby. You know, that's what just happened there. Oh, my baby, oh, God, and I got to walk away. Yes, that shit's prejudicial in front of a jury. And, yes, they should have been able to. The prosecutor has an obligation to not inflame the jury. So, yeah. such bullshit that they let the family come in and know that was going to happen. And I think that they should be asking for a mistrial right there. They should be asking for a fucking mistrial. Yes. How loud? Oh, no. Like, no, you can't do that shit in front of the jury. That's not fair. That's what the defense attorney is pissed about, and he's doing a good job staying on top of that. Because the prosecutor should have, and they said the prosecutor agreed to check. Well, then they have to check. So, yeah, it's bullshit they didn't keep on top of this. Contending them won't do anything because the jury's now fucked. This could fuck with the jury. So, this is the problem they're looking at now. Yes, not only for mistrial is ineffective assistance, but the bigger problem is they pushed the limits to fuck with this at this point. So, let's keep going, though. Oh, here we go. Here we go. So basically, the prosecutors had to go pick those people out for this part.
Oh, that. No, exit.
I know about 270. Are any officers
Pressure. Negative. Back up, please. Yes, sir. Oh, just trying to get her stable. Put a chest seal on for right now.
You're done? Should I get a chest seal on her?
113, 590, 599.
I got it. 73, we're right in front of the drive-up pharmacy.
You need to know.
Front of the drive-up pharmacy. Thank you. Appreciate it. Slowly breathing down.
Sunbury Road, Kroger. Possible shots fired.
I know she was.
You had medic 113.
100% I would have been.
Hey.
I'm sure he did too.
Are you okay? Yeah, take a breath. Okay, I got this. I can do pressure. Okay, take a breather.
We have shots fired up Kroger 599. Do you have any
Sir,
description?
if you don't mind, can you check a pulse for me? On that side. He's just checking a pulse. So there was a manager named Jay, female white, slender. She came out, said this young lady stole stuff along with someone else. She tried to run Grubb over when he tried to stop her. So just find her, get her information. You getting a pulse her? Let me know if I need to start CPR. You're not getting a pulse. Okay. All right. So we did our best with the chest seal here. Yeah. So. Tell them CPR's in progress for me. You got a mask handy? I have extra sets of gloves. I don't have a mask. Thank you, sir, for stopping. In this pocket, in the side of my vest. Yep, right in there. There you go, sir. They're large. Thank you.
One down there. Your location more outside.
She right up here. We've got a makeshift chest seal on it.
Chest seals?
She is handcuffed. She may be pregnant. I'm not sure what's going on there.
Is she through and through?
No, we've rolled her over already. She's agonal. This gentleman's position, no pulse.
All right. Chest seal coming up. Is it clear for it?
Yeah, go ahead. Whenever you're ready.
Ready? What's going on?
Go. Pressure.
No pressure on the chest seal. Keep your things going.
Yes, please. If you could, get gloved up.
89, you can clear the air.
You good? Okay. Joe, thank you. Nothing right now. 273. Trying to clarify. Get a hold of 270, 271. Okay. I can't hear what you're saying. Okay. What's that? So we're just unlocking this old lady's car. and manager came running out. The lady next to us went running, diving in the.
God damn. They're better at that. God dang, chat. That's like so annoying. But if you notice,
Have a policy.
but if you notice that moment, what did that guy say, the sergeant? She was about to run him over. In the heat of the moment, even he agrees deadly force was warranted that second. She tried to run him over. I don't know why we went any far with this prosecution when both of them say, oh my God, she tried to run this guy over. This is a little ridiculous. This is a little ridiculous in my opinion. So, anyways, here we go.
Manual. What is the Blendon Township Police Department policy manual?
It's called Lexipol, so it's a very large, in-depth policy.
And what types of things does that consist of?
Anything from operations, use of force, pursuits, firearms. I mean, there's a lot.
And is it kept as a physical copy or is it kept electronically?
Both. A physical copy in binders and on Lexipol's website, which everyone has access to.
Where is a physical copy kept?
Physical copies are usually kept within, there was in the squad room, but the chief keeps hard copies as well.
And then how is anyone or any police officer with Blendon Township PD able to access the policy manual?
Yes.
And how are they able to do that?
Almost every officer access that through the website.
Do they need to sign on or is it just?
Correct. Everybody has a username and password they're able to access our policy.
And is an officer with Blendon Township Police Department, are they required to have reviewed the policy manual?
Yes.
Is there a process by which that's confirmed that they have reviewed the policy manual?
Yes.
How does that process work?
So anytime anyone's onboarded or there's new policies, they have to acknowledge them, which means they read them and then you click acknowledge, and then it will track everyone that's acknowledged all the policies.
And do they do that electronically?
Yes.
And what about when somebody first starts working at Blendon Township? Do they have to acknowledge the whole manual or is there a process for that?
Yes, they have to acknowledge the entire manual.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may. Here we go, sir. You may.
God damn with this. God, all the other companies are better at this. Jesus, local news. Come on now. Here we go. So.
.300 is our use of force policy, and the second one would be section 307 for our vehicle pursuit policy.
And is Exhibit 4A the use of force policy for Blendon Township?
Yes.
And is Exhibit 4B the vehicle pursuits policy?
Yes.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate copies of the original policies from Blendon Township's policy manual?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I don't believe that we have any further questions at this time for the morning.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take they're going to continue with this witness, but we'll do it after lunch. If you can, we'll take a break. If you can be back here, they're going to report back up here at 1:15, and we'll try and get started about 1:30. Go have an enjoyable lunch. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you. Have a good lunch.
All right.
All right, chat. This is that first guy. I got to pull up the next bit of it here. Hold on one second. This is just it's all broken up, and it's not like it's not done like Kieran Reed where they just kept the thing running the whole time. It's a little ridiculous about that. So we'll click on this one and get it going. So here we go. We're gonna do this next one here, guys. Here we go. Speed it up. I hate this. I have to like refresh things, and it's like, but I already brought it up.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
And it should be refreshed. Playback speed. I'll go 135. Then we got the closed captioning. Here we go, chat. Here we go. And now we start.
My name is Mark Collins, along with Peyton Stevens, my law partner. We represent Connersville. Appreciate you being here. We have never talked about this case or talked before, correct?
Correct.
And as a lieutenant, so ladies and gentlemen of the jury know, not the most, but there's patrol officers, correct?
Correct.
How about patrol officers or sergeants?
Correct.
How about sergeants or lieutenants?
Correct.
Then comes your deputy chief or chief, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you're fairly high up based on your experience and training, right?
Yes.
That's one of the reasons that they have you be the custodian of records for the body-worn camera, custodian of records for the policies and procedures, correct?
Correct.
So sometimes you're on the street, or sometimes you're on patrol, other times you're more in administration. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Now, you told the prosecutor you've been in law enforcement for how long?
15 years.
15 years. And prior to that, you were at, you had to train at the OPATA, correct?
Correct.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen what OPATA is and why it's there.
Is the state's training facility, so you have to take the OPATA course to the Ohio Attorney General's office to become a police officer.
OPATA is the statewide training curriculum. It's the Ohio Peace Officer Training Academy. So that's what you consider. You consider a peace officer, but it's the standard. So OPATA has a standard course curriculum. If you wish to be a law enforcement officer in Ohio, you have to do it. So you can go through. OPATA has an academy down in Columbus you could take. There's other ways you can become a police officer in Ohio. Another way is through the State Highway Patrol Academy. There are police departments who send their people through that. It's not as common, and it costs a lot of money, and the highway patrol, they don't let everybody do it. The other way is some departments have a police academy. So, for example, big departments like Columbus will have a police academy, Cleveland, Toledo, Cincinnati, they'll have police academies. Or the other way you do it is through like community colleges in the area will do OPATA sanctioned academy training. But yes, OPATA is the authority in charge of the training regimens for police officers statewide.
And specifically, you were trained there on use of force, correct?
Correct.
All right. You were trained on both the physical application of use of force as well as the book application, so to speak.
Correct.
There's classrooms about Grand Beacon and things of that nature, as well as physical demonstrations, correct?
Correct.
All right. Have you partaken in shoot, don't shoot scenarios?
I have.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen jury what those are.
Those are different scenarios we play a lot of times, which is called DR, where they give you different scenarios where you may have to use deadly force or you may not. So every situation is different. A lot of it is computerized. So it puts the officer in a situation where he has to make a split-second decision.
And sometimes have you done the course on that as well, have navigated the course of the shoot, don't shoot?
Yes.
And what comes at you, or what do you have to determine at that point in time in the course?
If you need to use deadly force or not.
An imminent deadly threat is posed to you, correct?
Correct.
And you have to respond based on that action.
Correct.
Okay. And sometimes it's a person with groceries, right?
Yes.
Sometimes it could be a person with a gun or something like that, right?
Correct.
And what are you trained to do in that situation, sir, if you perceive an imminent threat of serious physical harm?
You are trained to draw your weapon.
And trained to respond and fire?
Correct.
Where are you trained to aim?
Center body mass.
Okay. Are you trained to injure the person?
No.
Are you trained to hurt the person in any way?
No.
When do you stop firing in that situation, Lieutenant?
When the threat has stopped.
Okay. And in the course or the simulations, when does that occur?
That occurs a lot of times when the individual's laying on the ground and not moving.
Okay. Now, just because the individual or the target or what have you in the course is laying on the ground, that no longer poses an immediate threat, correct?
Correct.
But that person still could be a threat, right?
That is correct.
Why in situations involving critical incidents or any situation involving civilians, why is the suspect always handcuffed at first in the detention inspector?
It's a lot of policy and procedure, but it's for the officer safety.
Officer safety because
Me too, I think it'd be interesting.
Or something like that, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, no matter how bad it looks, that's what officers are trained to do in that situation.
Yes.
You've gone through training on that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you have to train on a yearly basis, or how often do you have to retrain, so to speak?
For firearms, we train twice a year.
Okay. And then with regards to, you talk about policies, the prosecutor asked you about policies. Now, there's policies specific to Blendon Township, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That doesn't mean those are the same policies in Columbus or Minerva Park or Westerville, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. There is one general theme that you learned in OPATA in your training, and that's based on Grand Beacon, correct?
That's correct.
And that's if an immediate threat to an officer of serious physical harm permits that officer to respond with deadly force, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. That's the same all over the country.
Yes.
Just because your policy is one thing doesn't mean that in another state that that's the same policy.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. And with regards, you've reviewed the body-worn camera for Sergeant Moynihan. You reviewed that prior to coming today, right?
Yes.
How many times?
I honestly don't have a number for you. That means multiple times.
Lieutenant, did it ever get less damaging to you or less? Did you ever feel less sympathy or empathy for that situation each time you see it? It's brutal to watch that, right?
Right.
Even in your 15 years of law enforcement, every time you see that, it makes you feel a certain way, right?
Right.
Based on your training and experience, Lieutenant, is there anything after the car goes towards the Kroger that goes into an analysis of use of force? Is there anything based on your training, Lieutenant, that once the car went towards the Kroger and they chased after it, is there anything that would go into analysis of use of force after that fact, Lieutenant? Is there any credible evidence that you would use, the recitation or anything, would any of that go into analysis of use of force? It would, because it all happened after the use of force, correct?
Correct.
There's absolutely no evidentiary value of anything after that car being stopped, correct?
Correct.
Very powerful.
Part of use of force.
Very powerful. I like
vehicles,
that.
Correct? You're trained on how to approach vehicles. You're trained on how to approach cars, correct?
Correct.
You're to believe that in a car, well, now that there's open carry, how do you approach a car based on your training experience?
Is this traffic stops or what?
Yeah, it's just a regular traffic
Usually on back behind him, B-pillar, stand where you can see him.
All right. And in order to stop somebody, you need reasonable articulable suspicion, correct?
Correct.
And in order then to potentially detain someone or file a charge, you need probable cause, correct? Okay. And so that's the lawful thing you need in order to write someone or take someone under arrest, right? Just because there's an allegation made, your duty is to investigate it, Lieutenant, right?
Yes.
And part of that, if you have probable cause to arrest, you have a duty to then place that person in custody and arrest them.
Correct.
Are you going to let them leave?
No.
Okay. It's your job to continue to pursue that, correct?
Correct.
Now, based on your policy that the prosecutor talked about with regards to use of force, there's a use of force both non-deadly and deadly, correct? Correct. Okay. And if an officer perceives an evident serious threat of serious physical injury or death, they're trained to respond with deadly force, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in a situation, there's every critical incident is unique and other stuff, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in those situations, there's also an aspect about a moving vehicle in your policies, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay.
In a moving vehicle,
Tuck, you're saying you can't understand it? Okay, I'll slow it down. I could slow it down. I'm sorry. If you guys are having problems hearing it, tell me. We'll slow it down a bit. Was just, we're trying to get through some of the garbage parts, but here, I'll slow it down a bit. We'll slow it down just a little bit here. Tell me if this helps. Also, if you're not able to see the closed captioning, I put that up so we can read it.
In terms of if a moving vehicle is coming at an officer, that doesn't mean the officer, if they perceive a imminent threat of serious physical injury, that means they're still allowed to use the deadly force, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I think
basically he's pointing out you can't just let people go away. You have to stop. If you arrest someone, you have to arrest them. You can't just let them go away. He's really hammering on this guy. And this guy, I don't think he's necessarily involved, but maybe he doesn't like Connor Grubb. I don't know what this guy's deal is, but he seems to be a little standoffish. Although I think politically, probably for the city, they think Connor Grubb probably broke the law.
you guys have a phrase in it, if I'm not mistaken, when feasible, they're supposed to try to get out of the way, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. When feasible, because there are going to be certain situations that the directives have contemplated that you might not be able to get out of the way, correct?
That's correct.
Based on everything you saw, is there any way that Connor Grubb is going to get out of the way?
Objection, Your Honor. He's asking him to stand in the place of the jurors.
You want to approach?
I mean, I think it goes towards he's in charge of the training and experience. He could train on that based on his perception. I think that's a perfectly reasonable question to ask. But we'll see. We'll see what the judge allows.
Let's try to get the exact question right. May I proceed, Your Honor?
You continue. Go.
May I proceed, Your Honor? You may.
Okay, that's fine. I'm sorry. Not bad.
Based on your review of the video, your training, your experience, and what you observed on the video, was there any way feasible for my client to get out of the way of that car? Did he have the time to do that?
He did not.
Bam! Why are we here then? Mr. Prosecutor, they would have asked this they didn't ask him before, they wouldn't have interviewed this witness. But I guarantee you, this guy made statements to Connor at the beginning saying, hey man, you did all you could. But more importantly, I'm sure that the state already knew this was going to be his answer. And they're still fucking prosecuting this. This is just ridiculous. This is just redonkulastic, chat. Just ridiculous.
There's nothing in the policy that says you have to allow the car to hit you before you can fire, correct?
Correct.
Doesn't allow, you don't have to be run over before you can use deadly force, correct?
Correct.
you're trained that a car can be used as a deadly weapon towards an officer, correct? Correct. That's one of the most important aspects of training police officers in these simulations, in order to get them to try to anticipate actions, right? Correct. You're taught and trained to anticipate actions because an action is faster than a reaction.
That is correct.
Very
You agree
good
with me that
cross.
The number one cause of serious physical injury to officers and death is are cars, not guns, by civilians, correct?
That is correct.
And a car, based on your experience, is capable of imposing serious physical injury to someone, even at a slow rate of speed, correct?
Correct.
Now, based on your experience and training, I'm sure, Lieutenant, especially when you were a patrol officer, you encountered people who didn't comply sometimes, right?
Correct.
Sometimes compliance is because of maybe the state they're in, maybe intoxicated or something like that.
Correct.
Sometimes the compliance is because they're upset about something, correct?
Correct.
Do you have to worry about why they're not complying, or are you focusing on the compliance?
You're focusing on the compliance.
If they don't comply, what is your thought process at that point in time, Lieutenant?
Which next level we're going to have to use to gain compliance.
Now, there's different ways to gain compliance, correct?
Correct.
And there's a use of force continuum, right?
Yes.
Sometimes that use of force continuum goes from the bottom to the top in a matter of seconds, correct?
Yes.
And you were trained on that, right?
Yes.
And with regards to officers are supposed to de-escalate a situation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you try to do that in certain situations, right?
Yes.
Okay. And have you ever used a vulgar language to try to gain compliance?
I mean, I'm sure I have over the 15 years.
Have you ever had to draw your weapon in order to gain compliance?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a form of trying to get their attention, trying to gain compliance?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't fire because there was no deadly threat or of serious physical injury to you, correct?
Correct.
And just because you draw a weapon doesn't mean that you're going to fire, right, Lieutenant?
That's correct.
That's every law enforcement officer's across the country nightmare, is being placed in that situation where you draw a weapon and then you perceive a threat, correct?
Correct.
Now, I know your force is smaller, but sometimes you guys work in groups, correct?
Yeah,
A partner, so to speak, or two officers.
they're both very likable, and they're both doing a very good job.
Call?
Yes.
Okay. And could you explain to the ladies and gentlemen, if you can, when the first officer's there, the first officer versus the contact officer versus the cover officer? Could you explain that to the ladies and gentlemen?
To explain contact and cover, what
Yes,
the rules
sir.
are. So contact officer is the one that's focused on the suspect. Their direct attention is on them, talking to them. The cover officer's responsibility is to make sure that that contact officer is safe and looking around to make sure the surroundings are safe as well.
Your Honor, may I have the elbow about? I'm going to approach you with this first minute. Okay. I'm handing you this to mark for identification purposes as Defendant's Exhibit D. D is in dog. Could you take a look at that? Do you recognize that as a still from Grubb's body worn camera?
Yes.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the view at that point in time?
Yes, it is.
Okay. May I publish this, Your Honor? Okay. So in this picture, and I know you've watched the body worn camera many times, but in this picture, Sergeant Moynihan here, who I'm pointing to, he would be the contact officer, correct?
Correct.
Now, over here is another citizen, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, would a cover officer stay behind the vehicle?
No.
That wouldn't make any sense because you can't see anything, correct?
Correct.
Explain to the ladies and gentlemen jury why a cover officer wouldn't stand right next to Sergeant Moynihan.
For one, they would have the same view. So a cover officer is not able to see the surrounding around it. Second of all, if there becomes a deadly situation, you may run into a crossfire situation.
And you just said a crossfire, so on the other side of the vehicle, why would a person not be the cover officer there? Due to crossfire?
Correct.
Okay, so the position here in front that Officer Grubb took, now that vehicle's stationary at that point in time in the video, correct?
Correct.
And the position here gives him the most vantage points to see what's going on and to assess and provide cover for the lieutenant, or excuse me, the sergeant, correct?
No, I do not know anyone involved in this case. I don't know any of the counsel involved.
That's correct.
hypothetically speaking, if a deadly threat was coming at you and you were 1 to 3 feet away and you perceived a threat of serious physical injury, what does your training and experience tell you to do at that point in time, Lieutenant?
Draw your weapon.
And if you perceive that threat of serious physical harm, are you entitled to fire? Would you fire?
If it's perceived that way, yes.
If you perceive it.
Correct, yes.
Can I have a moment, Grubb? Okay. And Lieutenant, based on your experience on with these critical incidents, hitting an officer with a car, that's a serious crime, correct?
Correct.
It's a felonious assault, right?
Yes.
And it's a felony of the first degree because it involves an officer.
That's correct.
And in Ohio, felonies go from 1 being the highest, 5 being the lowest.
Correct.
And then there's different types of theft offenses, right?
Yes.
Okay. And a petty theft, and I apologize because I think I messed this up earlier. A petty theft is anything that's under $1,000 value, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If it's over $1,000, then it becomes a felony.
Correct.
However, a misdemeanor or petty theft can be a felony if the individual resists or uses force, correct?
That's correct.
A petty theft can become a robbery if the person flees afterwards, correct?
Correct.
And a robbery can be a first, second, or third degree felony, correct?
Yes.
And it can become aggravated robbery if they use serious.
Don't tell everyone.
Force that could cause serious physical injury, correct?
Correct.
And that's a felony of the first degree as well.
Correct.
Lieutenant, that's all the questions I have for you right now. Thank you.
Could you redirect? Please,
Your Honor, may I approach the
What?
witness? May I approach the witness?
Yeah.
Lieutenant Rutherford, I'm new with previously marked States Exhibit 4A. Could you please read the section under alternative tactics de-escalation, failure 23?
When circumstances reasonably permit, officers should use sorry, or do I need to start over? Okay. When circumstances reasonably permit, officers should use nonviolent strategies and techniques to decrease the intensity of the situation, improve decision-making, improve communication, reduce the need for force, and increase voluntary compliance, e.g. summoning additional resources, formulating a plan, or attempting verbal persuasion.
And could you also please read 300.4.1?
300.4. Is this moving vehicles? Shots fired at or from a moving vehicle involve additional considerations and risks and are rarely effective. When feasible, officers should take reasonable steps to move out of the path of an approaching vehicle instead of discharging their firearm at the vehicle or any of its occupants. An officer should only discharge a firearm at a moving vehicle or its occupants when the officer reasonably believes there are no other reasonable means available to avert the imminent threat of the vehicle, or if deadly force other than the vehicle is directed at the officers or others. Officers should not shoot at any part of the vehicle in an attempt to disable the vehicle.
Thank you.
And that's what it's focusing on. Shooting at a vehicle to disable it, that's correct. That is not a guaranteed way to stop a vehicle. It's not a reliable way to stop a vehicle. But he wasn't shooting to disable the vehicle. He was shooting to stop the driver, which is an effective means of stopping the vehicle. So I don't understand what they think this is going to do for him here on redirect, but okay.
Lieutenant Rutherford, what is the purpose of having the department policy manual?
Everyone's aligned with the same policies and should do everything the same.
And is there an expectation that everyone employed by Blendon Township abides by the policies?
Yes.
And is that why everyone's expected to review them originally and then also review anytime there is a change or an amendment in the policy manual?
Correct.
And Lieutenant Rutherford, you said you had been with Blendon Township for 15 years, correct?
Correct.
And that's your entire career in law
Yes.
enforcement? How many employees are with Blendon Township Police Department?
Currently right now 10.
10? And is that, how many police officers?
It's a very small police department.
I think 7 of those are police officers currently.
And when you're done testifying today, are you returning to Blendon Township Police Department?
Yes.
I might have to moment ago. Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any questions? Briefly, Lieutenant, The prosecutor, you read a key phrase in there, when circumstances permit nonviolent, correct?
Correct.
In 1.3 seconds or 6 seconds, do circumstances permit anything else in that situation, Lieutenant?
I'm not sure where you're going with that. Rephrase it for me.
You read a phrase that said, when circumstances permit, you should use nonviolent use of force.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
In the video that you watched, and the time from when Connor Grubb was in the front of the car until the commands that were given, was there any circumstances that would allow him to use anything other than deadly force that you observed?
No.
You talk about communicating with a person. If I told you that Sergeant Moynihan asked 8 to 10 times, not asked, ordered 8 to 10 times to get out of the car, is that a form of communication that's nonviolent to the suspect?
Yes.
Did you see any sign of compliance by the suspect after 8 to 10 times?
Once again, guys, you know what? He's like, nope, everything looks legit to me. Why are we prosecuting this guy? Like, come on now. Come on now.
Of communications in a nonviolent way?
No.
Verbal persuasion was a concept used. Was there verbal persuasion used by both Sergeant Moynihan and Mike?
Those are worth a couple $100. Those are sold through Lexus. They're expensive. But the court pays for them because they're the judges.
Client in that situation.
Other than get out of the car.
Get out of the car. Get out of the car. Get out of the fucking car.
Yep.
Would you categorize that as verbal persuasion?
It's verbal persuasion.
Was there any compliance with regards to that?
No.
When feasible, that's the question I ask you, right? Would you agree with me that when feasible depends on your position, right?
Yes.
It depends on the amount of time you have to. When feasible, also the time constraint determines whether or not you can get out of the way, correct?
Correct.
If you're standing in front of the center of a car and the car hits you, do you believe that at that time there's a feasible way to use nonviolent force?
No.
Does your training mandate that you have to respond when you perceive a deadly threat?
Yes.
It's a split-second decision, correct?
Correct.
That's what you guys train on, correct?
Correct.
Reasonably permit, okay? That's that reasonable permit doesn't really go along with split second, right?
Right.
Doesn't go really long with 1.5, 2 feet from the car, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
You can step down. Any other witnesses on behalf of the state?
Yes, Your Honor. Officer Peter Ferguson.
I mean, I get that there's optics and this is political, but holy Jesus, even the people prosecuting this had to realize this is a bullshit case. There's no way the people prosecuting this realize that there's no way they sat there and thought, I got a winner here. There's no absolute way they thought that was. I don't understand it. I don't understand what it's. I don't understand this one. I don't understand what's coming up here that they think that they've got that they can hang them with. This is just ridiculous. I really don't understand this here. Yes, it's like Ed 209. You have 60 seconds to comply. But yeah, guys, this is hold on here. Jefferson Post, you asked this earlier and I forgot about this. Would a law that says something like to effectuate arrest, an officer may lawfully impede the movement of a vehicle clear up these questions? I mean, to an extent, yes, but you still have the idea you're not allowed to put yourself in harm's way intentionally. Like you're not allowed to create the exigency. But I think it kind of is a general presumption that they're allowed to stop a vehicle by getting in front of it. And yes, Brad, as he pointed out, Krogering used to be a big deal. Yes, going Krogering is a thing. I just want to make sure. Erica and Robert, thank you guys both for your subs. And then Maddie, would I have been screaming for a mistrial? Yes, and I'm sure the defense attorney, they went up there and said, Judge, this is bullshit mistrial. The judge's like, okay, I'm not going to do that. What's your alternative? I'm sure the prosecutors were warned, don't let this happen again. But that's all that you really ever get in these situations. I'm sure there was a motion in limine about this too. So, yeah. Jefferson Post says, historically, how old is permission to approach? Historically, very old. You need permission to approach the bench. You need permission to approach a witness. That goes back to England. That goes back to the medieval times, common law. That is something you always need permission for. Now, there's some judges that say once you get it for a witness, like if there's a witness with like 20 exhibits, you go back once you get permission. Boom, judges will tell you go back and forth. But but that said, though, if there's 10 witnesses you're dealing with in a day, each one you'll need permission for. And some judges don't want you to ask permission every time. It all depends. And that's why you ask the judge ahead of time, Your Honor, how do you handle this? How do you handle that? And judges will tell you they're happy that you ask them now instead of at trial. Johan Naxos for $5 says, we all know why, Sean. We're not allowed to notice, though. Well, yeah, it's a race thing here. It's a racial thing here. Yes. The girl is black and the cop is white. Pretty much. But even in Columbus, this is a bit much. Here. Kaitan, you're asking, where did this happen? What city was this in? This is in the suburbs of Columbus, Ohio, on the north side. A place called Blendon Township, next to, Gahanna. But yes, on the north side of Columbus. In the suburbs. So here we go. Also, forgot to say hi, Aaron. Hope you're doing well.
Way around. In this case, give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Have a seat. Pour yourself up.
I think about it, guys. It's a 7-man department. Half the department's fucking here testifying today. They probably have some overtime or asking for coverage help.
Close to the microphone.
And loud for your voice, can you please tell us your first and last names, spelling the last for the record?
Sure. Peter Ferguson, Ferguson.
Where are you currently employed?
Reynoldsburg Police Department.
In what capacity?
Patrol officer.
Reynoldsburg is a suburb of Columbus. They probably pay a lot more in Blendon Township. So that's the Reynoldsburg. This guy used to work in Blendon Township, though.
How long have you been a patrol officer with the Reynoldsburg Police Department?
Just since February.
February of this year?
Correct.
Prior to joining the Reynoldsburg Police Department, where did you work?
I worked at Minerva Park. Also worked at Ohio Health Hospital as a police officer there. And before that, I was out in Frazersburg, Ohio as a police officer.
When did you complete an academy?
2020.
And then after 2020, which of those departments did you go into?
Frazersburg.
How long were you there?
2 years.
And then where did you go?
Minerva. Well, I was also at the hospital.
When you say you were at the hospital,
I was a police officer for the Riverside Hospital.
so some hospitals might have security guards, some hospitals might have actual police officers. Which of those were you?
I was an actual police officer, sworn police officer.
And then when did you join the
And guys, you may not like in Texas, every school district can have a police department. Like there's the Texas School for the Blind has sworn law enforcement officers and police cars. In Ohio, hospital systems like the Cleveland Clinic has a actual police department of sworn police officers who carry guns, and it's a Cleveland Clinic police department, and they operate on Cleveland Clinic properties. One of the other big competing hospitals in the Cleveland area is called University Hospitals, the University Health System. They have their own police department. It's a very common thing in Ohio for bigger hospital systems to have armed police that are sworn and all that.
Minerva Park?
Would have been 2022, I believe.
What is the size of the jurisdiction of Minerva Park?
So it's pretty small because I believe it's just over half square mile, if I remember correctly.
If you keep your voice up.
Sorry, yep.
And how many police officers you knew back in August of 2023 did the Minerva Park Police Department have?
I think we had 10 at the time.
And would it be 10 all patrolling at the same time?
No, ma'am. Usually 1 to 2 at the time.
Now, you're going to have to help me out because I'm not from Franklin County, but where is Minerva Park in relation to Blendon Township?
It would be of 161. So we kind of butt up to 161 runs east and west. So we're just an adjoining jurisdiction to them.
Okay, so you're in a adjoining jurisdiction. Where does Westerville fit into that?
I believe they're farther north. I'm not 100% sure where their jurisdiction actually is.
Okay. Because you are a smaller jurisdiction, and would you agree Blendon Township Police Department is a smaller jurisdiction as well?
Yep. Yeah,
Do you sometimes give mutual aid to each other?
we do.
And what does that mean?
It just means if there's a call that officer or officers from another agency need assistance with, we're allowed to go help them.
And had you done that prior to August 23rd, 2023?
Correct.
Focusing on August 24th, 2023, do you recall what your shift would have been that day?
I worked 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. when I was at Minerva.
And would you be traveling in a patrol cruiser that's marked for your police department?
Correct.
Were you traveling in that cruiser alone, or was a partner assigned to the cruiser with you?
I was alone.
And then you would have been in a marked Minerva Park uniform.
Correct.
A little different from what you're wearing today, because I think you're wearing your Reynoldsburg police uniform.
Correct. Yep.
During your shift on August 24th, 2023, when you're in your cruiser, do you have any ways of getting information about things that are occurring during your shift?
We do.
And how do you do that?
We have a MDT, or a computer basically, that's connected to all the agencies that we have mutual aid with, or that are dispatched on the same channel.
Would that include Blendon Township?
It did.
During your shift, did you overhear any information that involved Blendon Township?
Prior to the incident,
Yes.
we hear all the radio traffic. Yeah,
So let me be more specific. Do you end up going to the Kroger on Sunbury Road?
I do.
Prior to making the decision to go there, had you overheard anything on the radio that caught your attention about that area?
Nothing that caught my attention. I was also on another call for service in Minerva Park when I believe the original call came out. So I really wasn't paying attention to what was going on there.
What changed that made you decide to go to that Kroger on Sunbury Road?
I heard over the radio, I believe it was shots fired.
Does that elicit a certain response from you as an officer?
Yes.
What is that response?
To go there and help.
And go there, lights and sirens?
Yeah, correct.
Did you know at the time who had made the call that shots had been fired?
I wasn't 100% sure. If I recall correctly, I believe it was just Grubb and Sergeant Moynihan working at the time. So I could have ventured to say it was one of those two.
Prior to August 24th, 2023, had you known Sergeant Eric Moynihan with the Blendon Township Police Department?
Yes.
In what capacity?
Just work. We work together. We pretty much work the same shift, overlapping. So a lot of the mutual aid calls I would go on with him.
And I have the same question for Officer Connor Grubb. As of August 24th, 2023, did you know of Connor Grubb?
The same capacity.
At that time, as a Minerva Park police officer, were you equipped with a body-worn camera?
I was.
Where on your body would that have been mounted?
Roughly the same place where I have mine
You
set
stand
up.
up so they can see. It's mounted to a tactical vest?
It is.
Is that would have been the same for your Minerva Park Police Department?
It's essentially the same setup I have. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for standing up. Are you aware of whether or not that body-worn camera was functioning?
It was.
No, I'm not gonna do that. But yes, what is this? A trial stream? No one's talking about, micro peens and indoor sunglasses and ranting about cocaine. Do I know a trial stream? No, I don't. I don't know how to do this, apparently. So I'm not a professional at it. But I appreciate you noticing, and I appreciate the critique, sir. In the meantime, do you guys want to watch some cooking videos? Because that's really what we need to discuss.
Does it record sound and video?
It does.
Have you been to that Kroger at 5991 South Sunbury Road prior to this call?
I have.
For work or otherwise?
for mutual aid calls prior and also to purchase items.
When you approach that Kroger, is it a kind of strip mall that it's located in?
Yeah,
What entrance to that strip mall did you take when you arrived?
I believe it was the entrance off of Valley Quail, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that would be the north.
Okay, so if you're looking at Kroger,
So it'd be the right,
To the right.
right side of the entrance, yeah.
and when you arrive to that entrance of the parking lot that includes the Kroger, did you attempt to know where you were supposed to be going to respond?
I think as I was getting off of Sunbury Road from 161, I marked dispatch as to where they were, and I believe they stated they were in the front somewhere.
Once you pulled your cruiser into the parking lot, did any bystanders give you any direction on where you should be going?
They did.
And where were you advised what method were you advised to go to a certain place?
What do you mean, what method?
I mean, was somebody pointing,
I believe somebody pointed, said they were over there.
and based upon that, did you continue into the parking lot?
I did.
And then do you eventually see what you were responding to?
I did.
What are your observations? Do you know if you were the first non-Blendon Township cruiser to arrive?
I can't say for certain.
Were you one of the first to arrive?
I was one of the first to arrive, correct.
And then what did you observe as you pull up in your cruiser?
There was a car kind of into, I guess, the strip mall area, and Sergeant Moynihan and Officer Grubb were around the car. And I believe there was one or two bystanders helping.
Did you see anybody that in your training experience appeared to be injured?
I don't recall if I saw the female or not at that time.
Did you eventually see the female that was injured?
I did.
When you see Sergeant Moynihan and Officer Grubb by that car, what do you decide to do is your role in this call?
When I realized what was going on, I gathered my crime scene tape to kind of cordon off the area to keep people out.
That's that yellow crime scene tape we would see on TV?
Correct.
And what area were you focusing on that time to put up the crime scene tape?
Just the immediate area at that time. I wasn't aware at the time that it had happened somewhere else in the car world, so I just started to cordon off that immediate area.
How long did you end up being at that Kroger scene that day?
Significant amount of time, a long time.
Into the next morning even?
It was.
And was the crime scene expanded while you were present?
It was.
Was the first set of tape taken down or just a second set added on?
I don't recall.
That wasn't your job.
No.
I asked you about your body worn camera, which for the record will be State's Exhibit 5.
Councilwoman approach.
I kind of get the feeling the judge is asking, like, how much longer do we have? It's getting to the end of the day.
All right, this view is a little difficult to see, but before I hit play, Officer Bergson, can you just explain to us, because many people maybe haven't seen how the body worn cameras are recording. First of all, is your system at the time back at Monroe Park, is that the Axon system?
No, it was Motorola.
Motorola, okay, so is that what we see then in the top left corner, Motorola Solutions?
It is.
And is that just the brand that operates the cameras that the police department was using at the time?
Correct. It's a manufacturer of the camera. What is it?
All right, and in the top right-hand corner, there is a time and date stamp. Would you agree it's August 24, 2023?
Correct.
And then there's a time, it's military time, 18:31:25. So do the math for us. What time is that?
6:31 p.m.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to ask you a couple questions. You said that you started putting up some crime scene tape, but while you were out there, Did you come into contact with Connor Grubb and ask him any questions?
I did.
And was your body worn camera working at that time?
It was.
So I'm going to advance to counter 51, timestamp 18:32:16, and hit play.
Nation.
What are you good?
It's online.
Huh?
It's online.
Okay.
And I'm stopping at counter 102, timestamp 18:32:27. Who was it that you asked that question of?
Connor Grubb.
And do you see Connor Grubb in the
Your
report?
stipulates identification as well. Stipulate.
Okay. And why is it you asked him that question?
I believe I saw blood on him.
What part of him?
I believe it was his left arm and maybe pants.
Okay. And when you asked that, did we see him show you his arm?
I believe so, yes.
Did he point to any other parts of his body when you asked him if he was okay?
I believe so.
After you had put up crime scene tape, did you take on any other tasks as an officer out there at the program?
I did.
Okay, and what was that?
I assisted with life-saving procedures.
Would that be CPR?
CPR. Yeah.
Are you trained in CPR?
Yeah.
And in your experience, if officers are available, is it common to have to switch out with other officers who are also trained in CPR?
It is.
For what reason?
You get very tired doing CPR, so you want to make sure that you're not too exhausted to give proper compressions.
In this case, did you have to swap in more than once?
I believe I did.
While you were at that scene, were you told to look for any particular persons?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you end up talking to lay witnesses, citizens out there at the Kroger?
I never interviewed anybody.
Why is she asking him questions? She should know the answers to these. And that's something I brought up before, chat. When you're the prosecution, even though he's a police officer, he can't say, no, I don't want to talk to you, because you know what that prosecutor does? Prosecutor calls up his fucking chain of command and they say, your ass is going to sit down with her. So the idea that he doesn't know these questions, I'm a little surprised they're asking him if this is what they're getting out of it. Betty's saying, do the hospital police have the same abilities? Yep. They hold on here. They're 100% fucking police. They are their own police department. They have their own, they are sworn law enforcement officers. They carry guns. They can enforce traffic. They are an actual organization. They are 100, they are a real fucking entity. They patrol the areas around the clinic. They are a real thing here. Hold on here, and we can these guys carry guns. This is a police department just like the Cleveland police are a police department. They are 100% cops. They are 100% cops. Yeah, it's like police at the VA. Yes. So, so they are an entity. Scott, it's a station. They are not Cleveland police. No. They are not Cleveland police officers. They are not. They are a separate, distinct police department. Like they're not at all. They're not at all. They're their own entities. So this is what this is. They have their own part in the Ohio Revised Code. Commissions for special police officers. And if you come all the way down here, you could have like companies under contract, the United States Atomic Energy Agency, hospitals that maintain their own proprietary police department. They are not a subdivision of the Cleveland Police. These guys are not a subdivision of the Cleveland Police. They are literally their own distinct organization. So, no, the Cleveland Police are the Cleveland Police. So, Scott, they may have back at their founding documents, maybe, but as of now, they're not. Because if they ever I get you're looking at their founding documents, but here's the thing: if the Cleveland Clinic Police arrest you, depending on where the hospital's at, you go to a different court. So they're not operating like if they're out in one of the suburbs, they're not operating as a Cleveland police officer. Like they are literally a distinct entity of their own. Was I ever a smoker? No. Who approves police departments? You go to the state. The state, like you could apply to have the permission for it. You can apply to the state for it. So. And yeah, this is not yeah, this is saying that they're going to operate together. They are not operating as subsets. I understand what you're looking at, but this is a general order saying, how do we operate with the units? Because if you reread it, this is the universe, like just reread it. They're saying we work together. That's all this is saying. This doesn't say that they're a subdivision. They're their own distinct subdivision entity. So like they're working together in an interrelated way, but they're not just like a subdivision of it. But okay. I'm not going to argue with you about it. So we're just going to keep going here. Let's see here. I wonder if there are library police. Maybe there are. So let's keep going, chat. We're going to keep finishing this up here. Here we go.
Yeah, are we done with the video?
The clip that I played for you, State's Exhibit 5, did that fairly and accurately record what was going on around you on August 24, 2023?
It did.
Did any members from the Westerville Fire Department arrive on scene?
They did.
And would they have taken over the care of the woman once they came on scene?
They did.
Obviously, I only played a short portion of your body-worn camera. It was recording while you were on scene and helping to assist with the female.
Correct.
One moment. I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Good.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Officer Ferguson. My name is Caitlin Stevens, and I, along with my law partner, Mr. Collins, represent Mr. Grubb in this action. If at any time you don't understand my question or I go too fast, please just let me know and I'll be sure to slow down and rephrase. I want to start and talk to you about general policing concepts. You said you've been a police officer since 2020, right? And so, based on your experience and training, in order to investigate someone, you need what's called reasonable articulable suspicion, right?
Correct.
And in police terms, reasonable articulable suspicion means specific facts with reasonable inferences in order to believe criminal activity is afoot. Would you agree with that definition, sir?
Correct.
And you're allowed to draw on your training and experience in order to get reasonable articulable suspicion, right?
Correct.
Now, in order to effectuate an arrest for someone, police officers need what's called probable cause. You would agree with that, right?
Correct.
That standard is higher than reasonable articulable suspicion, right?
It is.
But it still means that facts and circumstances are sufficient to provide a reasonable belief that the accused has committed a crime. Yes?
Correct.
Now, as a police officer since 2020, I'm sure you've come into contact with dozens, if not hundreds of suspects, right?
Correct.
Some are compliant, right?
Correct.
Some are not compliant, correct?
Correct.
When someone does not comply, what's the thought process? What are you thinking about next?
Try to find a way to get them to comply.
Try to find a way to get them to comply. And if they continue to not comply, you as a police officer, you're permitted to use force in order to gain that compliance, right?
Correct.
You try to de-escalate the situation, correct?
Correct.
Officer presence is a manner to de-escalate a situation, right?
It is.
So if you have one police officer over there and the suspect is not complying, officer presence would mean another police officer, add another police officer in order to try to de-escalate and gain compliance, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that drawing your weapon is sometimes used in a manner to gain compliance, correct?
Correct.
You've had to draw your weapon before in an attempt to gain compliance, right?
I have.
You would agree with me that using harsh or vulgar language is also a method to try to gain compliance, correct?
Can be. Correct.
You've certainly had to use harsh language at your time on the police force, correct?
I have.
Now, isn't it true, Officer Ferguson, that when you engage with potential suspects, you have to try to anticipate their actions, right?
Correct.
You try to be one step ahead of what their actions are, right?
Correct.
Your reaction is based on their actions, right?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that you're trained that an action is always faster than a reaction, correct?
Correct.
As a police officer, you're trained in the harm that vehicles can cause, correct?
Correct.
No doubt that a car can certainly be a deadly weapon, right?
Correct.
You're aware that cars are the #1 causes of injuries and deaths to police officers, right?
Correct.
It's not a gun, right?
Correct.
You have to
Sorry,
draw
sorry,
that
correct.
one. And it's not a knife, correct?
Correct.
Cars are the #1 causes of injuries and deaths to police officers, correct?
Correct.
You know that even a slow-moving vehicle can cause a serious physical injury to a police officer, right?
It can.
It can cause a hip fracture.
Yeah.
Correct? A skull fracture, a broken back.
Yes.
Now, you're aware that this state now has open carry and constitutional carry, right?
It does.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that means.
It means that unless you're a non-qualified adult, you can carry and possess a firearm and conceal it.
So how does that change how you approach a vehicle now?
Personally,
Yes,
I treat every vehicle as if there's a gun in there.
you treat every vehicle as if there's a gun in there.
Correct.
And that's because of the state laws here in the state of Ohio, correct?
Correct.
So you would agree with me that other police officers are trained to anticipate that perhaps that person has a gun in the vehicle, right?
Correct.
You would agree with me, sir, that hitting a police officer with a car is a serious crime, right?
Correct.
You would agree with me that a theft offense, fleeing after that theft offense, and attempting to inflict serious harm on a person is an aggravated robbery in this state, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that an aggravated robbery is in fact a serious crime here in this state, correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with the phrase contact and cover?
I am.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that means, contact and cover.
Essentially, if you have multiple officers, one officer is going to be your contact officer who would be speaking with the suspect, and the cover officer would be at a different area, not too far away from the contact officer, just providing cover and overwatch for that other officer.
And if you are a cover officer, your primary goal as that cover officer is to make sure that contact officer remains safe, correct?
It is.
As well as looking around and making sure everybody else is safe also, right?
It is.
So in order to provide cover to your contact officer, you have to be able to see what the suspect is doing, correct?
Correct.
Hypothetically speaking, sir, if a police officer was standing at the driver's side door of a car making contact with a suspect, you as a cover officer certainly wouldn't be behind the vehicle, would you?
No.
Because you can't see what's going on behind the vehicle, right?
Correct.
You wouldn't be on the passenger side of the vehicle as a cover officer, correct?
Depends. Every situation is different, so.
Do you know what crossfire is, officer?
I do, yes.
Well, explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what crossfire means.
So crossfire would be essentially you're shooting at something and you have a partner or other partners or innocent bystanders who are in that crossfire.
So as a cover officer, you want to avoid the possibility of crossfire at all situations, correct?
You always want to try to avoid crossfire, correct?
So in order to cover that police officer, you want to stand in front where you can see, correct?
You could, yes.
Now, Officer Ferguson, if you perceive an imminent threat of serious physical harm or death, what does your training permit you to do?
Use deadly force.
Now, in the academy, where are you trained to aim?
Center mass.
Are you trained to hurt someone?
I'm sorry.
Are you trained to injure someone?
We're trained to shoot until the threat stops.
Shoot until the threat stops. So what's going through your mind is not hurt this person, right?
Correct.
What's going through your mind at the time you fire your deadly weapon is stop the threat, correct?
Correct.
And you're trained to shoot until the threat is stopped, correct?
Correct.
You've participated in shoot, don't shoot scenarios, correct?
I have.
And when you are going through those simulations, a target presents itself, right?
It does.
And when you're in those scenarios, your determination is whether or not that suspect presents an imminent threat, right?
Correct.
And an imminent threat of serious physical harm or death to an officer or to others outside will permit you to respond with deadly force, correct?
Correct.
Just because a potential threat is on the ground does not mean that threat is over, correct?
Correct.
Certainly in those shoot, don't shoot simulations, you've had threats pop back up at you, correct?
Yeah, they have you.
And so training tells you that after you confront a suspect with deadly force, you still have to handcuff that person, correct?
You do.
And that's for officer safety, right?
It is.
And innocent bystander safety, correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to talk to you about that day on August 24th, 2023. You arrived after the fact, correct?
I did.
You think you arrived there under 2 minutes?
Roughly correct.
Now, when you first saw the female, you didn't believe that they had originally began working on her, correct?
Correct.
So someone started the compressions while you were there,
Correct.
and you got the crime scene tape up, correct?
I did.
At no point did you ever realize that she was pregnant, correct?
No, ma'am.
But you asked Officer Grubb on that video, are you okay? Are you familiar with what officer support is, sir?
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what officer support is?
In very short terms, it's just being there for an officer and making sure after a critical incident that they're okay and they don't need any medical aid or anything really.
And you're trained that that's what you have to do after you know of an officer being involved in a critical incident, correct?
Correct.
Hypothetically, Officer Ferguson, your weapon is drawn and a car hits you. What does training tell you to do in that situation?
Yeah, can you say it again?
Sorry, I went fast. Hypothetically, your weapon is drawn and a car hits you. What does training tell you to do in that situation?
Stop the threat.
And how would you stop the threat, sir?
Fire my weapon and attempt to stop the threat.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Thank you so much, Officer Ferguson. I have no further questions for you at this time.
Can you read direct?
Yes.
Officer Ferguson, Ms. Stevens just asked you, you weren't out there at the Kroger when the shooting happened. Do you agree with that?
I was not.
You weren't standing in front of that car.
No, ma'am.
Yes, chat, you did it. Can we hit it? Yes, you can with the hardest of R's. Good job, chat. Good job, chat. Ottawa allow a lot of leading. Remember, this is cross-examination right now. There's a ton of you're allowed to lead. You're allowed to lead. It's cross-examination. So we're going to, well, actually, wait, no, this is a state still. I'm sorry. But when you're there's foundational questions you can run along with here. Sorry. But the defense doesn't care because you know what they're going to do with this guy? Did you if like he wasn't there, he didn't see it, but it's like, was he in fear of his life? Yep. Doesn't matter what else you can lead him on. The ultimate question has been resolved. So that's what they're doing. Yes, if you want to know the truth about it. But yeah, that's why if I'm the defense, I'll just sit there and let them run through the case. Because every single cop's gonna say I would have shot her too. So yeah. So here we go. It's a good question though.
And she asked you about whether or not a car can be a deadly weapon. I think you said yes.
It can.
And can you stop a car?
Wait, your chat, hold on here. I got confused. This is cross-examination. Okay. So it's cross. I can ask a million leading questions. I mean, that's the entire. Yeah, it's a defense, chat. I misthought for a second. I'd like you pull up a chat's part of the header. Yeah. So, we're back on redirect. Okay. Well, yeah, but you're kind of allowed. Like the court wants you to get to where you're going here too. So here we go.
Car from moving with your body?
No.
And if the car is a deadly weapon, does the threat end because you shoot the driver of the car?
Not every situation is different, so I can't say for certain.
But hypothetically speaking, if you shoot the driver of the car, is the car going to automatically stop?
It depends where the driver's foot position would be on the pedals.
Is that a possibility in your training experience that a car will still move forward if the driver is shot?
It's a possibility, yes.
And you were asking questions about covering and crossfire. In your training experience, can bullets travel through and then out of cars?
It can.
Okay, and so if you're shooting through the windshield of a car, are you creating a risk to the people behind the car?
Depends where the shot is fired, I suppose.
Is it a possibility that by shooting into the windshield of a car, that bullet can travel and exit the car?
Sure.
And that wouldn't necessarily be.
Okay, now she's struggling now, chat. She sounds like a defense attorney struggling at this point. This is funny.
Protecting the individuals around the car would be a threat to them. Is that correct?
I can't say for certain. It depends on where the shot is and the manner of the shot, I suppose.
You were asked some other hypotheticals about the car moving forward, but if a car is moving slowly, would you not have time to move aside and not have to use deadly force?
Depends on the situation.
And again, you weren't in that situation on that day.
No, ma'am.
No recovery, Your Honor.
A couple want to approach.
I don't know why they asked him then. Because he wasn't there, so I don't understand why he was this. This guy isn't necessary to prove their case. I really don't get it, but whatever.
Yeah. I swear affirm under penalty of perjury your testimony in this case.
Now they're bringing in all the parent. Once again, guys, they are swamping the jury with bullshit. They're going to swamp it with all the bullshit, all the blood and guts and gore. And Nick Craig is saying the jacket hollow points are known for their penetration. Well, the bigger problem is when you shoot through a car is just sheet metal. Your car door is just sheet metal with some plastic in the way. So, and the other thing is hollow points will get debris in them, which prevent them from opening. So, bullets go right through cars very easily.
To be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Have a seat. Pull yourself up close to the microphone. And you may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell us your full name for the record?
Alex William Demidovich.
Can you spell your last name for us?
D as in David, E, M as in Mary, I, D, O, V, I, C, H.
And how did you pronounce that?
Demidovich.
I'm not going to try and get it wrong, but I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Can you share with us, sir, where are you employed?
City of Westville Fire.
And how long have you been employed with the Westerville Fire Department?
5 years total, 2.5 full-time.
2.5 full-time?
Yep.
And what's your position there, sir?
Firefighter paramedic.
Before your employment with Westerville Fire Department, sir, did you have any other prior experience as a paramedic?
Not as a paramedic. I was a EMT
Okay, and where was that?
in Danville,
And where is Danville in relation to Columbus?
just north of Mount Vernon.
How long were you working for Danville?
About 2 years.
Can you tell us, sir, if you know, does Blendon Township have its own fire department?
We cover, City of Westville covers Blendon Township.
Okay, so Westerville Fire Department covers, I guess, fire calls or EMT calls that would come from Blendon Township.
Correct.
As a result of responding to calls within Blendon Township, sir, do you come into contact with police officers that work in Blendon Township?
Yes.
Do you know a Blendon Township officer by the name of Connor Grubb?
I do not.
You've not had any contact with him to your knowledge?
No.
How about a Sergeant Eric Moynihan with Blendon Township?
No.
I want to direct your attention, if I may, sir, back to the date of Thursday, August 24th of 2023. Can you tell us, first of all, were you on duty on that day?
I was.
And you remember, were you working a particular shift? How do the shifts work there at Westerville Fire?
So we work on 24, off 48.
So if you were on duty, you would have been on a 24-hour shift, is that right?
Correct.
And on what time of day does a 24-hour shift start?
We start at 7:30 in the morning.
Do you have specific assignments during a given shift?
We either are on the medic or the engine. We switch back and forth depending on the day.
Okay, now, and I forgive my ignorance on this, okay, but when you say medic, is that what some of us might refer to as an ambulance?
Yes.
And engine would be fire truck?
Yes.
That's a dummy tattoo.
No. Yep.
So we all
Correct. Yep.
Can you share with us back on August 24th of 2023, what was your assignment?
I was the in charge medic of Medic 113.
When you say in charge medic, what does in charge mean?
The guy writing the report, calling the shots of patient care, in charge.
Do you have I guess, a team member that rides with you on a medic?
Yes.
And how many people are assigned to a given medic?
Just 2.
Okay, so you were the person that was kind of the lead, so to speak.
Yep.
On that particular day.
Correct.
While you were on duty on that date, sir, did there come a time that you received a dispatch or a call out to the Kroger location on Sunbury Road?
Yeah.
And can you tell us, do you respond out to the call, first of all?
We were told to stage at first because we didn't know what was fully going on.
Okay, now, we'll get to that in a moment, but fair to say that you and your partner would have gotten into the ambulance or the medic and driven out toward the Kroger?
Yes.
Lights and siren?
Not lights and sirens. Flow of traffic.
I'm sorry?
Flow of traffic for staging.
Did you know what type of a call out it was at that particular time?
Yes.
And what was the information that you had?
Possible shooting.
So you mentioned that you drove out toward the Kroger, and then you said that you would have staged. What do you mean by the term staged?
So we're staged just down the street usually. And once the cops say that we can come in, it's clear to come in, that's when we'll come in.
So who makes the decision of when it's appropriate for the medics to drive into the scene, drive onto the scene?
The officers on scene.
Police officers on scene?
Yeah.
So you literally would drive out to the Kroger's, but stop down the road
Yeah.
in a parking lot or on the side of the street until you're told, okay, it's okay for you guys to come in.
Correct.
Any idea how long you would have been staging before being told, hey, it's okay, come on in?
We had no idea.
Were you sitting out there for several minutes?
So we were actually still en route. We weren't physically sitting somewhere. We were coming down Sunbury Road.
When you were told to come in?
Yes.
When you entered the scene, and when I say that, when you drove your medic into the Kroger parking lot, what's the first thing that you observed?
Bunch of police officers on scene.
Okay, there's officers already there.
Yep.
Correct?
Yep.
And do you get out of the medic then?
Yeah.
Are you the first medic that would have approached the area where the injured individual was?
Yes.
And upon approaching, where was that person located when you first saw them?
Laying on the ground in the parking lot.
And
Against
were
the
there,
sidewalk.
I'm sorry,
Against the sidewalk.
were there officers around them?
Yeah.
When you first approached, did you observe any visible signs of injury to the, was it male or female?
Female. Yeah, we noticed, and the officer stated that she had one injury to the chest. Gunshot wound.
Did you, as the medic, provide any life-saving measures there on the sidewalk area?
Yes.
What did you do? What did you attempt to do?
My team and I got her on the monitor, put a tube down her throat to get her airway, and continued CPR.
While you were doing that, sir, did she show any signs of life at that time?
She did on the monitor.
When you say the monitor, help us out. What do you mean by that?
It's the big life pack box looking thing that we have. We can put somebody on we call it a 4-lead, just stickers on you, and it shows your heart rhythm.
Okay, so that's where you take the little pads with the stickers and you stick them onto the patient's chest.
Correct.
And that would read electrical signals of their hearts?
Yeah.
I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No, you're good. Yeah. Yep.
And it's your testimony that there were signs of activity based on that monitor.
Correct.
Was there a decision made to transport the female to the hospital?
Yeah.
And were you involved in making that decision?
Yeah, I made that call.
And what happened at that time?
We got.
Yes, guys, he's a paramedic, and the paramedics and firefighters in most places here use, in Ohio, you'll work in a fire department. Most firefighters are paramedic trained, or at least medical response trained. So, but yeah, Westerville is the city next door.
Made sure she was stable enough to get into the truck, loaded her up in the ambulance, and took off to St. Anne's.
Okay. Now, I'm assuming you're a two-man unit. Someone's driving. Is there someone in the back with the female?
Yeah, so major calls we usually have a fire truck come with us.
Okay.
And that's just more people.
More people to assist?
Yeah.
Where were you yourself? Were you driving the ambulance? Were you in the back with the female victim?
In the back with the patient.
While you're driving to the hospital, can I assume now you're going lights and sirens?
Yes, correct.
While you're en route to the hospital, did you call ahead to the hospital?
Yes.
And what's the purpose of calling ahead to the hospital?
To give them a heads up of what we're bringing in.
During the transportation to the hospital, were there any additional life-saving efforts, medical procedures that were done with the patient?
We just continued to give advanced drugs and continue CPR and breathe forward.
Did her condition change at all during transport?
No.
And when I say that, it did not improve.
No.
Did she ever gain consciousness while you were with her in the back of the car?
No.
Once you arrived at the hospital, what happened at that point, sir?
We get her out of the truck, bring her in the ER entrance, and there's a bunch of nurses, doctors standing there in the trauma room, and we give over care to them. I tell them my report of what I have, what I've done, and then the doctor takes over from there.
Once the doctor takes over, when you've kind of transported or transitioned care over to the medical team at the hospital, do you leave the hospital?
Yes.
You didn't stay there.
We stayed there for a little bit,
And what was the purpose of staying there at the hospital?
just to kind of see what was going on and what was going to happen, because we were told by St. Anne's that if they had gotten a pulse back, that we would be taking her somewhere else.
Okay. If the hospital would have gotten a pulse back, then it would have been a potential for you as the medic crew to be asked to transport her to a different hospital?
Yes.
Maybe one that has a higher trauma level care or something along those lines?
Correct.
Did you, while you were there at the hospital, were you notified that any pulse was gained?
No.
Were you notified of anything of the condition that she had passed?
Once she had passed and they called it, yeah.
And at that point, did you leave the hospital?
Yeah.
Were you involved, sir, in the treatment of anyone else at the scene of the Kroger?
I was not.
Were you ever asked to look at or assess Connor Grubb?
No.
Were you ever asked to look at or assess Eric Moynihan?
No.
Okay.
Sir, thank you. That's all I have right now.
Thank you. Crosby? Firefighter Kimitovich.
Yeah.
Did I get that right?
That's pretty good, yeah.
I grew up in Polish.
Okay. That's why you got it.
Couple things. When you got there, sir, so I'm a bit confused, but let's clear it up. You didn't have to stage this situation.
We were told to, but
By the time you got close, there was.
by the time we got close, we were told to come in.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, the jury understand, sometimes when you're.
I mean, there's not a lot of times. A lot of judges are going to look at you and be like, "Eh." And also in this one, once again, guys, I think the defense is merely just like, you say whatever the fuck you want. Everybody who has a gun for a job is going to say, fear for their life, I would have done it too. So I think that's also part of it. I don't know how this was handled. Maybe the judge said, I'm going to allow it. I always allow it. And they were told, don't bother. We don't know. I don't know what happened previously. Good question, Jefferson. Good question. Then EDW Raptor says, I thought all firefighters have mustaches. This dude's a baby face. Well, yeah. Yes, it is. And real quick, I forgot to address this here. Crackshot Murdoch is a new member. Thank you. And he says, I figured I lurked for 3 years. It's time to become a green member. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for joining up and making America green again. Praying the gray away. Jefferson Post says, port authorities of New York and New Jersey have their own police. Yes. In Ohio, there are port authorities and they can have their own officers. It's not common, though. And actually what happens is, for example, in Cleveland, the Regional Transit Authority, they have their own police department. But yeah, there's a lot of different ways organizations could have police departments. Yep. Very common. And then Jonathan is saying, Sean, why do pig get mad when I ask them what emergency? Why do you need assistance when they come up to my window after being pulled over? Yes, asking them, sir, your lights are on. Are you okay? It doesn't go well. Yes, I don't recommend you do that.
Recall to scene on shooting, it still might be live, it still might be active, it still might be fluid.
Correct.
And for your safety, they don't want you coming in that area.
Debbie O with 5 subs, chat. Thank you, Debbie, for your support, your generosity. Thank you so much. Let's keep going, though, chat. Let's keep going. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you very much. Good to see you.
Correct.
So sometimes you have to actually wait until you're allowed in.
Yep.
Here, that didn't happen.
No.
Now, when you first got to the female, you realized.
EDW Raptor with 5 subs as well. Thank you, EDW. You gotta know Woo too. We'll do them right now because they're right there, chat. All right, let's keep going. Here. Yes. Yeah, levy districts, a lot of work. Like I said, like in Texas, all the school districts have police departments. It's so weird to see. But yeah, levy districts, everybody. Yep. Not uncommon.
That there had been some life-saving measures performed, correct?
Yeah.
I think in your report, you mentioned a chest seal had been applied and things of that nature.
Correct.
And that's part of their duty to do that, correct?
Correct.
Nothing that you saw there, you didn't see anything wrong with anything that was done already, correct?
Correct.
And you realized, I don't know if you remember or not, there was a physician there, a doctor there.
Mhm. Yeah.
Now, you said you are the boss because you wrote the report, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Was firefighter Nick Atkins there that day?
Not on the actual scene of Kroger.
Okay. Was he then asked to assess Connor Grubb?
As far as I believe, yes.
Okay. He wrote a report on that, right?
Yes.
And you reviewed that report being the head guy, correct?
Not his.
Okay. So when the prosecutor asked you, did anyone have you specifically examine Connor Grubb, your answer is no to you.
Yes.
But you are aware, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, that someone associated with the fire department was sent to examine Connor Grubb.
Correct.
That person would then take down details and write a report, right?
Correct.
So in theory, if they would put down observations of whether the person was sweating, whether the person seemed out of it, that type of information.
Correct. Yep.
they would also take note of any injuries of that person, right?
Correct.
And in that situation, they would then make a recommendation of whether or not there should be follow-up care, correct?
Correct.
Now, just because this Nick Atkins, let's say hypothetically, he recommended follow-up care, that doesn't mean the person has to do it, right?
Yes.
But you would want to do follow-up care because you would observe something that would have required that, correct?
Correct.
You also look at whether or not the person is stressed, whether or not the person has flushed skin, all of that information, correct?
Correct.
And you also get a little basic about what happened, right? So
Yeah.
I got hit by a car, right?
Correct.
I appreciate your time, sir, and thank you for your service.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Very quickly, Judge. I just want to make sure I'm clear. You were not involved in meeting with, assessing, talking to Connor Grubb at all?
No.
No one ever told you they got to buy a car?
No.
That's all.
All right, you step down. I'm going to kill me if I don't take a break. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you.
All rise.
Form or express an opinion on the case.
Hold on, chat. Hold on. Let me see here.
15-minute break.
Yeah, we're taking
Do not
15 minutes
discuss this
break. All
case among
right.
yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your
All right, we're gonna do a 15-minute break. Here we go, chat. We're getting through this pretty good here. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. I hope this is helping. Like, are some of you guys able to hear this clearly now? I know it's tough. I know Tuck you were having questions, but is everybody else doing okay?
Everyone good, seat? Call your next witness.
Next witness is Ryan.
Guys, this is actually like a 4.5-day trial, but there were a lot of like breaks in it. Like this starts on November 10th. We had Veterans Day, then they went on the 12th. This actually took a couple of days to get done. They had a couple of half days in here too. So, but no, it's not really that long. We'll be done with this before Thanksgiving. Hi, Tilly. Good to see you. Let's get this guy going here.
Whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I did.
Have a seat and pull yourself up close to the microphone. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, loud, clear voice, please tell us your first and your last name, spelling your last name.
Ryan Schleve, Schleve.
Where do you currently work?
The city of Westerville.
In what capacity?
I'm a police sergeant.
Are you assigned anywhere as a police sergeant?
Currently, I'm still in our community relations bureau.
And at one point, were you a school resource officer recently?
Yes, I still am serving that capacity in our community services bureau.
When did you become a sergeant?
2 weeks ago.
Okay. So I was asking. All right. When did you go to an academy to become a pilot certified?
I went through Columbus State's Police Academy. I started in 2013, and through the college, it was a semester, so I finished in 2014.
And after that, were you OPATA certified?
Yes.
And what does OPATA stand for?
Ohio Police Officer Training Academy.
After you completed an academy, did you get a job in law enforcement?
I did.
And where did you start working?
I started at the Franklin County Sheriff's Office as a special deputy.
What does that mean to be a special deputy?
Means it's an unpaid position, so I had to volunteer minimum 16 hours a month to hold my certification.
How long did you do that as a special deputy?
About 2 years.
At that time, were you also working in law enforcement, getting paid?
I not as a police officer. I worked loss prevention.
When did you then leave that volunteer position at the sheriff's office and join a police agency?
It would have been in 2017. I left there and joined the Mifflin Township Police Department,
And where's that located?
like the North Linden area of Columbus.
Okay, and how long were you there?
4 or 5 months,
And then where did you go next?
the city of Westerville.
And so just so we know, if you weren't adding all the math up, when did you start with the city of Westerville Police Department?
August of 2017.
And have you worked there ever since?
Yes,
So when you started with the city of Westerville Police Department, were you a patrol officer?
yes.
How long did you do that?
I was a patrol officer for the first 7 years.
Okay, so would that include August 24, 2023?
Yes.
When did you then transition into being a school resource officer?
July of 2024.
And I think you said you're still somewhat in that role as you're transitioning.
Correct.
Let me direct your attention to August 24th, 2023. Were you on duty as a City of Westerville Police Department officer?
Yes, it was.
Do you recall what your shift would have been?
I was a second shift patrol officer. I worked 2 p.m. to midnight.
As a patrol officer, were you assigned a patrol cruiser
Yes,
marked with City of Westerville Police Department?
yes,
And then would you have been traveling in a uniform marked as Westerville PD, such as you're wearing today?
yes, it was.
Were you traveling solo or were you assigned a partner that would be going to calls with you?
I was as a solo patrol officer in my own cruiser by myself.
Can you tell me how big is the police department for Westerville?
We're budgeted, I think, for 80 sworn personnel.
And then on a shift, how many patrol officers would be out in the city of Westerville?
It varies by shift. Shift minimums for second shift would be 1 supervisor and 6 officers.
Is the city of Westerville Police Department then a bigger agency than the Blendon Township Police Department?
Yes,
And what about the size compared to Minerva Park?
still larger.
In location, where is the city of Westerville in relation to Blendon Township?
Blendon Township, it borders like the southern border of the city of Westerville.
And does Blendon Township carry its own address or does it carry a Westerville city name?
It has a Westerville city mailing address, but it's not Westerville city limits.
Because Blendon Township is a smaller department, does Westerville at times provide mutual aid for that department?
Yes, if requested for mutual aid.
Have you done that before August 24, 2023?
Yes, I can't remember a specific time, but yes, I've worked with them before.
Do you know how many officers would be on shift for the Butler Township Police Department?
No idea.
When you were working that day on August 24, 2023, are you able to monitor any kind of radio traffic to gather information about what might be going on?
So typically, like my portable radio and cruiser radio scans, like our main police dispatch and also our fire dispatch.
And that would be for the city of Westerville.
Correct.
Are you able to hear any kind of radio information about the Blendon Township Police Department?
We could set it up to scan Franklin County's dispatch, who dispatches them, or we would have to actually physically switch the channel to Blendon Township's channel.
On August 24, 2023, do you get information that leads you to respond to the Kroger?
Our fire department was getting dispatched on a shooting.
Okay, so tell me how you were able to get that radio information.
Because my portable radio scans are fire dispatch.
So you're getting your information from the Westerville Fire Department.
Yes.
And then based upon the information you received, do you choose to go to the Kroger on Sunbury Road?
Yes.
Why?
Obviously, we know Blendon's a smaller agency, and where that Kroger is borders like the very south, so it's close. Like Blendon's very broken up. So there is places in Blendon Township we may not respond to, but that is like almost a mile or so south of our border.
Have you ever responded to that Kroger on Sunbury Road in the past, prior to August 24, 2023?
As a police officer?
As a police officer?
No.
Had you been there as a person?
Yes.
And where were you specifically coming from when you traveled to the Kroger?
Our police department.
And where is that located?
That's on the very south end of our police jurisdiction.
When you get the information that leads you to head to Kroger, are you going lights and sirens?
Yes.
And why?
Because obviously a report of a shooting. So generally, anytime there's a severe call or something like that, the fire department's going to stage until police get there. So we're going to get there quickly.
How do you arrive into that shopping complex that has the Kroger inside of it?
I came in I was coming south on Sunbury, and so I was coming from the north to the south and was coming past the front of the store.
So if you're looking at the Kroger store, are you coming in to the right of the store?
So as I'm coming down Sunbury, and I don't remember the road name right off, it's right by, there's a gas station right there and a traffic light. So I turned right there and then came through the shopping plaza from the north.
Where did you head to?
Where I saw most of the other cruisers at.
Okay, so had other cruisers arrived prior to you arriving in your cruiser?
Yes.
Were there different jurisdictions?
Yes.
What cruiser jurisdictions were you able to see when you arrived?
I know there was one of our cars was there before I was, on top of Minerva Park, and then the Blendon Township cars.
When you arrived, where did you head?
Once I got out of my cruiser, I started walking over towards, they already had police line tape up. So I started going over towards where they had it taped off already.
And what were your observations upon arrival?
There was already officers rendering aid to the person that appeared to be shot. And as I'm walking up, I saw the Blendon officers over there and saw Officer Grubb kind of off to the side.
At that time, did you know Officer Grubb?
I probably come across him on calls or something, but I didn't really know him.
Would you have potentially done mutual aid and Officer Grubb was on a call with you?
Very possible. Or sometimes if we make traffic stops and we're close by or you drive by him, we'll back each other up. So it's possible I came across him at one of those times.
Did you know him on site to be Officer Connor Grubb?
I didn't know his name immediately.
Okay, and did you learn that later?
Yes.
What about Sergeant Eric Moynihan with the Blendon Township Police Department? Did you know him prior to August 24th, 2023?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
Obviously, I worked for Mifflin Township, which again is another smaller township down in that area. And then my wife also was a 911 dispatcher for Franklin County Sheriff's Office. So I've known his name and had ran across him on calls previously.
I'll be right back,
So
Chad.
when you
Hold
get
on.
on scene, you know by sight Sergeant Eric Moynihan.
Yes.
And where did you see Sergeant Eric Moynihan when you first arrived on scene?
I believe he was by the car that was up by the drive-through window.
And then you mentioned where you first came in, where you now know is Connor Grubb.
Mhm.
And where was that?
So he would have been, I guess, north of where they were rendering aid. So when I was walking up, he would have been to the right and they would have been to the left.
Back on August 24th, 2023, were you equipped with a body-worn camera?
Yes, I was.
Does that camera get mounted on your person?
Yes, it does.
And I don't know if you can show us with the uniform you have on, but where on your body would it have been mounted that day?
So I was wearing our exterior carrier. So it's my body camera sits right here.
And do you know that it was functioning?
Yes.
Does it capture both audio and video?
Yes, it does.
Is there some kind of a lag that if you turn it on, there's a go back?
So the way ours is for the body camera, I believe it's a 30-second look back. So like however we activate it, whether we manually start it or our lights and sirens on our cruiser will also activate it, it'll go back 30 seconds from whenever that activation is, but it's only video, no audio for that 30 seconds.
I just want to make clear, for whatever reason it gets activated, you're going to have video and audio recording moving forward. Is that correct?
Correct.
But then it goes back 30 seconds and captures video only.
Correct.
Was your body-worn camera functional and working when you came into contact with who you now know to be Connor Grubb?
Yes.
I'm going to play a portion from what we learned by Case Exhibit 6. All right, just before I hit play, there's some information in the top right corner. It says Axon. Is the company that runs this camera system the Axon?
Yes.
And there's a date and timestamp up there. What is that actually be?
That would have been the date and time that the body camera was recording.
So 1836:06, if I do the math, that's 6:36 p.m. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so if we're going to hit play at counter 119, the time 18:36:06, and you mentioned approaching who you now know to be Connor Grubb. Do you see him in the still of
Yes.
this video?
I get lawyers and things, right? I know you got administrative stuff, just chill for a minute, let me get some other stuff going on.
It's 5991 Sunbury Road.
You hurt? What's up?
Mr. Bellfire to all responding.
Is that yours?
5991 Sunbury Road, we're clear to enter.
I'm gonna have another medic come check you out. 59. We have a second medic
You deposit at 210 for the counter 18:36:57. Let me ask you about that interaction. You'd asked him if he was hurt. Why did you ask that question?
Because I saw blood on his arm.
And what part of his body did he show you in response to that question?
He kind of looked at his arm.
And then did he point to any other part of his body in response to your question?
No.
I need to go back to the first interaction you had, which is going to be counter 0049 18:35:36 for the timestamp. And you said when you first went up, you saw emergency care being given to the person who'd been shot, and then at that point you did come into contact with Connor Grubb. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So hitting play.
You all right?
Everyone go over. I heard.
All right, we deposit at 0119 counter 18:36:06. And I got these backwards. I just want to confirm. This is the first interaction you had with Connor.
Correct.
And it looks like you put your hand on him. What are you doing at that time?
I was leading him away from the scene.
Why?
We already had officers rendering aid at that point. So he wasn't involved. There was already people taking care of her, so I was removing him.
Do you know who the other individual that we see in the pause is?
Deputy Morse?
And would that be with the Franklin County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay, and then you ultimately had that second interaction that I played where Connor Grubb showed you his phone.
Yes.
Now, I believe you took it upon yourself to talk about any medics perhaps looking at Connor Grubb. Did you do that?
Yeah, since he had those visible injuries and didn't know if it was his, I asked for an additional medic
And how do you do that?
on our radio.
And at first, was that medic going to, in your idea, respond to the Kroger?
Like when I was calling for one for him?
Okay, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Did that change as you're trying to attempt to get this medic involved?
Yes.
Okay, so what kind of updated information did you give over the radio about a medic?
I let our dispatch know that Deputy Morse was taking Officer Grubb to their headquarters and advised them to send a medic there.
Did you go to the Blendon Township Police Headquarters with Connor?
No.
And the two clips that I played, although out of order, did both of those clips fairly and accurately capture what was being recorded from your body cam on August 24, 2023?
Yes.
Did you see the defendant being walked to a Franklin County Sheriff's cruiser?
They walked away. I don't know where the deputy's cruiser was.
After that interaction, did you have any further interaction with the defendant?
No.
Was there a discussion amongst the officers that were there at the scene about trying to locate a casing?
Yes.
Can you explain it to us? Because I don't know that we've heard this yet. What is a casing?
It's whenever you fire a bullet, obviously the bullet comes out. Basically, you have a casing in the bullet. Once you fire a bullet, the bullet comes out and the casing is ejected out of the gun.
Were you one of more than one officers that were trying to look for that in that parking
Yes, it was later. I don't remember how many of us were looking for it though.
During that process of looking for it, were you alerted that a casing had been located in the parking lot?
I located the casing in the parking lot.
And did you make any efforts to mark that in any way?
I let Sergeant Moynihan know because he was the one that told us that the casing would have been somewhere outside of that initial area that was taped off. So as I was walking through that area, I had located it and let him know, and he went and got a traffic cone placed over it.
Average lunch. Officer Schliebe, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 37, 38, and 39. If you can take a look through those 3 photographs, let me know when you're done.
Okay.
Do you know what those 3 exhibits, 37, 38, and 39 show?
The casing and the location of the casing.
Now, the photographs are taken, which clearly is evening.
I don't understand this. Like, there's so much of this. There shouldn't be this much involved in laying out the. I'm surprised they didn't ask. I kind of get the idea the defense is willing to stipulate to all of this, but the prosecution didn't want to do that. I'm sure the defense said, "Your Honor, we'll stipulate to every fucking thing in this case." Almost. And this is really dragging along now. Stacy, calling it brass, that's not that. If you're not a person who shoots, you may not know it as brass. So saying that won't help. You have to use proper terms because that way everybody can understand them. But I'm surprised this has not been stipulated to. Pete Up said this should have been no build. Remember, when the grand jury sits, it's only the prosecutor. And it sounds like he made a discrepancy in his report, and they used that primarily to hang him with it. So, if I had to guess, this is just getting really ridiculous, though. I don't understand. Turboy says, what are the charges? Murder, involuntary manslaughter, and felonious assault. He faces a minimum of 15 to life if he's convicted. So, yeah. And guys, there should be a description down below, too, if you're wanting to know more.
Was the casing found when it was still daylight?
Yes.
If I can go ahead and switch over and display those. Showing, for the record, State's Exhibit 37. What do we see here, Officer Schliebe?
That would have been where the cone was placed over the casing.
And the purpose of that is what?
Just to act as a marker and protect the evidence.
Was that originally within the crime scene tape that you saw placed when you arrived?
Like when I very first pulled up?
Right.
No.
Because of this casing being marked with a cone, was another set of crime scene tape placed further out in this parking lot?
Yes.
How long were you on this scene?
A couple hours until BCI was done and we were tearing it down. I basically moved to like the outer part of the tape just as scene security.
You mentioned BCI. What's BCI?
Bureau of Criminal Investigation.
And were you still on scene when you saw somebody processing evidence at that scene?
Yes.
Was that person from BCI?
Yes.
So moving on to State's Exhibit 38, we now see a placard number 1. Would this be the same location where the cone had just been over the casing?
It appears to be.
And then moving on to a close-up of that placard 1, Officer Schliebe, what is 1 showing us?
The casing that I located.
All right, and let me blow it up because it's hard to see. So is that the casing that you had originally spotted and then was marked with a cone?
Yes.
Do State's Exhibits 37, 38, 39 fairly and accurately depict the area where you would have seen that casing on August 24, 2023?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Any questions? You have an issue? May I proceed, Your Honor? Okay. Sergeant, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Mark Collins, along with Caitlin Stevens. We represent Grubb. Congratulations on becoming a sergeant.
Thank you.
I just have a few concept questions for you as well as date, time, specific subjects, questions, okay? I'm gonna go a little faster than I normally do. Carmen will not like that. But some of the things the jury's already heard, so if I go too fast, please ask me to slow down, okay? I want to start with the prosecutor it off with the shell casing. And you described how a casing leaves the jacket, so to speak, the bullet, right?
Yes.
And you made a mention with your hand when you were describing it, and the shell casing gets kicked out, right?
Correct.
And the normal handguns and ones that you're issued, it ejects to the right, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when shell casing ejects to the right, many things can happen with shell casing, right?
Sure.
Can get kicked, right?
Yep.
Weather can move it, a car can move it, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
So it's not surprising that where you found it is nowhere near where the firearms are actually discharged.
Yes, possible.
People could have bumped it, cars could have bumped it, stuff like that. And that's why people put up crime scene tape to try to preserve the quality of the evidence, or they don't want contamination to the scene, right?
Yes.
So once people realize that, hey, it actually happened over there, they went over it and they wrote that.
Yes.
And so it's not uncommon for a shell casing to get kicked, moved, or things like that.
No.
Okay, now, I want to talk about the video clips that the prosecutor showed you, okay? Starting with the second one, which was actually your first interaction, right? You clearly heard him say that she tried to run you over, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that on the first one, that was your second interaction, you asked if he was hurt, showed you that, right?
Yes.
Did you hear him say, I'm not sure otherwise, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's why you then sent, you asked for an EMT or a technician to try to go and meet him, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Now, in terms of walking him away from the scene, now, you have no idea if he was performing life-saving measures before you got there, right?
I have no idea.
When you got there, you observed him over there, but there's people performing life-saving measures, right?
Correct.
Part of your training in critical response incidents and critical incidents of response is officer support, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and in officer support, you're actually trained to remove the person who discharged their weapon from everybody else, correct?
Once the scene's safe and aid is being rendered.
Once the scene's safe and aid is being rendered, that's the protocol that based on officer support that you're required to do, correct?
Yes.
And a lot of times you tell them, or other people tell them, hey, don't say anything, correct?
Correct.
That doesn't mean they're trying to hide something or anything like that, right?
No.
That's based on contractual obligations between a police force and the union and things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
That's all bargained for, and that's all taught and trained. And so that's what you were doing when you were getting him out of the scene, correct?
Yes, that, and I knew we weren't investigating it.
You're smiling there. So let's talk about some concepts in the police force, okay, just in general, right? And bear with me, these are general policies that you were trained on use of force, correct?
Yes.
You were trained on how to effectuate an arrest and the levels of proof that you need, so to speak, in order to investigate any reasonable articulable suspicion.
Yes.
That's facts and circumstances that would give you inferences that there might be something criminal afoot, right?
Yes.
They always use that term afoot. I don't even know why I use that. Second, in order to detain someone or arrest them, you need probable cause, right?
Correct.
That's a little bit higher than reasonable articulable suspicion.
Yes.
And in order to do that, that doesn't mean the person is guilty of that. That just means, hey, there's probable cause to believe that, again, inferences can be made from facts there that the person might be involved.
Yes.
All right. And you can't summon someone or physically arrest them or place them in custody unless you determine in your mind that probable cause is there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in your 7 years of patrol, I'm sure you dealt with people who were compliant and people that weren't compliant, right?
Yes.
Sometimes it's whatever they have in the system makes them non-compliant, right?
Sure.
Sometimes they just aren't going to be compliant regardless of what, right?
Yeah.
Why is compliance important to you in your analysis of the situation and what to do next? Sorry.
Sorry, can you ask that again?
Absolutely. It was a terrible question, and I'll try to slowly. When you're approaching someone or you're dealing with someone, if the person's non-compliant, you start thinking about trying to de-escalate the situation, right?
Yes.
Non-compliance, however, if it continues, is a sign of what? A potential threat or a potential issue that's going to come, correct?
Yes.
And you have a continuum from 0 to 10, so to speak, of what to do in those situations, right?
Yeah, every situation's fluid.
Absolutely. Sometimes it's a slow fluid, minutes. Sometimes it's seconds, right?
Yes.
No two situations are alike, correct?
Yes.
So in that situation, though, a sign of non-compliance escalates the issue, right?
It can, yes.
Absolutely. And again, these are not absolute, but the very good answer can. And in your mind, if there's non-compliance, you now have to assess what to do in the situation because the suspect's actions are always faster than your reactions, right?
Correct.
Okay. Every day you leave your house from your wife, you understand that you may be placed in a situation where there's a life or death decision that you have to make, right?
Yes.
And that's what you're trained on, right?
Yes.
And you've gone through shooting, don't shoot scenarios in order to do that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they try to simulate and put you under a stressful situation or a fast situation in order to make those decisions, correct?
Yes.
And when you see a threat and you perceive it in the course, what do you do at that point in time, Sergeant?
If you perceive a threat?
If you perceive a threat that's an immediate serious threat of serious physical injury or death, what does your training do and what do you do in that course?
You got to protect yourself and the general public.
And you fire your weapon, right?
If it's a deadly force situation, yes.
Absolutely. So hypothetically, when you go through that course, that's what you're trying to discern when you're going through, right?
Yes.
And if you perceive a deadly threat, you fire your weapon. And how long are you supposed to fire your weapons in?
To stop the threat.
To stop the threat. In your mind, you're not trying to injure the person. You're not trying to harm them. You're trained to shoot at center mass and stop the threat, right?
Yes.
To the best of your ability.
Yes.
Based on what you perceived.
Yes.
And in your experience in training, Sergeant, you of course, you understand that a car can be a deadly weapon against a police officer, right?
Yes.
You guys are actually trained on the pitfalls in terms of dealing with cars, and actually that's the number one cause of injuries and death to officers is cars, correct?
Yes.
It's not guns, it's not knives used against officers, it's vehicles, correct?
Yes.
And someone going at an officer, even if they don't hit them, that could be a felonious assault against an officer, correct?
Yes, depending on the circumstance.
Absolutely. And if someone hits that person, that could be another type of felonious assault on a police officer, correct?
Yeah.
And that's a serious offense. It's a felony of the first degree in Ohio, right?
Yes.
And based on the new constitutional carrying laws and CCW laws, it's a little bit more difficult with regards to the amount of guns that are out there, correct?
Yeah.
And now when you approach a vehicle or you're assessing a situation, do you start from the premise, Sergeant, that, hey, do we have to assume everybody has a weapon at their access?
Generally.
Generally, yes. I mean, that's the starting point, and then that's what you're trained to observe and things like that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Westerville's a little bigger, 80 officers. Sometimes when you and another Westerville officer are sent out to a scene, you work the situation together, right?
Yes.
Kind of like partners, so to speak.
Yes.
And you know your partner, you know, or the people on your shift, so to speak, those 6 or 7 people, you know how they interact, and you've had dealings with them, right?
Yes.
Okay, you're familiar with the concept of a contact officer versus a cover officer, correct?
Yes.
So the contact officer is the officer talking to the individual, and then the cover officer is supposed to take a position that's advantageous to gain information, correct?
Yeah.
As well as to protect the safety of the fellow officer, correct?
Yes.
As well as the safety of themselves and other people, correct?
Yes.
And that position being taken can be multiple different places, and you may have a different opinion of where the best or most optimum spot of a cover officer is versus somebody else, right?
Yes.
Just because you might think one thing and someone else thinks another thing, that doesn't mean that either of you are wrong, correct?
Sure.
And also, may I have a moment? Thank you. May I proceed here? Sorry about that, I have to get some more questions. Sergeant, I want to go back to the day of the scene, okay? We talked about the shell casing. You gave a statement that day, correct? You were interviewed by BCI.
Not that day.
Excuse me, you weren't interviewed until September 28th.
Sounds right. I don't remember the exact day.
About a month later.
Yeah, it was over the phone. I know that.
Over the phone, and they told you that they were taking it away, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that was BCI. They're following up with what the stuff you did at the scene, right?
Yes.
And you remember telling them that Connor appeared to be in shock when you observed him.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, sir?
Like when I walked up, it was kind of like a deer in the headlights, like just a lot going on.
Breathing heavy?
Yeah.
Okay. Kind of out of it? Okay. Now, again, you're not personal friends with him, so you don't know how he is on a regular basis, right?
No.
But you're trained as a police patrol officer and a sergeant to observe those types of things, right?
Yes.
And that's what you're told BCI. And that's not uncommon for someone who's just been in a critical incident, correct?
No, it's not.
And you're trained that all officers react differently. Some go into shock, right? Yes. Some stay in their routine and try to help and keep going, right? Yes. Others become withdrawn, nauseous, and sick, right? Yes. So there's a whole wide variety of stuff, and that's where the officer support comes in as well. Yes. And then, so the medic that you sent from the fire department to visit him, that person would have then interacted with Connor and then given a report back to the fire department, correct? For wherever they give it to.
Probably, I don't know how they do the reports.
Okay. Sergeant, I appreciate your time and thank you for being here. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh my God, why are you redirecting this one? There is nothing to say here. There's nothing to add. And yes, Stabby, this guy should get a fucking steak dinner for what he did. Johan's like, I'm pulling Hogan's chat. Jefferson, you're correct. They are trying to imprison the guy over, well, actually, pretty much. But those distinctions are what get you. It's the details that get you. And Johan say, can we make this Rico? Oh, God. No. No. And then JMK says, how you feeling about this? This guy should get acquitted, like, right now. Everybody they've had to ask the question to is like, he didn't have time to react. So he shot her. Justified. Based. I don't know why we're doing this case. Shadow Steel, he's a cop. He's accused of, I mean, shit, we may as well do it since we're right here. This is him again, guys. This is him. August of 2023. Here we go.
Attention 29, 3705 Managua, 3705. A female is hallucinating. Too much of her ask for attend.
Out of the car. Out of the car. Out of the car. Out of the car.
Clinic 7 back in service, 1828.
Get out of the car. Then get out. No. Then get out. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car. Shots fired. Shots fired. Stop the goddamn car. Stop. Goddamn car.
We're going to have a 34 on.
That's what we're watching. He's being charged with murder for that. So that's what this is about. And Brad, yes, I saw you had a question here. No, so in Ohio, we don't need a concealed carry license anymore. Ohio has permitless carry now. And that goes for everybody in the state. If you come into Ohio, even as a non-citizen of Ohio, you can carry without a permit. You don't need one to carry. I would always recommend when you're doing out-of-state stuff, have an out-of-state permit. It's not a bad idea because you may not know that state's rules 100%. And I think it's North Dakota. Permitless carries only for its own residents, which I think is an infringement on the, full faith and credit and equal protection clause. But anyway, I can carry a weapon on the street without a license. So when it comes to cars and especially car stops, a lot of cops just kind of they presume their firearms present at this point. So that's why they're bringing that up. So. Ron thinks, I think I did this one too. Yeah. Well, one and done. To be fair, he's leaned all the way across the hood. So it's like right here in her face and he shoots her. So he's taking the shot from like 2 feet away, guys. Don't give him too much credit. That was an easy shot. You guys. Come on now. Chat. Come on now. So. Yeah. So, here we go. Let's keep going, though. I think we're here now. And this guy, once again, this guy's like, I don't, like, these cops don't want to get caught up in the political bullshit here. So, you can tell their looks on their faces are like, I don't want to fucking be here. They're like, this could be me next time.
Sergeant Schlieve, Mr. Collins was asking you about officer support and contractual negotiations that led to what happens to an officer in a critical incident. Is that something that the FOP has been involved in for you officers?
Like,
The contract negotiation to provide officer support?
I'm not sure if I understand what you're asking.
All right, let me ask a better question then. Are you a member of the FOP?
Yes,
And do all police officers have to be members of the FOP?
they don't have to be.
Okay. In your experience, are most officers members of the FOP?
Yes.
With respect to training, you've talked about some topics with Mr. Collins, but is there any training about whether or not you're shooting through the front of a car, that bullet can actually enter and exit that same car?
Like, have I had
This
any
is
training
such
on
bullshit.
that? Obviously, it's dependent on a lot of factors. It's possible for bullets to go through cars.
So then if it's possible for a bullet to enter and then exit a car, isn't it important then to not shoot if there's people behind the car?
Yeah, depending on, again, direction has a lot to play in that.
And then you were asked about the condition of Connor Grubb when you came into contact with him. But somebody who had engaged in a shooting that wasn't justified could display those same factors.
Or overruled, if you can answer.
Sorry,
You described what you saw with Connor Grubb, with being in shock
yes.
and breathing heavy, but those symptoms could still be in place for somebody even if it was not a justified shooting.
Yeah, anyone that went through a critical incident could go through that.
And then with respect to the questions about a car being a W, does it make sense then to step in front of that W?
Like, are you asking if I would step in front of a car or just stepping in front of a car?
Well, as a police officer, is there training that stepping in front of a motor vehicle can be unsafe?
It can be in certain
And-
circumstances, yes.
And does the body of a police officer, by stepping in front of a motor vehicle, is that going to stop the car?
No.
No further.
Like, he's like, no, it doesn't, it's not a magic thing. Like, I don't know what, that was so retarded. That was so retarded there. I don't, oh God.
Questions.
That was so stupid.
Any questions as below this question? Very briefly, Your Honor. Sergeant,
He's going to let him do recross. That's nice.
officer presence is sometimes a deterrent, correct?
Yes.
Identifying yourself as an officer is a deterrent, correct?
Yes.
So hypothetically, if there's an officer on one side of a vehicle, right, and you're the cover officer, okay, and there's a civilian on the other side, you're not going to stand behind the car, right, to provide cover?
Depends on circumstance.
Right. Those are the circumstances. You can't see anything from behind the car, correct?
No.
Okay, so if a car is stationary and you put yourself in front of the vehicle, that could be appropriate in some circumstances, right?
Possibly, yes.
The car is not moving. Identifying yourself as an officer in front of the vehicle, get out of the car, is officer presence, right?
Yes.
So you know what a crossfire is, right?
Yes.
So if you were going to help a fellow officer, you wouldn't stand right next to the officer at the window, right?
No.
You wouldn't stand on the other side potentially in some circumstances, or if there's a civilian there, because of a crossfire, right?
Correct.
So the position that best suited to provide cover and be able to observe things might be in front of the vehicle, correct? Depending on the situation.
No, situation, yes.
Especially a stationary vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Hey, you can't go anywhere, right? Hypothetically, the other person saying, get out of the car, get out of the car. That could be a solution, correct? Possibly.
Possibly, yes.
Okay, now, the prosecutor asked you about ricochet or something like that, or, you know, it could go through the vehicle, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you perceive a deadly threat and you have 1.3 seconds to respond, are you thinking about, hey, this might go through the vehicle? Or are you going to base it on your training and your perception of the deadly threat and the immediate threat of serious physical injury? Are you going to fire the weapon or not fire the weapon because, oh, this could go through the vehicle?
You're going to respond to the threat at hand.
You're going to respond to the threat at hand and discharge your weapon, correct, Sergeant?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you so much, sir.
All right, you can step down. Does council want to approach? Split the
No. So I think we're done for the day here, chat.
Yeah. Like, do I call the grouping and do my call on Monday? Morning, afternoon.
All right, Dave.
So they're taking a couple of days, chat. We come back, I think, on Friday. I think it's just the way this trial is working out. Scott says, do prosecutors ever give up mid-trial? Generally, no. Generally, no. I never gave up, no. And what a case I had where I'm like, we should probably just, dismiss it. My boss is like, no, we got to finish it. I'm like, all right, fine. And then we got Rule 29. But no, as far as things are concerned, no, generally, they'll ride that shit out till the end. That's because they're prosecutors. And then, yeah, that's really kind of it. So, do you have training in being run over by a car? Yeah. Well, the funnier thing is doing vehicle operations, like shooting in cars or shooting out of cars. That's a little bit more of a specialized training. At most basic training classes don't teach that stuff. So you have to go out and hunt that down. And then chat, while we're here, I got to show you guys something. All of you guys are here, 200 of you here. Check it out. It's done. Da, da, da. The Stoog. It's done, chat. We even put little foliage on the machine gun shield. But now it looks like it's hiding from the Air Force in the hedgerows. So I was working on that while we were watching this. But anyways, there you go. Check that out. So I finished without you. No, we were all here. We all did it. Yeah, we ain't got no quit. I didn't hear no bell, is what they're saying. Jefferson Post says, funny Massachusetts gun law. Nothing requires concealed carry, but everybody knows you get stopped and questioned for open carry. So it's de facto concealed. Yeah. That makes sense too. That makes sense too. That's a common thing. You don't want to deal with what's going to happen. So that totally makes sense. But Massachusetts has some fucked up laws, man. Totally fucked up laws. So yeah, guys, there's a couple more days of this. Let me pull up my thing here. Well, actually, hold on here. If you want to know the truth about it.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so we've got we start back up on the 12th, and there is just a little bit on the 12th. Then on the 13th, there's a couple hours. So we'll probably be able to wrap up days 2 and 3 tomorrow. And then they had trialed the 12th just for a little bit. They had a full day the 13th. They had a full day on the 14th. And then on the 17th, they finished up. So there's not very many days of this, chat. There's not very many days of this. Oh, do we ever get a rage report on the Jimenez and Garan? No, I need to bring it and do a full rage report for you guys. So we'll do that. Scott says the jury must be pissed. I don't know. I wish I would get. I really want to interview him. Garrett says, did I cover the judge shooting? Yeah, we've been covering that, just not the most recent thing. I don't think we've done that the newest updates yet. Yes, Charles Fainer. He's getting 4 years for possessing a handgun. Yep. Without a registration. So he's doing 4 years starting January 14th. Fucking shame. Absolute fucking shame. So. Yes, there's a bunch of Karen Reed stuff coming up. Yes. And there's now the McAlberts are doing a GoFundMe for legal defenses and everything. So, yeah, I'd be angry too if I was a juror. I'd be angry too. But, hey, I can't believe these prosecutors in good faith thought this was a valid defense to bring, or valid prosecution. I don't see how they can believe it meets probable cause. Because remember, for a prosecutor, you're only supposed to bring cases that at least meet probable cause. And I don't see probable cause here at all. So, this is just, it's a pathetic case. It's an absolutely pathetic case. I don't like it. I just don't like it, chat. So, there's just nothing good here. There's nothing good in this case. It's just absolute fucking garbage. So, nothing I could say. Nothing more to say here really at this point. But I'm curious to see what he wrote in his report that was so different. Ooh. I really want to see that. I really want to see it. Like Sean, when I don't drink eggnog. Eggnog is disgusting. Eggnog is nasty. So, improbable cause will be my YouTube channel. Funny. Adam says, as a DA, you do whatever you want. Well, you're still bound by the rules of ethics. So, you can't really do whatever you want, but yes. Let me see here to catch up on the last things here. Hydrosphere, I think that's shitty what's happened to her. That's shitty how she's being treated. Regardless of who you are, the way fucking Comicsgate works is a fucking disaster. Fucking chews people up and spits them out. So, don't like seeing that. I don't like seeing that. I thought I was anti-Nog. I am anti-Nog. It's nasty. Connie Death Squad is saying, I have a question. Why are body cams debated as evidence when the entire point is to have an impartial observer? Good question. You have to, regardless, you still have to discuss and get things admitted. Because there might be chain of custody issues. So let's say there's body cam footage, but one of the people involved is a guy who's got all the access to it. And it turns out that it looks like the file may have been tampered with, or, a bunch of other things. So it's something that's impartial, sure, for just the average person looking at it, but it's a piece of evidence. You have to treat it, no matter what it is, all the evidence has to be treated and admitted the same way. Having some special evidence that's above reproach or beyond reproach, you can't do that. That would not be a world I'd want to live in. But that's a very good question. Very good question. I think that's what you're asking. If you're not, please answer again. Or please ask again. I think that's what you're asking. I think so, but I like I said, I don't know if I got that right. If I misunderstood you. Eggnog is delicious. Think of it as spiced mayo. That sounds so fucking nasty, man. Eggnog, no, nasty. We don't nog it. This is an anti-nog house. Keep moving, noggers. This is a hot cocoa neighborhood. He doesn't like ham. Nope, not my favorite. Connie saying that was my question. What, did that make sense at least? Did that make sense? You're a Nog and Coco fan. That's disgusting. That is disgusting. Oh no. God. Oh no. Oh no. So, let me check something here, chat. hold on. Okay, so I'm gonna turn this off for 1 second. I'm still right here, chat. I'm right here. Oh, hold on here. Okay, hold on, shit. I gotta go back. No. Hold on here. I gotta make sure one thing. Hold on here. Hold on, chat. I'm fixing something up right now. All right, hold on, chat. All right. Sorry. um. All right, I'm back. Sorry. You dislike coffee, yeah? You've been a lifelong nogger. Well, just tell me the ham's prosciutto. I mean, there's still a difference there. That doesn't work. This isn't a nogger-friendly space. That's right. To keep moving, we have no room for the noggers.
That little Nigger bitch.
That's right. Nogger bitch. Eggnog is made from elf cum. Yeah, well. Man acts like he's never eaten sushi that has spiced mayo. That's fine, but like eggnog sounds disgusting when you say it like that. He's checking, he's stalling. I turned off the camera when there was ever another McRib. Yeah, but I was talking the whole time. I was hear the breathing. Yes, you can hear it. Let's see. Doesn't like nog, doesn't like ham. Are you sure I'm fat? It could have been a fat suit. That's right, chat. Just like Worski, I'm wearing a suit. I'm wearing a suit. Oh. Let me see here. Yeah, eggnog is just nasty. Like I said, drink hot choco or something. Eggnog. Blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, just don't do that, chat. Don't do that to yourselves. Have some respect. All right, guys. So, tomorrow we are going to get back into this. We are going to do day 2 and 3 of the trial for Connor Grubb. We'll probably start around 3 o'clock. And, yeah. So about 3 o'clock's the time we'll start, and hopefully we can blow through a bunch of it and be done. And get as close as we can to caught up before Thanksgiving. So my goal is to be done by Tuesday. And then, guys, tonight we are not going to be able to do F1. Was talking to my buddy. He's free tonight. We haven't had a chance to hang out in quite a while, so gonna go take him. We're gonna go bro out and hang out. So, gonna go have fun doing that. So, not that I don't want to hang out with you guys, but he's my buddy. Haven't had a chance to hang out with him in a long time, so need to make up. So we'll see you guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow. So you're gonna be on your own for F1. Well, sorry. Yeah, guys, right now, if you want to see, you guys can go Watch Kurt. He's doing. He's breaking down Nick's body cam oral arguments, which I have not had a chance to listen to. But it's Kurt, man. Kurt does good legal analysis, despite what people may say. Despite what people may say, he does good work. You know, not just when you're happy with what he's saying, but just in general, Kurt does good work. So I'm going to send you guys over there. We will tomorrow do this, but remember, guys, until tomorrow, just because you did it does not mean you're guilty. Especially Connor Grubb. I don't see how this guy even got charged or should have been charged. I think this is a travesty. I think this is horse shit. Honestly, it's bullshit. So, but we're going to have to get through this and watch it get vindicated. So, good night, chat, and take care.
Weapons, blacksmithing, and models of planes, esoteric works, and even some trains. Much merriment had while drinking White Claws, tips on hunting, and even talking the law. Whatever you do, just don't talk to cops, even when they nab you on illegal stops. Just 'cause you did it doesn't mean you're guilty, but please talk to a local attorney. Was that the fat guy?